Okay, so item 7 is scrutiny of EU legislative proposals. Today we have 16 proposals under Schedule B: COMS 21996, COM 21997, COM 21998, COM 21999, COM 219 101, COM 219 102, COM 219 104, COM 219 108, COM 219 109, COM 219 111, COM 219 112, COM 219 114, COM 219 115, and COM 219 123, COM 219 137, and COM 219 140. It is proposed that these proposals listed in Schedule B do not warrant further scrutiny. Disagreed? Thank you. Just suspend briefly for a minute until we get the witnesses in before the committee. Before we begin, can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery to make sure their mobile phones are completely turned off, please, as the mobile phones affect the broadcasting system here. So we're here today to discuss the beef sector in the context of Foodwise 2025. It's the second day of our hearings. Last week we had quite a long session involving a number of organisations, farm organisations, and today now we're going to have in this session the Irish Cattle and Sheep Farmers Association. From there I'd like to thank Mr Patrick M. President, Mr Edmund Graham, Beef Chair, and Mr Eddie Punch, General Secretary, for attendance here today. And from Corcoran Firma, Mr James Healy, President, Mr Jerry Dillon, Agricultural Affairs Manager, and Ms Jennifer Keegan, Agricultural Policy Officer, and thank them for coming before the committee here likewise today. I'd also like to thank you very much for your submissions that were received earlier on, and members have already read those submissions in great detail. So just before I get into the actual privilege issue that I have to read out, when I'm asking you for your presentations, I'm going to restrict you to 5 minutes to make your opening presentations per group. So we'll try and get more work out of the questions and answers. I think it's more beneficial for everybody. Okay, privilege. Before we begin, I want to bring to your attention witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of the evidence you give to the committee. However, if directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter to qualify a privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any person or entity by name or in such ways to make him or her identifiable. Members are reminded of the long-standing parliamentary practice to the effect that members should not comment on, criticise or make charges against either a person outside the House or an official, either by name or in such ways to make him or her identifiable. Mr Kent, now I'll ask you to make an opening statement, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, for the invitation to this meeting of the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Agriculture, Food and the Marine. We welcome the opportunity to engage with you on the future of beef in the context of Foodwise 2025. The beef sector is in crisis. This time it is different. There are many challenges ranging from Brexit to climate change to vegan ideology being used as a front for multi-million-dollar investments in fake meat. Our members are hurting and badly. ICSA estimates that prime beef producers are losing almost 4 million a week on steers, heifers and young bulls compared to 2015, the last full year before Brexit. The base price today of €3.70 for an R-grade steer is way below the real cost of production, which ICSA estimates is at least €5 a kilo if we allow for a farmer's own labour cost. Many farmers have had extreme difficulty in getting bulls killed. The level of despondency is palpable. The Foodwise 2025 strategy was devised before Brexit. The prevailing ethos of Foodwise 2025 was the potential to expand significantly our beef exports. It was drafted against the backdrop of the abolition of milk quotas, but it did not take a balanced approach in terms of challenges faced by cattle, sheep or tillage farmers. The key outcome was a plan to expand from 10 billion to 19 billion in agri-food exports, but there was no focus on how to expand the income of beef farmers. Today, beef farmers have not seen a single cent of extra income from expanding agri-food exports. Foodwise 2025 did consider climate change, but did not foresee the extent to which climate change would dominate our agricultural outlook in terms of marketing beef or in terms of CAP reform. I was on the committee for Foodwise 2025, but my concerns were not listened to in the rush to expand. What we have is a plan that underpins massive dairy expansion, but ignores the needs of the vast majority of 130,000 farmers. That was before Brexit. A lot of the focus has been on what if there was no deal crash out, but the extension to October prolongs that uncertainty for beef producers. Brexit has already effectively happened. ICSA met Phil Hogan in Brussels last week to make the case that the beef sector still needs a rescue package from Brussels, even in the context of continued uncertainty. The government must strongly push for this. The relaxation of state aid limits is welcome but totally inadequate. ICSA believes that a package from Brussels should be directly linked to cattle slaughtered by winter finishers. Their losses in terms of price compared to last year varies, but is typically in the order of 75 to 100 euros a head on heifers, but can be as much as 200 euros plus on a typical young bull, with account taken of price cuts and weight penalties. I will now ask my colleague here, Beef Chairman Edmund Graham, to address the issues of market development, competitiveness and environmental sustainability. Edmund.
Thank you, Chairman. On market development, ICSA wants to make 4 key points. We need to seek protected geographical indicator status for speciality suckler beef. This must underpin a strategy to develop a high-value suckler brand, built around imagery of biodiversity, high animal welfare and low carbon emissions per hectare. Live exports must be grown and the dairy sector should pay for increased lairage facilities at Cherbourg. We need to rethink dairy expansion and its impact on beef supplies. On competitiveness, ICSA believes that a major threat still exists from Mercosur, and we recently met with the EU chief Mercosur negotiator. We were left in little doubt that the German cars are the priority. It is not realistic to expect Irish beef farmers to be competitive with cheap beef imports from South America. Ireland should resist the momentum from our Mercosur trade agreement, and the Oireachtas should vote against any deal in which Irish beef will be undermined. Trade deals have to be seen in the changing context of Brexit. Teagasc should be mandated to ensure that all cost of production measurements account for own labour and own land costs. We should not hide the lack of profitability behind cross-subsidisation from off-farm income, but we also need to recognise that returns on hours worked on-farm is often a far better metric for a part-time farmer than increasing gross output or even net margin per hectare. It is now evident that increased intensification does not lead to an economically viable model, as has been demonstrated by research demo farms. The conclusion is that suckler beef needs a much higher price, and a priority must be to look at developing niche markets. The corollary is that trying to operate calf-to-beef systems with unsuitable progeny from the dairy herd is futile.
I get you to wrap up now, Mr. Cooley, when you're ready.
The margins of all players along the food chain need to be subject to audit of full transparency. ICSA believes that Ireland should be pushing for an EU-level auditor to audit and publish who makes the profit from beef and to expose retailers who take excess margin from the food chain. There needs to be an investigation into how beef processors are using feedlots. This should be examined from an anti-competitive position, and abuse of a dominant position should be looked at against the backdrop of Google fine imposed by the EU Commission in 2019. The beef price grid needs to be reviewed. ICSA favours a simplified grid with real and worthwhile bonuses for U-grade cattle. We also want to see an end to the abuse of quality assurance scheme by meat factories, and we want to end the artificial devices for squeezing price, such as age, weight and resident conditions. On cap reform, we see that the priority must be to deliver the bulk of payments to less intensive cattle, sheep and tillage farmers. Those who need a nitrates derogation do not need direct payments. The BG...
We can go into it in more detail in a few minutes. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Now for Marcella, Mr. Healy.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, TDs and Senators, good afternoon. Mulherin welcomes the opportunity to present the views of young trained farmers on the future of the beef sector to the Joint Committee on Agriculture, Food and the Marine. My name is James Healy, National President, and I'm joined here today by Derry Dillon, Mulherin Agricultural Affairs Manager, and Jennifer Keegan, our Agricultural Policy Officer. This year, Chairman, Mulherin celebrates 75 years of representing, supporting and developing young farmers to help them overcome the challenges they and their communities face. Our young beef farmers are facing great uncertainty, which emphasises the need for action to develop a pragmatic action plan for the sector. We must work to restore the confidence of those that keep this sector alive. Through an extensive consultation process, Mulherin engaged and consulted with young beef farmers across the country through both surveys and 6 meetings, which encouraged them to debate their views on the future of the sector. We asked them to identify the current strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats which are presently facing the beef sector. Although confidence amongst farmers is clearly low at this time, our members identified a number of strengths that must be acknowledged, and we have just highlighted 2 of those in our presentation. The work of Board BIA through the Sustainable Beef and Lamb Assurance Scheme, and in particular the Origin Green Promotion Campaign, is recognised by young farmers as playing a major role in making Irish beef the trusted product it is. The scheme ensures that our beef products are produced to the highest levels of animal welfare and sustainability, and this is capitalised on by Board BIA through the Origin Green campaign, which has played a huge part in highlighting these positives to consumers both here in Ireland and internationally. This isn't to say, however, that young farmers don't feel that this access to new markets is necessarily rewarding them as it should. Another strength of the Irish beef sector is our grass-based system as a source of a relatively low-cost feed source. It is imperative for Irish beef farmers to take advantage of this ability, as feed typically accounts for 75% of total variable costs on the average suckler beef farm. This is a strength that has not been capitalised on to its full potential, and steps must be taken to broaden the access to training and advisory services which can give our beef farmers the knowledge and technical skills required to maximise the resource at our feet. However, we cannot ignore the basic fact that the return to our beef farmers for the quality product they produce is not sufficient to sustain a viable income for a vast majority of our beef farmers, regardless of the beef production system they have chosen to operate. I doubt the committee needs me to outline the numbers, but I hope they understand the harsh realities that this raises in the homes of those farmers. And it must also be said that it is very hard to be green, safe or future-facing if you are in the red. The expansion of the dairy sector in Ireland was identified as a substantial challenge for young beef farmers going forward. Since the removal of milk quotas in 2015, the suckler herd population has experienced a 4% decline. At the end of 2010, the total number of cows in Ireland suckler cows was 911,104, and by the end of 2017, it had dropped to 870,567. While there has been good work done in boosting the levels of export, the expansion of the dairy herd has led to high numbers of cattle being killed on a weekly basis, which has been exploited by those further down the supply chain. The age profile of the average beef farmer was once a growing concern within the industry, but now it must be at the forefront of their thoughts, and this is demonstrated by the regularity with which the Minister for Agriculture, the Food and the Marine, Michael Creed, regularly highlights his concern about the age profile. For the Irish beef sector to continue providing the high-quality produce it does, beef processors and retailers must wake up and realise that their future business is inextricably linked to providing an economically sustainable future for young beef farmers. Mulherin proposes that there be a young farmer bonus paid recognising that young farmers are the most likely to adopt change and put in place the advances in technology that will drive the future of this sector. As regards opportunities, From its grass-fed nature to its distinctive colour and eating experience, Irish beef is ideally placed to be recognised and protected at a European level under the European quality schemes and geographical indications. A geographical indication mark for Irish beef has the potential to add significant value to our quality beef product, and this added value needs to be returned to the primary producers for their work and production techniques in producing this distinctive product that consumers clearly identify and associate with. The development of producer organisations must also play an important role in the future of our sector. POs give beef farmers who have not the size or scale the bargaining power of large-scale beef producers when dealing with the industry, and encourages more efficiency in the processing end of the sector. A good working ethos and understanding the needs of the group is essential to ensure unity of its members. Ideally, the group would source an independent facilitator to set up and run the group and encourage proper governance to the aims and objectives, and every possible assistance and support must be made available for the setup of these groups. It is also important that the best available breeding techniques are used to ensure that the value of this output is maximised for the beef sector and for the economy. But this will also benefit us from an environmental sustainability point of view. Breeding techniques will help the farmer to achieve key performance targets set for the farm, such as calving heifers at 24 months of age. The improvement of the overall genetics of the herd can be achieved by breeding high-index replacement heifers, purchasing 5-star bulls, or the use of AI. And in particular, the use of sex semen could play an important role in reducing the carbon emissions of the beef sector by allowing farmers to choose the correct straw for their requirements, whether that be breeding replacements or having cattle for finishing. As per our previous budget submissions, the use of sex semen must be supported, possibly by removing VAT, but there must also be significant work done with the AI companies to look at the development of a centre for creating fresh sex semen here in Ireland so that its reliability can be maximised.
To conclude now, Mr. Daly.
There are a number of threats which I'm sure the committee are well aware of, the change in dietary patterns and trade deals that are being discussed are of an obvious threat to the beef industry. However, also our young beef farmers have expressed their concerns at the unprecedented levels of information that is being spun in such a way as to attack agriculture. We accept that agriculture must put its shoulder to the wheel and contribute to addressing the carbon emissions which are driving climate change, but organisations who choose to compare apples and oranges to support their argument and who use images from farms on a different side of this planet do nothing to aid the spirit of collaboration that is required to address these issues. Beef farmers want to maintain their social licence to farm, and we need to do more to inform the consumer on key facts, such as our current status as the 5th in Europe in terms of carbon footprint for the beef.
Thanks, Mr. Haley. We'll go into more detail now in the questions and answers. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the first to indicate was Senator Rose Conway-Walsh, then Deputy Penrose, then Deputy McConalogue.
Thank you, Cahill.
Chairperson, could I just would it make sense that we take all questions in one group today and then go back to the speakers as opposed to 3 and 3?
If members are agreeable, yeah, I've no problem.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Right, anyway, and see how it
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Okay. Okay. If it gets a bit
right.
long, we can go back to it again. All right.
I suppose as they're not exactly hostile witnesses, it's okay on this occasion. I want to concentrate my questions on part of your presentation where you say the margins of all players along the food chain need to be subject to audit and full transparency. And then you say the ICSA believes that Ireland should be pushing for the EU-level auditor. And we spoke about this last week as well in terms of the transparency and the data and where the data was and who held it and how that could be used or why it was being prevented from being used to do that. But my question is, certainly yes at EU-level auditor, but can we not have that done as a member state as well? Can we not have that done if the data is released from the Department of Agriculture to the Competition Authority to examine it properly? So that's my question. And what do you think they may find when they do that investigation into it? And I suppose I'll ask you the same question as I asked the organisations last week. Do you have reason to believe that there's a cartel in operation around the processors? I know we'll have the processors in here later on. I'm of the opinion, because the data isn't there and because there's such a reluctance to put the data on the table and to have transparency around it, in the absence of having the proper audit of the raw data, then we can only assume one thing, that there is practices being covered up. So I would very much look forward to the transparency around that, to kind of take that off the table, because then we can look at some of the other measures that were talked about, which are indeed really important measures. But until we get it past that, I don't think we're going to move along the way that we need to in terms of the transparency and in terms of where the money goes, basically. I mean, it's 2.6 billion the beef sector is worth, I think. So it has to be ending up in somebody's pocket, and I certainly know it's not ending up in the pockets of the farmers in rural Ireland that are in, certainly not in Mayo, in my constituency. So I just want your views on that. I know others will have will ask questions, so I'm going to concentrate my question on that. Maybe just for Macra, in terms of yourselves, I very much welcome the fact that you're here today. But in the absence of a government intervention or action, where do you see, would you advise young people to take up farming if there isn't that, that intervention there? I see you've quoted in terms of the number of cows and the huge reduction, particularly for suckler. So if we don't have any intervention, where do you think that's going to end up? So, for instance, what do you think the drop might be, say, in 5 years' time? We have dropped, what, 40,537 cows in the last couple of years. Have you guesstimated at what figure we may have 5 years down the line? Thank you, Cahill.
Thanks, Senator. Deputy Penrose.
Yeah, thanks to the two groups, and thanks to them also for keeping to the time limits. They made a very excellent presentations in the time they were allocated, and they're more informative as a result. I know that McConalogue carried out a survey of young beef farmers, which is excellent. I mean, it's very good. But I mean, we're talking about beef farmers. I mean, you represent everybody across the spectrum. So you see, it's very easy to come in here. I mean, a second-year student in UCD under the late Professor Sheehy would actually make an excellent presentation here today on beef. But I mean, it's very easy to identify the problems. It's the solutions that we try to identify. And you have to go back to Foodwise 2025. That was on the premise upon which that was drawn up is now, it's hollow. And would you not agree with that, as Bokra looked into that? Because I mean, you know, you look back there in 2014, the abolition of quotas. That was a seminal event. Most of us that had any grey matter at all, and you didn't need much grey matter, could see what was up ahead. You had about 1.38 million cows, and 1.18 million cows. Now you're 1.45, and now in a few years' time you'll have 1.65. That's 450,000 cows, and every one of them produces a calf. And most of the calves are not beef bred or not beef. And I said here last week, 20 years ago I did a study, and only 1 in 4 of the cattle that were being produced could penetrate the high quality marks out in the European, even on the European level. And they told us out straight, I remember arguing the point, well, sure, we can have black and white breeds anytime ourselves, the Dutch. So, I mean, isn't that where it has to go? Isn't it all about breeding, and breeding for the market, and breeding quality for the market? Isn't that what this is all about? And then making sure that the processors, taking legislative intervention to make sure that the processors don't run amok as usual, because they're not in the market for helping out anybody, only themselves. They're intervening at all steps. Would you not agree that any of those feedlots, that there should be steps taken to make sure that those feedlots with 5,000 and 6,000 and 7,000 animals should be getting those subsidies? Because they're in a controlled market release to depress prices at various times. Isn't that what they do? Or is that the wrong thing? Or should corporations be receiving subsidies? Have you given any thoughts to this at all? This is the type of stuff that I mean, it's easy to come into. Anyone at all can diagnose. The solution is the important thing. And those are the type of things that I'd like to hear about. For ICSA, I know, I think you're 25 years in existence now, and I think you should give me a clap on the back, because you never got the first year without me. I think I pushed the advocacy then, because I saw nothing happening on the beef area coming from where I was. And I supported the ICSA, the establishment, and even for you to get representation. If you want to find out, you can go back and ask Pat Lawler all about this at the time, the original man. And he'll tell you who fought for them. There's very few TDs on your side, I can tell you, at that time. And I was very proud to stand with you and make sure that you, and I think you've done a good job since in your role as advocate. You have indicated the point. I mean, I pointed out last week there, it's very simple. It's a very simple equation. I mean, 87-acre suckler cow farmer back in 2009, 2012, with an average of 12,100. That was the return. And about 100% of that was coming from subsidies. It's now down to 11,100. And 107% of it is coming from subsidies. And if you add in inflation in the meantime, at 37%, they need to be getting 16,500 just to get the same as what they got in 2009. So the train is, instead of going forwards, it's going backwards. And we're now down to about 150,000, I think, suckler cows. We've lost a significant number of them in the last time. I know this because our own county is bedevilled and losing out. But the abolition of the milk quotas was a significant event. And it has to be factored in with the dairy expansion, because I see people who were traditional beef people now in the dairy field. You know, and that's... I'd ask Eddie or some of them to explain to me how they would propose, because I see a lot of merit in it, cap payments being targeted more to the beef and sucklers, which are the low-income farming systems. And I said here last week that they were the objectives of cap. To protect the maximum number of farm families on the land. And the subsidies weren't designed for millionaires or would-be millionaires. They were designed for ordinary people who were knocking out maybe only €400 a week and trying to rear a family on it. So, you know, have you examined the impact of the fifth quarter at levels? What do you say about that? Is the processor, are they gobbling up everything there, and is there any return to the primary producer at all? And in relation to the grading, have you, I'd like to hear your views on grading in relation to this mechanical thing, situation and moving to a digitisation or lead or some of those ones that can take the subjectivity out of grading. I mean, I know you're supporting the QPS, but surely it has to be overhauled, because it has failed in the past couple of years anyhow. It has been significant failure. And what are you doing in relation to, or what's your views in relation to getting that back in place? And finally, you know, we can get the package from Brussels and we can negotiate all like that. But what worries me is if there was a Brexit, hard Brexit, if hard Brexit of any description, you're going to have an depreciation of currency of about 20–25%. So your currency will be up to 110, 111. 2 or 5% will bring it up to 90, 91. So, you know, so no matter what happens, even soft or hard, but the hard one would destroy you. So how would you account for currency fluctuations at that level? And then, of course, I won't speak about the 50% of the EU, 53% that the British were talking about, which would make it totally uncompetitive and just accelerate imports into the market. But, you know, what I would like you to address is maybe 2 or 3 solutions for us, that when we prepared the report, that we can put our finger upon them, rather than, you know, a big catch-all thing, because we know the factors. But what we need to do is try and bring forward solutions that will gain credibility, that will be credible, and that will gain traction when we put them forward.
Thanks, Daddy. Deputy McConalogue next, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'd like to welcome and thank the ICSA and MACRA for coming in today and for putting their presentations together and for contributing to this this research report that we are doing in terms of the future of the beef sector. And obviously, There's two key ways that farmers earn their income, beef farmers earn their income. There's CAP, which is very, very important and essential, which obviously is a challenge which we can, clearly identify what the current challenge is in terms of funding and the need for actually that to be maintained and addressed before the next CAP comes into play. And it forms for the beef sector, in most cases, 100% of net income. So that's how essential and crucial it is. On the other side of it then, in terms of price, I'd like to tease out your thoughts more in relation to how it is we can get a better deal for farmers and a better return and indeed a margin for farmers in relation to their beef enterprise and the work they put in on a daily basis in terms of producing beef. And a couple of key issues in that regard that I would like further thoughts from you on is, first of all, the price differential between the price paid by processors in the Republic here and the price paid in the UK. And I'd like your thoughts on that, on why that exists and how that can, and if it is possible, to tackle it and address that. We will be meeting as well with the meat processors, and any time we meet with them before, they've always made the case that the reason the differential is there is that Britain and the UK is not self-sufficient in beef, and therefore that their beef producers are able to get a premium over non-British beef. And that although our beef is of exceptionally high quality, it therefore retails at a lesser price. Now, and they point to the fact that out of the 7 main multiples in the UK, that only 3 of the main multiples actually stock Irish beef on their market shelves. So I would like your thoughts on that, because that to me is an important, what we need to be looking to do is increase the price our farmers get, and the highest value market we have is the British market, and that differential is something which is always exceptionally frustrating for farmers to look at, because it shows the price that can be paid for beef and it shows the price we are not getting for beef. The other thing I would like you to your thoughts on is the European average price for beef, and in terms of how we compare with that. The last period of time we've been under the price, and other times we've been over the price. Once you go outside of the European Union, you're into, by and large, less value markets. So, and there is an issue where within Europe we are at about 102% self-sufficient. That's sort of a saturated market to an extent. So what I'm looking to get at is your thoughts in terms of how we can get higher prices and where we can get them and how we need to go about doing that. I would also be interested in your view in terms of the impact further than what has been in the opening presentations in terms of the impact of feedlots, in terms of its impact on the prices paid in the domestic market and what you believe the approach should be to those. Also further detail in relation to your view on what reforms are needed in the beef grid. I would also be interested in your view in relation to a new initiative which was put forward there in recent weeks by Glanbia in association with Kepac in terms of dairy-bred beef, and that is an initiative and what your thoughts are on that. I'd also be interested in terms of your view on the beef data genomics programme in terms of its role in the beef sector and its value, and whether it's something you feel that should be continued. And also, and it's often mentioned in relation to the 5th quarter, and farmers needing to get a return for the 5th quarter. And I would like you to flesh out further your view and your thoughts in relation to that, because the way I look at it, the farmers aren't getting paid for any quarter, whereas the focus tends to be a lot in the fifth quarter, and farmers not getting a return for that. Obviously, that market has developed in recent years, where there wasn't a value on it before. There is a value there, and farmers are saying we don't see any additional income coming to us because of it. But farmers were not getting any proper return or value accredited to the other 4 quarters either. But I would like just you to flesh out your view on that as well, because it is a significant issue. And a particular question for MACRA in relation to beef farmers and in relation to the view of young farmers within your organisation to beef. Obviously, there hasn't been little to no good news in recent years in relation to the beef sector. That's why we're here today, looking to see what the future can be and how we can provide a viable future for it. But in terms of the view of your younger members, is there many that you can see going into beef enterprises, sold beef enterprises? because certainly the majority of young farmers we would be seeing would be those going into dairy or to a lesser extent tillage. But what is the view in the future as regards to your membership with regard to beef?
Thanks, Deputy. Deputy Cahill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'd like to thank the two organisations for their presentation today. I suppose the focus here is to talk about profitability in the beef sector and how we can try to restore profitability in the beef sector and food-wise 2025, whether it is relevant now in 2019 as it was when it was formulated. I would be disappointed that the focus of one of the organisations' presentation was on other farmers and trying to take money from another sector and put it and divert it away. And that's not going to solve the issues of the beef sector. And they want to look at the beef processors and their attitudes of what they are doing. They have weight limits there, which is clearly an indication that these very big carcasses coming from the suckler herd aren't what the market wants at the moment. And a significant amount of money has been invested in the last 5 to 10 years in promoting Hereford Prime and Aberdeen Angus beef. And the vast majority of them are coming from dairy herds. And, I, like a lot of my neighbours, finish cattle, and I haven't got any suckler cow, but I finish cattle and I produce quality beef. And I've yet to see any survey that says that there's a different taste of an Aberdeen Angus steak coming from a Frisian cow than there is of an Aberdeen Angus steak coming off a Charlie cow, or that there's a better taste of a Charlie U+3 or U+4 than there is of a Hereford or Angus carcass. And I think having conflict between different farmers is only going to play into the hands of the processors. And I think, as other speakers have said, we should concentrate on trying to find solutions and getting money into the sector. Because at the moment, anyone that's involved in beef farming, from whatever system they're in, whether it's calf to beef, store finishers, winter finishers, suckler farmers, everyone is losing money. And as I said one day lately there in the Dáil, it's who's losing the least. Yes, there's definitely no one making money. And we have a lot of extra confrontations coming down the road at us. We have a Mercosur deal where the Commission seem very uninclined to defend the position of European beef farmers. We have the whole complication of Brexit and the lack of access that's going to give us to the UK market, and whatever is the finest thing that comes out in that. But I think, as I said, I think solutions rather than putting one farmer against the other is definitely the way forward. And I think if beef farmers were to take anything from the dairy sector, it would be the price index that's operated by Oireachtas. And a dairy farmer can know within ½ cent a litre what he should be getting for his milk. And he knows down to that minute detail. And there's a basket of products there, and that index is publicly available. Even though in my time on Oireachtas, some of the processors tried to do away with the transparency of that, but thankfully, with the farmer representatives on that board, we stopped that happening. That's what the Beef Forum should be doing, and that's something that should be done. That we'd have an index there that we would be able to put some kind of a fair value of what a carcass is worth to the factories. And that includes, as has been mentioned by my colleague, Deputy McConalogue, about the fifth quarter. And like the fifth quarter, was a huge cost to the industry 20 years ago. That day is long gone, but the huge costs to the farmers are still being left there, and there's no gain being attributed to it whatsoever. And I think it's something that there should be a lot more focus on. Tagus have been promoting crossbreeding, and when we met them when this committee met them in January, they were still very defensive of crossbreeding and its huge advantages. I would be critical of Tagus on that, and a lot of the research farms have promoted crossbreeding, with no relevance to the lack of the reduction in the beef productivity from that breeding. And with a cull cow, if you take a 20% cull rate, if you have crossbred your cows compared with the traditional Frisian breeds, there's a huge loss there in the cull cow carcass, as well as the loss in the calf. And sex semen has been stalled for the last 10 years, in my opinion. There has been no movement whatsoever on it. And, you know, that has to be the reliability of the sex semen and the cost of it are something that research has been sorely lacking in. And I think, you know, we see factories, as been said by Deputy McConalogue here beside me, now starting to promote calf to beef schemes from the dairy herd. And it clearly shows where the factory focus is, and that they're convinced that when that produce comes to market, that they will be able to sell it. Now, I would hint in a warning note in that they said the same to us with bull beef a number of years ago. And when men had those bull beef at 18 to 20 months of age, they found that they couldn't get a factory to take them off them at that stage. But, you know, talking that, you know, that farmers in derogation should get lower cap payments, you know, I think that's a very bad road to be going down. And, you know, people, you know, the faraway hills can always seem very green and it's grand, you know. Dairy farmers anyway traditionally have low cap payments because dairy farmers would tell, if you were in a room full of dairy farmers, they would have a very different view of the way cap payments are distributed, and that the historical payment has been extremely unfair to them. So, you know, there's two ways to look at that, but to try to take money out of someone else's pocket is definitely not the way to solve the beef industry's crisis that we're in. It's we're producing beef under the cost of production. That's not sustainable going forward. That's what needs to be sorted, not trying to deviate money from other sectors. And, you know, a lot of those men have very high borrowings and very high commitments. And, you know, to say that farmers should pay for lairage space on the continent, calves that left this country in 2018 paid over 300,000 in levies to Bord Bia, and that should be more than enough to provide lairage facilities on the continent. And like Bord Bia, you know, promotional body for Irish beef, trying to, you know, secure routes to markets for Irish beef, and, you know, live exports has to be one of the pivotal one of those routes, and definitely not enough is being done in that regard. And calves, I think, is the way we can get very large numbers moving. But the reality is we have no stock from 12 months of age or over moving at the moment in live exports. Only you'll hear of an odd boat here and there, but not any significant numbers. And if we're going to put competition in the trade with factories, the live trade, you know, will always help the dead trade, and there has to be a seriously extra focus on that. But, you know, solutions and how we can, you know, restore profitability to the sector, that's what we have to focus on. And I think price transparency on the factories, and try and get at the root of what the value of the carcass really is to us. Just to Macra, I would just ask a question. The 70,000 cap that has been introduced as regards concessions, incentives and concessions on the taxation side, stamp duty, stock relief, and there was another one there where a father and where there was a partnership formed, there was tax concessions as well. And, you know, I suppose 70,000, when you look at it quickly, can look to be a significant cap. But is that a stumbling block at the moment out there on land being transferred to the younger generation? And like you take the price of land at the moment, and if you take stamp duty at 6%, that cap wouldn't be long evaporating. And I think it is a very retrograde step in trying to attract, to give control of land to the younger generation, that cap introduced. And I'd just like to get Macra's view on it. I think it will slow the transfer of land, it will leave land be left to inheritance rather than transfer. And to me, it is a very retrograde step. And as sure as, you know, nightfall is day, we'll have the cap negotiations ongoing at the moment, and there will be a fund put aside to give young farmers a top-up. And I'm not saying I object to that, but that will be going out of other farmers' pockets as well. And at the other side, we have governments putting a cap on the incentives they're going to give to attract young people into the industry. And I think those two policies are at parallel opposites. And I can't see how the Commission can say we want a young farmer top-up on one side and then put a cap on the tax incentives on the other. And I'd just like to get Macra's view on that, Chairman.
Deputy Kenny next, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Sorry, I missed both your presentations. I've read through them. First of all, in regard to the overall beef crisis, as we're calling it at the moment, to me, it's just an extension of where we've been for the past number of years. It is, while it may be presented as a crisis in recent times, it's not really new to us. Certainly, for part of the world I come from, where we're mainly dealing with suckling farming, people have been in this position for quite a length of time and are really finding that the price they're receiving for their animals is so poor that many are taking the option of going out of farming, and that's a big problem, and it'll be a big problem going into the future. The couple of issues I'd just like to raise in regard to some of the rules that have been put in place, particularly the 4 movement rule, I think is one of the things that really, all farm organisations need to get around this and call it for what it is. It is simply a means of reducing the price. It's a price control measure by the processors. And the other one in regard to the age limits and this thing of under 30 months and under 24 months and under this, that and the other. And again, they're simply price reduction mechanisms that are put in place. While there may have been some legitimacy around some time ago when we had BSE and other problems in place, that's long and long gone. I know nobody that when they go to buy a piece of meat checks the age of it or knows anything about what age it is. I know nobody in any processing facility when they are filling an order that worries about whether the order come from what grade of animal, whether it was you or wherever it was, the order is filled and the price is got from it as the same price they get for it regardless of where it came from in the beginning. So I think we need to recognise that there are issues there that have to be dealt with. And really, to me, and it's mentioned in probably to some extent in both of your submissions, is that we have an opportunity to try and remodel. And sometimes when a crisis comes, it's a time for action, and it brings people's concentrated minds as to how we can resolve a situation. And I think this is a crisis that shouldn't be let go and just put a sticking plaster on it and come back in a year or two's time, things improve a little bit and sure, things are getting better, everyone eases off, and in a couple of years' time we're back to the same place as we were again before. I think this is an opportunity to take real action, to look at the beef industry going in a different direction, going in a direction which you're talking about, I believe, lower intensity, higher nature farming for a higher price. I think there's opportunities there to market our, and I remember we had Jim Power in here a couple of years ago talking about how he'd done a study into Brexit and where Brexit was going to go and what opportunities or problems there was going to be about it. I remember asking him at the time in regard to the marketing of beef that Irish beef was being marketed on a par with beef from everywhere else in the world. We were basically working on a world market. And from my view, and he concurred with me, and anyone else who's logical about it understands that the product that we produce in Ireland is quite unique. It's grass-fed animals, free roaming, from a family farm, traceable from farm to fork. And those 4 things alone, without talking about the whole nature value and the green image that Ireland has across the world, I think is an opportunity to put Irish beef into a different place, Irish meat products in general, but certainly Irish beef and lamb into a different place, and to market it as such. That may require over a period of time, and it's a challenge to the industry and to everyone, is possibly to reduce the amount that we produce for a while, set ourselves a higher standard, go for the top shelf, go for the premium product, and demand that higher price for it. And I think that is the solution, as far as I can see, down the road. But that will require all parties to it playing together and working together and coming up with a plan, which isn't just a plan to put a sticking plaster on it, but a plan to put it into a different place, to put it into a place like where Irish dairy is almost. That's the kind of direction we need to be going with Irish beef, because I agree with, I think it was in the ICSA submission where it said about €5 a kilo. That's the kind of price we need to be seeing Irish beef getting for the primary producer in the factory. It needs to be getting €5 a kilo at least. And then we could see ourselves into a place where beef farming will be sustainable into the long term. If that doesn't happen, and we just put a sticking plaster on and we go back to where it was before, we're going to continue having these problems. There's other issues there in regard to competition within, and we'll have Meat Industry Ireland in later on, in regard to how all of that works, or whether there is competition or not, or whether it exists or not. But certainly new players coming into the market find that there's big problems in getting rid of their offal and getting rid of the whole stuff about how that's structured. And that comes into play where the department and the government and the minister will have to have a firmer hand, I think, on how things are controlled in that part of the industry. And, you know, practices there will need to get, I believe, a very firm hand as we move forward. Because if we come up with a plan, and that's the challenge to everyone around the table, I think, from all the farm organisations, from across the board, and for the industry itself, because it's in the interests of everyone that we have a solvent, not just a solvent, but we have a prosperous beef sector. It's in the interests of the processors, it's in the interests of the retailers, it's in the interests of the consumer. It's in the interests of everybody that we have a prosperous beef sector. So if we're going to decide that that's what we want to do, then we all have to work together to make that happen. But it will require some heads being cracked together, because there's people who don't want that. There's a large sector out there, I feel, certainly the supermarket sector and perhaps element of the processing sector as well, who want to continue to stay where they are, who want to go for maintaining the status quo. But I think that this particular dip in what has been an ongoing crisis is an opportunity for to say, right, let's take this and properly deal with it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you both for coming in here this afternoon to help us with this very important piece of work that we're doing. And I suppose my first question is the same question to both of you, which is what your views are on the ambitions within Foodwise 2025 in terms of the potential that was clearly outlined in it and what the reality is now. Is what's in there sustainable? And I think that's a very key question. I'm just interested in, Macra, you might tell me about more about the young farmer bonus that you've referred to there and how you see that being distributed and you know, where it would come from. And in terms of the ICSA, I just was wondering about two things there in your points around the dairy sector paying for increased lairage capacity in Cherbourg. If you could expand a bit on that comment, and also the EU level auditor to audit and publish who makes a profit from beef and expose retailers or processors to take excess margin from the food chain. Again, if you could just give me a little bit more information on your proposals there. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy. Okay, I think we'll go back to the witness now at this stage. Mr. Kent, now we'll start off, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, deputies and senators, for your questions. First of all, we have to think about what we're producing. We're actually producing a very high-grade product. If you're talking, I was speaking to some Dutch people during the week and talking about the restaurant experience of eating Irish beef. It's in a different league, and it's not possible to emulate that in continental Europe, bar maybe parts of France, with grass feeding. But we're grass-fed, and that goes down to the highest priced product in the restaurant. The Irish-fed beef is generally right through the major cities in Europe. But unfortunately, our product is not being marketed adequately. I think it's actually being dumped, and I question a lot of the funding that's going into some of these so-called government agencies and where it's going. And if some of these people could be decommissioned and new people put on board to actually do the marketing, because I don't believe it's done. And I think even funding, instead of putting the money, put those people on a farm assist type of wage for a couple of years and let them think about what they've been doing. Sending farmers down the road of absolutely increasing production while they haven't been providing the markets for us. So I think that needs to be done. Some of these government organisations need to be sidelined and shelved and use that funding to even back up like a Lidl or Aldi. They're absolutely doing a great job of marketing here. I'm not sure about on the continent, but we need to promote grass-fed, GMO-free is another issue. We're actually being hijacked here by some government agencies as well, because 100% of farmers here do not grow GMO products. But we're using in our pigs and poultry and dairy industry a small amount, and that can be changed. But in the beef industry in general, it's too expensive to use soya, and it's not used. So grass-fed beef, generally, there's absolutely zero GM, and we need to get a high price. We need to market it as such. And we need to get a price back to the primary producer for that. And of course, get a PGI status for it. That's exactly what we need to do. And we, as an organisation, have given the red card to the grid system because it's only a vertical integration system to force farmers into vertical integration, weak selling, trying to comply with a whole lot of regulations that are not actually required by the market. Some testing done recently have compared, I've seen it, the results of it, testing 14-year-old cows off grass, 7-year-old and young beef, and the 14-year-old cow was the most flavoursome. So, you know, somebody's complying with 20 months and all the rest. Some of this is absolutely very questionable. Now, maybe with intensive indoor bulls, it might be a different thing, but I still have questions about all of that. The UK versus here price. Absolutely makes no sense at all that we're taking a lower price than the UK. The proximity to the market, says our market is right next door. We need to focus the minds of these agri-vultures. They've been, you know, getting levies off us and a whole lot of different, you know, we're funding them there and we're getting nothing back in return, only and the fifth quarter is another issue, absolutely, I agree totally. It's worth at least €200 a head. We haven't ever been paid for that, and I think it's about time that a farmer got a payment for that. On the grid system, the actual grid machines are absolutely a quandary. They're total, they seem to be inefficient, at least 20% out of line with what's actually supposed to be there. There's a system, DEXA scanning, it's the same as the airport scanning. They're doing work on it in Australia at the minute, and it's very, very promising. And it works on edible meat yield. They're able to determine through that type of a DEXA machine the exact amount of edible meat on a particular carcass. And we need to be working on that very, very fast because it's very efficient. It gives 100% accuracy or near enough to it, as against 60 to 80% with the conventional machines on edible meat yield. And you know, depending on light and shape and all the rest, a lot of very variable things. The amount of light levels in factories can vary the grid results. Also, farmers could have 15 cattle in a load, cattle going to the meat plant, and they have 15 different prices. They don't know. They're arguing among themselves if they got one or two above a particular thing or whatever. Two farmers going out instead of arguing with the factory for getting such a bad price. So it's taking the focus off of the factories that you know that they're actually using that system to pay farmers a very, very poor price. There's a war on meat, and it's been funded by large multinational corporations, and it's been funded through quangos and NGOs to create a war on meat. There's a question of education in schools recently, whereby a chewing gum manufacturer that's owned by a chocolate bar manufacturer that's owned by multinational corporations that are already invested heavily in fake meat are putting money in to skew the narrative with regard to the reality is, and the reality is if kids eat quality Irish beef, they're actually healthier, smarter, better looking, and they don't have obesity and diabetes and all these things, rather than eating a whole lot of sugary, you know, concoctions, which will be the, you know, the type of fake meat type of products that'll probably be tasty enough, but the actual health of the person, that's another factor as well. And if these big multinational corporations are also invested in pharmaceuticals, of course they're going to push these quangos that are of dubious. They're getting far too much airplay and far too much media coverage. So I think we need to go on, follow the trail of money in any of these so-called quangos there that are supposed to be representing the environment and a whole lot. On the environment, sequestering carbon, Ireland, we have an extensively stocked type of system, not intensively, outdoor grazing, whereby each acre of carbon can be sequestered up to 5 tonnes of carbon, and you know, the output per animal of emissions is only 50 kilos. So it's a no-brainer to have grassland farming using cattle and sheep and so on. It's absolutely, we should be getting paid for the carbon sequestration rather than being listening to this load of tripe from some media outlets and some quangos. So I could go on all night, but I'm going to pass to Eddie and Edmund here to say a bit more.
Thank you, Chairman. Just let's talk about our proposal on auditing the beef price and the margins at EU level. And the question was asked previously why it should be done at EU level. Deputy Cahill mentioned how there was a price index with Ornua, but I think there was one telling point where he said that when that was tackled to be taken away, the board were able to prevent that happening. And there's no board in meat factories, so that's the critical difference. And therefore, we have to deal with this through a regulatory approach. Now, to do it at the Irish level won't work, in our view, because, firstly of all, we are an exporting country, because the beef we sell is going into markets all over Europe predominantly, and the multinational retailers that sell our beef are not actually answerable in many cases to just one member state. And we look at the teeth that have been shown by Commissioner Vestager in terms of our ability to tackle the likes of Google. That's the kind of power we need to deal with these kind of companies. And in our view, there is no possibility of resolving all of the issues about getting a fair price unless we have absolute transparency and naming and shaming of where the margins in beef production are going. We know that farmers spend 3 years breeding and feeding cattle. We know that they spend about 3 weeks that meat being processed and delivered and put onto the shelves, and about 3 days being sold. We do all the work, they get all the profit. And until this has to be tackled, and we think that, you know, what Commissioner Hogan did in tackling unfair trading practices is only the beginning. We need a lot more aggressive movement by politicians right across Europe to ensure that consumers and producers know exactly who's making what margins out of beef. And this is particularly important because the processing industry operates on the basis of unlimited private companies. So their accounts are a mystery, completely opaque to everybody. The large multinationals are PLCs, and there is some examination of their profits, but because they're such massive corporations, we don't know whether they're making money out of selling washing up liquid, chewing gum or meat. And we need drilling down a granular examination of what they're making out of the critical parts of the food chain. So that's what I would say about that. And until we get to that stage, everything else is going to be really, really difficult. Okay? We've said that we want to see suckler beef marketed as a speciality product, and we think that's really critical, and that's why ICSA has been looking for the PGI status for suckler beef. And I think that can be a help to Irish beef. If we go for PGI status for the entire national supply of beef, we undermine our ability to get any niche price premium for any of it, because it's very hard. It's playing into the hands of the processors. It's putting all of the beef into one big massive mountain for the meat factories to do as they always did, which is play one off against the other. So we need to look at specialised prices for speciality producers. Now, in terms of the distribution of cap payments, yes, what ICSA is saying is that we need to target those payments better at low to medium intensity farming systems. And I know it's okay for Deputy Cahill to say we shouldn't be putting one against the other, but the fact is that cap reforms have taken a lot of money off our members already in convergence. We, of course, want a fully funded cap, but even with a fully funded cap, there isn't enough money to put adequate support into cattle and sheep farmers under the present regime. And if we look at a potential 5% cut, which we hope won't happen, but that makes it tighter still. So choices have to be made. And the reality is that the cattle, sheep and tillage sectors are half and quarter of the emissions of intensive dairying systems. So they're actually doing the dairy farmer a favour. If we all had the emission levels of high-intensity dairying, Ireland would be in serious difficulty in terms of climate change. But because some farmers are doing less intensive, lower emission systems of farming on a per hectare basis, we're keeping the wolf from the door when it comes to penalties. So it is only logical that we should say that those farmers should be rewarded for that, because they're helping the national interest, and they're also actually allowing farmers who want to be more intensive to continue to be intensive. But we also have to look at the question that the dairy expansion model has had an adverse impact on our sector. Number of calves, yes, but there's more to it than that, which is the deliberate strategy of going down the New Zealand route, which is Jersey cross calves, Kiwi cross calves, And that's been done primarily on those 200 to 300 cow herds where, let's be honest about it, it's about trying to pretend that one farmer can do the impossible in terms of numbers. These are the places where you see these calves, and there's no point in putting a tooth in it. There is no system of beef finishing that we have seen that can make it possible to finish those calves. So yes, we think that needs to be rethought. We are disappointed, for example, that Teagasc hasn't gone down the route of showing what could be done with a Montbéliard or a Fleckfee herd, for example, or a British Frisian herd. But unfortunately, in the rush to expand, Jersey Cross is the predominant model of the expanding dairy herds. Now, there's a bit of rollback from it now, but it's going to take 3 or 4 generations to solve that. In terms of the grid, as mentioned earlier on, yes, we think it needs to be reformed. The weight limits are a huge problem for suckler farmers. And, you know, I was looking last night at the Tesco offering on the fake meat burgers, 2 burgers for €7. Now, this again goes back to the point we're making about we have got to get on top of what retailers and processors are doing to our sector. They have told us for years that consumers won't pay any more than €10 for 2 steaks, 2 high-quality products, natural, nothing added. They won't pay any more than a tenner. But they are selling the fake burgers at €7 for 2 of them, even though the beef burger, the genuine article, is considerably less. Now, how is it they're managing to get this money out of consumers? The reality is that we are being totally led astray about what consumers will or will not pay for. And the interesting thing, by the way, is when you drill into the Tesco British version of the fake burger, the ingredients, there's 27 ingredients that go to make it up. And in terms of transparency over it, it is packed in the UK using plant products grown in the USA. Possibly genetically modified, who knows what the regs are out in the USA. And this kind of stuff has been brought in here and sold as a premium product, and yet we are told we can't get any more than €10 for 2 steaks. Yet we are told that mince beef has to be sold at half price to get it off the shelves. Somebody is codding somebody here. So it all goes back to a tough regulatory approach on what is going on at retail and processor level. We have to have this, and in our view, every member state and every politician in every member state has got to stand up and just go back to the point. Marguerite Vestager would not tolerate Google completely controlling the internet. And yet, we are allowing a couple of multinational corporations to control the food chain, and we don't seem bothered. That's where we've got to start, and that's the central point of what we want to say on this.
Okay, thank you. Marcella?
Thank you very much, Chairman. We'll do our best to cover as many of the questions as possible. Just, I think, without necessarily repeating what the lads have said, as regards the price differential, I think even from our point of view through the European Young Farmer Organisation, SEJA, we have the opportunity to put members on the Meat Market Observatory, and even trying to, at a European level, get transparency and information on European prices for beef, and comparing like with like is extremely difficult, and this lack of information or this lack of transparency seems to be a cultural issue amongst the meat industry, not just here but across Europe, and I think that creates huge problems. Whether that would be fixed if we had all the information, or whether that lack of information points towards a cartel, I think I don't know what the legal definition of what a cartel is, but I'm sure it certainly, I would see it as an unfair trading practice, and it certainly reduces the options and makes life difficult for farmers who have no certainty when the cow calves, they don't know what that animal and what their product is going to be worth in 2 years' time. I think there's a huge lack of transparency too when it comes to the retailers, and a number of the The deputies have mentioned, some of them mentioned the rules that are in place, restricting the price and restricting the options for the farmer. And what we're told by the processors is that this is the retailers making these demands on behalf of the consumer. And Eddie has already raised what they tell us on behalf of the consumer as regards price. And I think the question does need to be asked around some of those rules that are in place. And while some of them started with some very logical reasons at the time, the reasons for those restrictions have now gone. By the same token, if you take the age as an example, I don't think encouraging farmers to keep animals for over 30 months is something we want to be doing from an environmental point of view. The longer you have an animal on the farm, the more emissions that animal is putting out. More efficient feeding of a beef animal, rearing those animals that are higher have a higher feed conversion rate, and that is your continental animals, your higher quality beef animals. But where it does hit is where you have a cull cow or something like that, and that does punish the farmer when it comes to that point. And as you say, there's no reason for that restriction anymore. I think another thing around the price differential is we're told we're on a global market now. We're told we're feeding into a global market and that this is the price the global market will pay. However, one of the deputies raised the issue of British beef having a premium in the British market. But what we would say is that, and what we would hear in our discussions and what I would see myself if you travel to London, is that McDonald's, as an example, every beef burger you buy in this country is Irish beef. But if you go to a McDonald's in the UK, every burger is British and Irish beef. And they mightn't see us as the same, or they might see us as the same in Brexit, but they definitely see our quality Irish meat product as equal to their own, and we should be receiving the same benefit for that in that market, and we should be receiving the benefit of having a high quality product in that British market. Just as regards some of the issues that Deputy Penrose raised, around legislative feedlots getting subsidies and corporations receiving subsidies, I suppose we have seen a lot of farmers move down the road of setting up companies and using that as a tool for their farm.
You wouldn't be doing a company unless you're making profit.
Yes, but I think where we would see that being addressed is through our active farmer definition, and that what we have proposed in our CAP document is an extremely strong, demanding active farmer definition that shows productivity, that shows business improvement, and shows that the farmer is planning and moving in the right direction from a development point of view. And if you're operating a feedlot, or if you're in a corporation, in a large corporation, you would not hit our active farmer definition. But then again, that requires us all to demand that in the next CAP reform. I suppose, just to mention what Deputy McConalogue mentioned around Europe being 102% self-sufficient, it boggles the mind that a trading bloc that is 102% self-sufficient, that will lose one of the parts of that trading bloc that is already not self-sufficient in beef, would then open itself up to third country suppliers supplying poorer quality product and over-supplying the market even further. And I think when it comes to trade deals, while we accept that, there has to be, I suppose, compromise on all sides, I don't see the benefit for Europe as a trading bloc to oversaturating itself for a product it's already self-sufficient in. When it comes to the beef grid, as you'll have seen in the copy of our sustainable beef policy that we released today, and all the members of the committee should have been sent it before we arrived here today. We mentioned some of the same things that the ICSA have mentioned around reform of the grid, the exploration of using these DEXA scanners, the X-ray machines, but also something, and at a recent meeting of our Young Farmer Committee, we had a farmer from New Zealand who came into us and informed us about how their farmers are paid for beef and the element of the payment that comes around eating quality and all of the aspects that are involved there, and that certainly, given the product we have, given that we've mentioned PGIs, and every organisation that will probably sit in front of you will, from a farming point of view at least, will mention PGIs, this is something that should possibly be explored to ensure a greater return to the farmer. On the beef data genomic programme, we've sat in a number of committees now at this stage and said that while our members are not 100% happy with it, it's certainly something that they see as pushing the sector in the right direction. They see it as pushing the right message and driving advancements and developments and the right technical skills to improve the sector as overall. Certainly, I think we would have seen that, you know, some of what has been introduced through the BEEP system, or the BEEP payment, is also pushing that in the right direction. And anything that, I suppose we see it in any number of ways, is that dairy farmers have such a control and such a knowledge of their KPIs, of their production figures, and that I suppose every other sector needs to, and there are some other sectors that match them, but every sector across the board needs to get to that level where they know their business inside out, they know their costs, and that they're maximising everything they can. On the fifth quarter, the control of the outlets for offal and all of those other things is definitely something that I would believe needs to be looked at by the Competition Authority, because the options for farmers when killing their animals is certainly greatly restricted from where it would have been 10, 15, 20 years ago. And I think that has come about through a greater control of those outlets through one or two routes. I suppose just on some of the more young farmer specific questions, as somebody who, like a very large majority of beef farmers, has an off-farm job in manufacturing, we would see forward selling of beef and contracts as a way of increasing the certainty around income for young farmers. And as we mentioned in our presentation, that could come through either the producer organisations or young farmers, you know, agreeing to hit certain specs and hit certain weights that the processors have no problem telling us that they require. But if you as a farmer can guarantee that you will supply a certain amount of product at a certain spec, you deserve to be rewarded for the ability to produce that at a given time. And as I said, the future of those businesses is inextricably linked to having young farmers to produce that product. The age demographic is there, it's there for everyone to see, and 10 years could make a huge change in the number of beef farmers that are in this country if we're not careful. Just on the question around would we tell young farmers to go beef farming, I think they're speaking with their feet already. And you know, I recently interviewed for the Teagasc Student of the Year, and I think we had a large number of people who had either beef animals at home, or who were considering converting to other sectors. If it wasn't dairy and the land didn't allow, they were looking at sheep, because they just see currently no major optimism or no major reason to go into beef farming as a way of having a sustainable income. And they don't necessarily expect to be a full-time beef farmer, but even to justify being a part-time beef farmer is very hard for them. And on to Deputy Cahill's question around the €70,000 cap, around the stamp duty, the stock relief and the succession farm partnership, certainly at the moment, while there is, and we've been in discussion with both this committee, we've made a representation to this committee, to the Department of Agriculture and at a European level, and it certainly is a contradiction in terms, because on one hand, as you say, you have a commission that is putting forward incentives to encourage young people into the sector, and on the other hand we have a rule that while 70,000 might be an absolutely enormous cap, in some countries it is at 6%. It is eaten up very quickly in this country, and I think what is certainly holding up the transfer of land at the moment is the uncertainty around it all, and until the advice is given, I can't say for certain, you know, how much of a hold-up it will be. But if we look like we're going to be operating, that the relief is going to be on 6%, it will certainly be a major hold-up in the transfer of farms into younger hands. So, you know, given, I would be encouraging the committee to keep the pressure on that as much as possible. Just something I think, one thing I didn't get to mention from my presentation is that I think certainly we would see at the time when the Beef Forum, at the last convening of the Beef Forum, although it didn't happen, we expressed our belief that the Beef Forum, while it mightn't have been as constructive as we would have hoped, certainly there was no benefit from not being around the table. We would see, and while every farm organisation that will come in front of you will have a slightly different view on how it should happen, I think more unity across the farm organisations is required, because when you sit down at the table, there's a very unified voice at one side of it, and unless we as farm representatives can unify our voices, I don't know how much can be achieved at the table. So maybe that is something for us to consider. Thank you, Chairman.
There's one issue there that you neglected, or maybe just forgot to say, Deputy Corcoran Kennedy, the issue about the young farmer bonus.
I suppose we would see that as tying in, as I mentioned, young farmers are those most likely to avail of technologies, advancements in knowledge transfer, and that it would be tied in around that, around the adopting those practices and ensuring that your beef is as carbon efficient as possible, is meeting animal welfare standards. And you know, we certainly see it amongst those young beef farmers that are there. There is a certain cohort of young beef farmers that would not consider whether they had a plot of land big enough for dairying, who just will not consider dairy farming, and they love beef farming. That's what they want to do, and they are the leaders in that sector, and they are going to do everything that they possibly can to continue beef farming in a sustainable way. And it's those sort of people that we want to encourage to adopt the right techniques, and through working with advisory and education, I think if young farmers are hitting the right specs and producing the right sort of product, then they should certainly be rewarded for that.
Thanks, Mr. Healy. Now, there's a couple of other deputies of indicated. Deputy Scanlon, Deputy Fitzmaurice and Deputy Nevin, did you indicate there? Okay, Deputy Scanlon, first of all.
Just briefly, Chairman, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm not a member of the committee, but I do have an interest in what's being discussed here today. And there's no doubt that there is a serious problem in relation to the beef industry. And look, it's a serious situation at the moment, because I'm very much aware of beef farmers and the struggle that they have at the moment to try and survive. And if they don't get support, and get support very, very soon, they won't be around in 2025, or they won't be around in 2022 either. So I'm just here to listen, and whatever support I can give to the committee in any way, I'd be glad to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Deputy Fitzmaurice.
Thanks very much for your presentation. The first thing to the ICSA, live exports. We had people in here saying that there was a huge opportunity for them, but is it sustainable, in your opinion, to be trying to kill up on 40,000 cattle a week? And in my opinion, once we're at 27 to 30, we're okay as farmers. Once we went over that, there was a problem. And even allowing for the reducing the size of carcass, do you think that that can continue? On the line of Mercosur, I've seen a few groups coming in here, and I think in fairness to, be it, I'm not on this committee, but to the committee or to a minister, there's going to be a person appointed by Europe to do the deal with Mercosur. And whether you jump up or dance or whatever you want to do,
they're going to say how many Mercosur we're going to sell and how many of this, that and the other. And if Mercosur comes in, there's more than even Ireland in trouble with beef, in my opinion. I'd like your views on that. What's your views on the forward movement in the 70-day? I would have said that if you come on the 70-day, if you come from an ICBF, or if you come from a Borbia approved farm and go to another one, that it shouldn't be a problem. And anaerobic digestion, I see that you talked about that there. And to Macra, thanks for your presentation, guys. I see that you're promoting 5-star bulls there on your thing. For the people in the suckler side of the world, they would have always contended that since we went down that road, the animals in the line of going for the Italian trade and some of those trades out abroad and E&U grade cattle, the quality of cattle, and anyone that goes to a market will tell you that the quality of our cattle has deteriorated. Why are you promoting that, or are you basically just going with the likes of the ICBF? In the line of the beef forum, tell me where you see the advantages of it, because there's no legal standing. I see you omitted, and then on feedlots there, what's your view on the feedlots? And do you think that exporting slurry and derogations on dairy or beef farms, which may be helping feedlots, is a good idea, and should it be continued?
Thanks, Deputy. Just before I go back, a couple of questions for myself. As there's no doubt that the beef industry is going through a very difficult stage. For the last while, it didn't happen today or yesterday, even though it's probably got compounded in more recent times. But I do think we need a long-term solution. I didn't think it could be very populist to come up with a very short-term solution. You know, but you could be back here in a year's time or 18 months' time talking about the same issue. Unless there's a very definite roadmap for the future for the beef industry, I think we're going to be in serious trouble. The way I see it, there's 3 specific areas we need to concentrate on. What can be done on the home farm to make it more efficient, I think, is the first thing. The second thing is the processors. What can be done there to make it more transparent? And then the other end, the retailers. What actually can be done there to make it more transparent as well, to get as much as possible back to the primary producer. No, and I think that's where the body of work needs to be on. I think everybody has diagnosed what the problem has been for a long time at this stage, and we could rehash it time and time again, spend hours rehashing it. But from what I can see and listen to the submissions so far today and last day, there's not one silver bullet on this issue. And I think the only way, in my opinion, and I'd just like to have comments on this, is everybody working together in a constructive manner. You know, even though the beef forum, as been suggested earlier on, may not have been the perfect solution, I think I would totally agree with Deputy or with Mr. Healy in saying we're better off sitting around the table, not sitting around the table, talking about trying to find a solution to the matters. Say, for example, the quality assurance system. Like, if that's not working, we have to try and find a solution to make it better. And if not, what other way are we going to come up to be able to find a more efficient and a more transparent way of getting the most for the primary producer? That's what it's all about, getting the most back to the primary producer. So I think that's a key point. The other thing I think as well is going forward, we cap. I just like to hear your comments in this regard as well. We're facing obviously a challenge regards trying to maintain the budget, and we all want to have a fully funded cap budget. There's no doubt about that. But it'll be a challenge, but we know that as well. What would your views be on where the emphasis should be on in the new cap? Where the emphasis should be on trying to target the monies to make sure we get a fair and adequate price for our products in that regard. The other question I had as well was around the live exports. You know, I've noted in recent times that the live exports for this particular year has increased quite a lot year on year compared with last year's. You know, it was probably predictable over the last couple of years that we're going to be in this situation with the increase in the cow numbers. Once the milk quotas were abolished, you know, anybody with a bit of knowledge at all about agriculture scene would have been aware that there was going to be a challenge coming down the line that had to be addressed, and we probably didn't prepare enough for that challenge. So, live exports have increased a lot. We need to be able to make sure that it's sustainable going forward as well. And what do you think we can do what do you think we can do to make sure that is sustainable for the future? And the other final question is: there's been a lot of talk about 30-day movements and 4 movements and so on and so forth. In a recent PQ, I asked about this 30-month age limit, rather. You know, and the answer I got back as regards The following third country markets have veterinary certificates, health certificates. We had 30-month age limit for Irish beef. And we're looking for export markets time and time again, which is crucial. And these countries want a 30-month limit. China, Japan, Iran, Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, Switzerland, Egypt and Singapore also have a 30-month age limit for bone in beef only. So, and I asked then, what was the penalty for that, not having that there? And the penalty is non-compliance with these conditions could result in the plants concerned being removed from any list to exports to that market or the closure of the market. That's a serious situation. If those markets were closed, you know, what other alternatives have we got? So I think, you know, there's a lot of teasing out to be done on this before we throw out specific issues. You know, we need more and more markets, obviously. It's all about competition. If we haven't got competition, we're not going to be able to achieve anything. We export so much. We were depending on the GB market up to now. There's a challenge there at the moment. To replace that 40% that is going there of the beef sector at the moment, we have to find alternative markets. I think we have to be able to develop those in a very transparent way to make sure that everybody is able to do it together. And the final point I'll make is, I think it's now more important than ever in the challenges that are there that, you know, farmers are not pitted one against the other. I think that is a dangerous road to go down because I think, you know, we've seen over the years that a farmer can be his own worst enemy, whatever the case may be, and I think it's important that that doesn't happen for the future. So I'd welcome your comments.
Can I come in there? Just a few issues, like the whole expansion in the beef, the dairy beef. A lot of it is stemming from extra cull dairy cows. And traditionally over the years, like, the cow beef was the lowest priced beef there was, and every other type of beef was a certain percentage above it. But now with that much cull cow beef on the market, it has to be sold as cheap as possible to get rid of it. And that's pulling down the price of everything else. So I don't know what can be done about that, but if the dairy expansion keeps continuing, and there's an increase in the dairy herd, obviously there's going to be an increase in the cull cows, and it's going to have a knock-on effect. Once there's so much of the cheap beef about, why does good beef have to be so much better? I'm hearing that a lot of the processors, they are putting some of the lower quality cuts into the better markets now. It's so cheap, and I suppose the retailers are happy to use it too, so I suppose why not? What had it there? Yes, Charlie, you were asking there about Keepack and Glanbia. To be honest, I'm absolutely disgusted with what's happened there. I think it's a real insult to beef farmers and suckler farmers, and to farmers in general, offering them cash along with a calf to work. I know it has to be paid back, but a loan. And then to say that they'll send out people to advise them and help them through what they have to do. Like, do they take farmers to be completely stupid altogether, that they haven't enough knowledge to know what to do themselves, you know? And it seems to me there were very false figures that was put forward. I do go to quite a few marts. I'm looking to buy animals myself for a different job or two, and I'm looking to buy animals over 400 kilos at a year old. And in those same marts, I'm watching dairy stock coming out that are 2-year-old and they haven't even reached 300 kilos live weight. So, like, where do all these animals, where are they going to go to? Like, you talk about climate change and your carbon footprint. What's going to be done with these lower quality animals? There was another question asked there about the facilities in Cherbourg. We are saying that not the dairy farmers should be paying for it, but I think it's only right. The dairy calf, at the end of the day, is a byproduct of the dairy industry, and as far as we're concerned, it's a waste product in a lot of cases, and we think the dairy industry should be involved in sorting that out. So I don't think it's too much to ask of some of the co-ops, or all of the co-ops, if they want to get together and invest a wee bit in it. We understand that the Minister of Agriculture has said it wouldn't be right for the Irish Government to invest on foreign soil, but there's no reason why the dairy industry couldn't put some investment over there in Sherbrooke.
Deputy Cahill.
To be fair to calves that are going to the continent, which are producing top-class veal as a waste product, that is a scandalous statement, and it's undermining the quality of all our cattle and all our exports. And I would advise that that statement be withdrawn. Waste product, that's it.
Can I come in there again? The waste product is actually staying in the country. The better quality calves are going out.
What you said was that farmers should pay for a waste product going to the continent. That's what you said, and that's what's gone on the record here in the House. That's what was said. The calves coming out of the dairy herd are not a waste product. As I said earlier in my thing, factories are promoting Aberdeen Angus and prime beef schemes for the last 5 to 10 years and promoting them very intensively, and so is Bord Bia. So this idea that the quality of this product coming out of the dairy herd is a waste product, you want to forget about that. And as the chairman has said a few minutes ago, pitting farmer against farmer is not the way to solve the beef crisis. Everyone that's involved in beef at the moment is losing money, and cattle coming out of dairy cross cattle are being sold, and they're going in on the grid, they're suffering on the grid, they're going in on the grid. I think suffering more extensively than what they should. But to say that that product coming out there is a waste product, I could not let that pass without contradicting it.
Mr. Graham, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, well, I've just said that when I was in the marts, I watched animals 250 kilos, 2 years of age, and other animals, continental animals, 400 kilos at a year old. So, can you explain to me the difference there? We need efficiency. And I didn't say that dairy farmers should pay for the lairage. I said that the dairy industry should pay. And I'll stand by my remarks. The lesser quality calves are left in this country. The Jersey Cross calves, you know as well as I know what's happening to a good few of them. That has to be addressed.
300,000 collected last year by Bord Bia with calves leaving the country. If that's not here to provide a lairage on the continent, I don't know what kind of money you would provide a shed to hold stock in. So there's plenty of money being paid by the calves leaving the country to support infrastructure for them.
I would also make the point that the exporters have been saving a lot of money in recent years as well, but the reduction in the levy, it went from 470 down to 150, I think. Is that correct? 160, which would be a considerable saving as well over the last couple of years. Mr. Kent, you wanted to come in?
On the efficiency of it's from a dairy farmer, actually. I have this information on his farm of 150 Holstein cows, and he uses a beef bull to finish up, and to feed his 30 approximately Holstein bulls is against the 30 beef crosses. The pure Holsteins are eating twice the feed to put on the same weight, and actually the kill out of those Holsteins is less. So the actual efficiency of those animals is probably something like 30% as efficient as the half-bred beef animal. So I think those animals for export, they might be efficient for the first few weeks for veal production, but for beef production, they're absolutely a waste product. They're not viable to feed. Some disastrous financial results coming back from people losing 500 quid a head after feeding them. So I make no apology for Edmund's statement about it. Certainly we're not pitting farmer against farmer. We're talking about the dairy industry are the ones that are profiteering. There's over 20 people on $1 million plus a year that don't ever make a cow, managing these large cooperatives and so on and so forth. And it's a greed-driven business, and are working farmers too hard. I think dairy farmers are working way too hard for what they're getting, and that they're producing too much for too little. And I think dairy farmers have been exploited more than any other sector. But beef farmers are not going to last because they're on such a low threshold of income now. They're going to be out of business unless CAP is reformed in their favour. In their favour, I may add, and particularly extensive farmers here in Ireland, and small to medium and family units. They're not going to be there in rural Ireland. And shops and all ancillary industries in rural Ireland, in small towns and so on, will be wiped out because these farmers will have no spending power. So I think it's imperative in CAP reform that we focus entirely the CAP budget on keeping these people in production, because they're producing a very, very high quality product. And food conversion efficiency is a huge thing. It's the pig industry really is monitoring the tons of feed in and tons of pigs out, and it's purely on efficiency, and that's what makes them carbon efficient as well. And it's the same with the animals. These pure dairy cross animals, these kiwis and all, they're an absolute disaster to feed. So that needs to be, I couldn't emphasise that enough, because the feedback I'm getting on it is absolutely some horrendous stories of farmers losing hand over fist. And I think young people in particular need to be very cognizant of that. That haven't been experienced. The older farmers know well when they see these very sharp animals that they're going to eat a lot of feed for putting on very little edible beef. And they're not going to get caught so easily. But as young people are quite vulnerable because they can get money much more easily from banks, and they can actually get into a situation of unsustainable debt, insurmountable debt, working for large corporations. And I kind of put question marks over the KeyPack tie-in as well with Glanbia, because they can get people into a situation of debt that they can't overtake. And then they're in a threshold of trying to work really hard, and it's the newest form of slavery. It's debt slavery, and I think it applies to the dairy industry more than any other industry, but it also applies to young people getting into fattening these dairy bulls. And I think they need to do all their sums and get all the information possible before they even think of going down that route, because and talk to some older farmers that have a bit of knowledge, because you won't get it from the advisory services here. You definitely won't, because their focus totally is on to work these farmers harder and harder for less and less, and that's what farmers have been doing for the last 20 years. They've been working away, not alone their own labour, but they've been working away their resources as well. Their resources depleted. They're getting bigger in debt in both co-ops and in banks, and producing more for large corporations that's investing in hospitals and healthcare facilities and bank buildings in Dublin and a whole lot of other things other than the beef farmer's pocket. The beef farmer is the last person to be paid, and they'll pay the least. So I make no apology for standing up for beef farmers in this particular situation at all. And I'd add in the sheep farmer as well. They're a very vulnerable sector. They should be getting €6 a kilo for their lamb, and they're not. And they're producing probably one of the best meats you can get. And I'd say both the beef and that. The marketing, I go back on that again, what I said about marketing and all these different government bodies that are absolutely on large salaries, very questionable. Some of the funding of these is going, 60% of it is going on pensions. And I think the situation has come to the stage now where we're going to have to think about winding up some of these large.
Which ones are you talking about in particular?
Look, I can put out a list of them, because you can start with a whole lot of them there. But there's quite a few of them there, and there's a whole lot of superfluous activity going on there, and they're promoting GMOs and things that Irish farmers don't want. And Irish farmers want to get a better price in their pocket, and these people are preventing them from doing it, because they're experimenting with things that we don't want, the consumer doesn't want, and we need to revise what we're doing there.
Senator Lombard, you had to go to a vote earlier on. I give the opportunity to come in here now before we wrap up this section.
Thank you, Chair. Just in case the witnesses aren't aware the way the House works, and if the Senate has votes, which we 5 of them, the committee still runs on, but if Dáil has a vote, we stop. So it's just so it's the apartheid. I've been a senator in this House.
I was waiting to come back to give the opportunity.
But thank you, anyhow, Chair, for this opportunity to make my case. First of all, I think, look, we've had many presentations, and I'd like to welcome the first two, and I think this meeting has dragged on, so I'll be very brief. Could I just talk about the actual export issues and trying to ensure we get live exports and the live exports of animals that we require to actually move off the actual island itself? Is it true to say that the live exports are focused on the top quality animals and they're moving aside? Or do we need to focus more on the Frisian bullock to move aside? If you go back to the 80s, and particularly from my part of the world in Cork, large numbers of Frisian store bullocks moved. Vast numbers moved out. If I could finish. That number of store bullocks were going to North Africa, Middle East, those locations. The transportation of those bullocks off the island in many ways brought competition into the sector. We have a kill heading towards 40,000 at one stage during the year, probably actually touched it. Like, we're killing probably 10,000 animals too many. Is our issue here about trying to move, in particularly, not alone the calf, but the actual store bullock itself that isn't suitable, or the actual quality of the animal isn't suitable for our actual sector itself? And I think McConalogue made a very interesting point regarding sexed semen. And I think sex semen and sex semen trials, which are happening again at the moment, I think they're actually happening this week. There's very significant sex semen trials happening with large numbers of cows. about changing the insemination time going to later part of the day. Is this going to be a part of the long-term solution here? And your proposal about sex semen and where sex semen comes in? Because having vast numbers of Frisian bull calves come into a system that we really don't have a market for, that the market is export-led, whether it's going as calves, whether it's going as stores, we don't them going through the factory. Is that the real issue that we need to be working on? And the advantage of sex semen, not alone does it have the ability of Frisian heifers on the dairy stock, but you could have a quality Belgian blue animal coming off as well, which would, and I'd like the opinion of the beef experts, be a suitable option for the actual beef trade as well. So, do we need to focus on technology itself to try and solve some of this solution here? And the trials that are happening this week with several hundred cows being scanned in farms, in particular in the southern half of Ireland, those trials are very important to see can we actually get the sex semen issue sorted once and for all. But I put it to you, that's probably the two-hand approach. We've too many of the poor quality animals going through the factories. We've too many been killed. And until we actually have the competition of the stores or the Frisian bulls moving in vast numbers, and the knock-on effect of having sex semen coming on board, that would be a part of the solution. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, and briefly, Deputy Healy-Rae. I want to wrap up this session now if I can talk fairly quick. So.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad to have the opportunity to welcome the ICSA and MACRA here today, and to thank them for coming in here and recognising and highlighting the issues that need to be addressed by government and indeed by Europe. And because obviously the pressures that are already being felt by farmers as a result of Brexit and all these talks about whether they're coming or going, there's so much indecision and there's so much so much unknown that it is already hurting and reflecting in the prices that farmers are getting at the present time. And there's so many things and that need to be addressed by the government and by the Minister for Agriculture, like and so many I have already spoken about it, the layerage for the young calves, the dairy calves or the dairy bred calves, and you see, go back to 2013 when Minister Coveney was Minister for Agriculture at the time. He told dairy farmers that they would have to expand and that they could expand and that there'd be markets there for the milk. But at the same time, he never realised that those extra dairy cows were going to produce calves and that they were going to be in competition with the sucklermen. And tis those sucklermen now that I really worry about in rural places like Kerry, South Kerry, and even West Cork, all that entire area there, and the amount of effort and the amount of effort that they put into producing good quality beef calves, weanlings. I honestly say that they're supplying half the country with the beef cattle up the Midlands, out of marks like from Castle Island, Carrsiveen, Milltown, Kinmare, all that side of the country. And if they're touch and go in going out of production, Chairman, because they are not making a farming. They're not recovering their costs. And the impact that's already starting to have in places like Carrsiveen, there's one school there, only 2 children presented for last year as new children going into the school. 2 children. There was an IFA meeting in Steen the other night. There was 8 attended it, and the 8 were over 75 years of age. So that's what's happening in rural Ireland at the present time. They're leaving in droves. The young people are not interested because they can't see and they would like to take over the places that their fathers and their mothers have so much put into. There's been slatted sheds. They've done everything to the highest standard. They have every bob sprint that they had and that they didn't have to keep up. to keep up the standards and to comply with environmental regulations, and all that is going to go for nothing if we, as legislators here in the Dáil and the government and the minister, don't wake up to see what's happening in those places, because it's unreal, Chairman. They're under savage pressure and they're a dying breed at the present time. And a lot of things have happened and there's a lot of things going to happen, but there's one thing is sure. The level of activity in the places that I'm representing will die down altogether for because the Sucklermen are going to give it up. They can't stick it, they can't. The books won't balance and they're not able to keep going, and they're a very... There was other meetings held there, the beef plan meetings, 300 and 400 and 500 people attended those meetings. And to just that they're so busy at the present time, calving cows and lambing sheep and stuff, they'd be still going on. And because the problem has not been addressed, and we must keep highlighting. And thank you, Chairman, for letting...
Have you a question? No, we've highlighted the issues already. Have you a question, though?
The question I'm asking is, what can we do to help the suckler farmer, because he's...
That's what we're doing here today and last week as well, to try and come up with a solution.
Well, we must listen to the likes of Patrick Kintyre and these fellas that and the young market people, because they know what's happening out there. I know what's happening out there, but I fear that many people up here inside, and I'm not reflecting, not passing any reflection on you, Chairman, but there's a lot of people up here inside in the chamber don't have one iota of a clue what's happening, or do they care? And it's time they woke up and they'll get their answers when they'll go around to the door, because the people have been totally neglected. And that's the truth about it, Chairman.
Thanks, Deputy. It's not a Kerry issue, it's a countrywide issue as well. It's important.
Well, let every fella see after his own place, and I'll talk about Kerry and you can talk about the other places, but I'm not going to butt into your places at all, but I will not apologise to anyone for making the case for the people of Kerry, because they are in a desperate state at the present time.
It'll be a good summer. Okay. Any points I'll ask, but try to wrap up now briefly. I want to get into the second session up.
Just to catch up on a few points. The BDGP, look, we're in favour of schemes to put money into suckler farmers' hands. The problem with the BDGP is that the objectives of breeding are being defined by, if you like, the civil service rather than by the suckler farmer himself. And I think the BDGP scheme should continue, but in a radically changed format where each farmer is allowed to be master of his own destiny when it comes to breeding. And yes, it's a good idea to use BDGP data to try and get a cow per calf per year, for example. That's an efficiency. Everybody can agree with that. But the idea that you should focus on maternal traits has to be looked at and questioned. And we think that farmers who want who have committed suckler farmers who are breeding, for example, for Italian live export markets, they should be encouraged and facilitated in the BDGP to continue down the route of using the quality Charolais, Belgian Blue, whatever it is, bulls that they've been using. And unfortunately, that's where it's gone wrong. So we have to allow people who know what they're doing to determine their own destiny. On feedlots, earlier on, last September, I went on farmland to say there was a problem with feedlots, which is they're being used to put cattle in at times when maybe farmers are getting slightly the upper hand. And I think a number of things there, we have to question whether they should be entitled to EU subsidies, number one, particularly feedlots that are controlled by processors. That's a conflict of interest in our view. And we would also say, by the way, just in relation to the question on sex semen, yeah, I think it can help, but there's fertility issues, right? But maybe that can be solved. But it won't help if sex semen is used by dairy farmers to continue to produce small, narrow, sharpish, shrinking Kiwi cross cows. Because no matter how much sex semen works, if you're putting beef bulls on top of a fundamentally disastrous cow, and you continue down that road of going worse and worse in terms of Kiwi cross, then all the sex semen in the world won't solve that problem.
Briefly,
Mr. Chairman, sex semen is a thing that, the conception rates are lower. It's fine to use on heifers, first time. The dam breed is going to have to be put on the card of the calves, because I tell you, farmers are buying a pig in a poke. It needs to be up on the mart board, because with the colours of some of these Kiwis now, they don't know really what they're buying, and they're sold as Angus's, and they don't realise that the dam is actually a Jersey cross Kiwi thing. So we need to get that information on the board, in the marts and on the card. So that has to be done. Focusing the minds of these people that are on very large salaries working for the government in piggybacking on our beef farmers, I think that needs to be done. There needs to be an independent hanging there. These people need to be let off for a year or two and let them go on holidays or something, and put them on the equivalent of the farm assist, and let them suffer what the farmers are suffering, and then they might actually get around to getting the marketing right. They need to get the marketing right. We're selling the most easily marketed product in the world because it's a grass-fed, the proper omega balance, everything else, and there's nobody in the world who could compete with us if we marketed it right. But we haven't got the marketing people in gear. They're just absolutely sitting on their hands and they're just dumping it into the English market. And we need to get that high price that's commanding in the restaurants in Europe. We need to get that back into some of that back into the farmers' pockets. Producing above 30,000, 40,000 a year. That's been a tradition that when they got more than 30,000 a week, the factories cut the price and so on and so forth. So that needs to be monitored as well. The potential to sell another 10,000 of these minced up dairy cows and all the rest, I think the potential is there to do it. But if the marketing is right, the product is okay at a price, certainly it's a seriously good product. And they'll all tell you that it has the flavour, has the grass-fed, it has the right balances of nutrients and all the rest. So I think potentially, I don't want to talk us into a dark hole of producing less. Certainly, for farmers to start borrowing to produce more, I wouldn't advise that. But for farmers that are in a system of production, they know their costs. But for farmers to continue producing below the cost of production, that's a no-no. Farmers are going to have to examine their own conscience on that one. But it's certainly using up their single farm payment, producing beef for these big conglomerates that have a monopoly on the industry here. That can't continue. It will not continue. I know farmers that are changing. This winter is finishing a lot of them. So from a GNP point of view, this country is going to go into a serious decline in our production of beef. We won't be worrying about 30,000 a year. We might be worried about less than that if we don't actually support these farmers, get some kind of an incentive, get money back into farmers' pockets. But the amount of paperwork farmers are doing, the complicity that the farmers are going through, when it's not actually, the consumer's not demanding this at all. We've been asking people from Tesco and so on and so forth, and they never heard of all these restrictions like with weight limits and residencies and all this. That's all conjured up between Board BIA and the meat industry here. So I think Board BIA would be probably the #1 quango that I question about the viability of. They're fantastic about statistics of where the meat's going, but that has been. You know what I mean? Getting the meat into new markets and getting a decent price for it back to the farmer. That's where we need to focus, and we need to focus on the sustainability. Keeping beef farmers in production has got to be the priority of this government, and it's money well spent because it keeps rural Ireland alive. It's good for tourism. It's good for everything else as well because it makes Ireland look good. It keeps people healthy as well if they're eating the beef, and the knock-on effects right across the economy is absolutely superb.
We'll have a meat industry Ireland in the next section, and then we'll have Board BA in, by the way, in the next meeting in 3 or 4 weeks' time as well. So we'll have be able to address those.
I think you should have them here tomorrow.
Well, we can't have them tomorrow, but we'll have them in the next meeting we're due to have here, and we'll be able to direct those questions directly to them. Briefly, Mr. Graham, very briefly now. I want to
make a comment there. A couple of deputies mentioned live shipping. Live shipping is of utmost importance. You're right. Once the weekly kill goes up over 30,000, 32,000, there's too many cattle in the system, so we need to get them out of the country. The only way is live shipping. Listen, there are markets out there. They're big markets, but getting the live cattle to those markets is no easy job. Export certificates maybe aren't ideal. The department should be revising them more often and simplifying them a wee bit. I know the exporters are having difficulties with them. So yes, we do need to get exports. One thing I will say about the exports is the factories don't want to seem to a big supply of bulls, but that seems to be all that the exporters do want is bull beef. They seem to have switched away from steer beef that traditionally would have gone to Egypt or Libya years ago. It seems to be all bull beef now, so that's a pity it couldn't be opened again to use steer beef, and also older animals rather than younger animals. A lot of that animals have been exported at the minute. They seem to be quite young. It's a pity they couldn't get them 2 years of age in that. One other thing I just want to mention, like how we're going to solve the problem of the price of beef. At the end of the day, we need to get a higher price for our beef, and the retailers need to charge more to the consumer. It's the only way. I was trying to look up, and I probably haven't the figures right, but what I'm coming with up is average EU consumption of beef per person is around 27 kilos. If beef rose €1 a kilo ahead tomorrow, how much would that cost the average consumer a year? €27. You know, there's no reason why beef can't go up. It's not going to break people. So it's not. Absolutely no reason. So I'll finish on that.
Really? Thank you, Chairman. Just with regard to the ICBF and the question around the five-star bulls, I think scientific evidence is certainly something that our members have a very strong belief in. We asked our members, they certainly, while no system is perfect and there are certainly maybe tweaks that need to be made to it, our members have a belief in the ICBF and what the work it is doing, and certainly I think we've seen the impact that EBI has had in the dairy sector, and if the results that can be achieved in the beef sector can match what was achieved there, I think certainly it has to take us in the right direction. Whether the traits that are weighted and how they're weighted need to be tweaked, there's certainly discussion around that, but I think scientific evidence leading you down that path is the only way to go. And I suppose while you have a maternal index, you also have a terminal index, and farmers need to make their choices around what they're doing with regards to that. Around the beef forum, I think, as I said, it's better to be around the table than not around the table. But you know, we made suggestions at the time that there needs to be concrete actions out of each meeting, that the forum would need to meet more regularly. It can't be just there's a crisis now, we have a meeting at the forum. If it's to have a real impact, it needs to be like this committee. It needs to meet regularly, quickly, and come up with a solution and action that solution. And I think maybe the findings from this committee should be the prompt for another beef forum meeting where the actions that this committee would recommend would be discussed, and if agreement can be reached, then they should be actioned on. As regards to feedlots, look, they probably started in different ways. They have different reasons for existence. But as I would have said to Deputy Penrose earlier, from our point of view, the way to address these, and certainly they are in some cases a market distortion tool because they're being used for the reasons that have been discussed at length. But putting in an active farmer definition, or similar to what we've proposed, would go some way at least to addressing this and ensuring that payments are targeted at the right sort of people, and those that are exploiting the system aren't rewarded. With regards to exporting slurry, I suppose just from our point of view, when you look at from a young farmer point of view, there's a lot of young farmers start off with a small block, and we've discussed the difficulty in accessing land at length across various committees, and if that is the way that a young farmer can make their block of land viable, then we cannot take that tool away from them, we feel. Just on to Deputy Deering, and I suppose you mentioned a couple of places and what can be done. I suppose as part of our policy on the home farm, we've identified a number of key performance indicators that beef farmers should be aiming to hit, and if you're achieving those, then you're certainly going to be amongst the top beef farmers, but you're also going to be heading in the right direction for making more money, and that's the likes of having her calf down at 24 months, a calving interval of 365 days, as Eddie mentioned, and certainly from our point of view, we mentioned utilising grass much better, and there are targets there. They might necessarily be applicable, some of the ones that have been mentioned, but for the the ground that you have, you need to be utilising grass as much as you possibly can. From a processor's point of view, we need more certainty in income, and whether that's through forward selling or contracts with farmers, I think that's where we can get more certainty on income. And retailers, I think, you know, you're going to have Meat Industry Ireland in here. I think there's no reason why the retailers shouldn't be brought in. And, you know, you've mentioned the 30-month rule, and there's other rules like that that have been discussed today that we need to be provided with the reasons why they believe they're in place. On CAP, look, we've put a very strong CAP proposal together. It's been well received, and rather than pitting any sector against another sector, we've concentrated on what will benefit young farmers, and that's where we believe the money is required. And you know, we need to be persuading young people across all sectors to enter farming. And I suppose just on live exports, whether it's Frisian bullocks or the high quality animals that are leaving the country, the market will dictate that, and the market, you know, it's whatever is going to make the most profit for the beef farmer is what will be suitable for leaving. And I suppose, you know, as part of that mention of Frisian bull calves and things, certainly there's a discussion amongst our membership around the calves out of the dairy sector, and certainly more of a partnership and collaborative effort between dairy farmers and beef farmers, and you know, that farm-to-farm sales around a beef farmer working with a dairy farmer to get the progeny that they can make a profit with out of them. On the sex semen, you know, look, we've mentioned it in a number of pre-budget submissions at this point, and certainly we would see it as a key part of the future for both the beef and dairy sector. I suppose there is some questions around the quality of the bulls available on AI and on sexed AI in particular. But I suppose even some of our members are taking part in those trials, and they're certainly seeing the benefits. I suppose we mentioned that there is some differences in reliability, and certainly between fresh and sexed, or fresh and frozen, and that we need to look at the AI companies taking the step of setting up a centre in this country for developing fresh sex semen. And I suppose finally, you know, Deputy Healy-Rae asked what can we do for the suckler farmer, and we've plenty of members in South Kerry and in Kerry, and they're not shy about telling us their problems. And keeping young people in rural Ireland is not just down to beef farming or farming, but getting the suckler farmer, there's no silver bullet, there's no one solution, but similar to what we believe about young farmers, the more tools you have in the toolbox, the better your ability to improve the lot for beef farmers in this case. And we believe, you know, it's not going to be fixed overnight, but certainly the more focus that's put on it, the better. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks very much. Do you want to, Mr. Gill, briefly? Yeah,
just a final comment. Thanks, Chair. I suppose the reality is, if we want to attract the next generation of young beef farmers, they need a degree of economic certainty. If you can't make money in it, you won't go into that business. And they are the only ones in the food chain that don't have that, food supply chain, that don't have that degree of certainty. They borrow money for stock that they don't know what price they're going to get for. They're not sure of what specifications that they need to finish them for, and they don't know what kind of margin they're going to get out of it. They have no contract with anyone. They have no guarantee when they go out to buy that stock. Everybody else, the processor has a contract with the retailer. The retailer knows the consumer is going to go in and purchase that product, and they offer them. They don't give them a choice, the consumer. But the farmer and the young farmer is looking at a business model that is no certainty in it, absolutely whatsoever. And that business is not attractive to anyone. And we're wondering why young beef farmers aren't going into the business. So until that degree of certainty, some kind of a contract, that they know what is required of them to produce, and that they're going to get a fair margin for that product, then you'll have a vibrant, sustainable future beef sector, no problem. You'd have young people going into the sector. But the way it is at the moment, without that degree of contract or certainty, that's kind of the nub of it from an economic point of view. And all the other points are very important merit, but we have to make money at the end of the day, and that's what people will vote with their feet on in terms of.
That sums it all up, I would say, in fairness. Thank you very much to the MOCRA and to the ICSA for your contribution today. Just as a matter of interest, I'd like to thank Mr Healy in particular. I know this is probably one of his last functions before he hangs up the boots, if I could put it that way, on the 11th of May, I think. I'd like to wish you well in your future. And thank you for your, this is not the first occasion that you've been before the committee, here, but a number of occasions. I thank you very much for your participation and wishing you well in the future.
Thank you very much.
And ICSA, thank you very much again for being here today. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes until we get the next group witnesses in. Or suspend for 5 minutes. Session. This is the second part of the meeting today, session B. Before we begin, just remind witnesses and those in the public gallery to make sure their mobile phones are completely turned off, please. Like the previous session, we're today to discuss the future of the beef sector in the context of Foodwise 2025. I'd like to welcome from the Beef Plan Movement Mr Eamon Corley, National Chairman, Mr Hugh Doyle, National Vice Chairman, Mr Owen Donnelly, Western Regional Chairman. And from Meat Industry Ireland, Mr Philip Carroll, Chairman, Mr Cormac Keeley, Senior Director, and Mr Joe Ryan, Director. Thank you for coming before the committee today to discuss your submissions, which you've sent on to us previously. I'd like to thank you very much for those as well. Before we begin, I want to bring to your attention, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of the evidence you are to give to the committee. However, if you are directed by the committee giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualify a privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that where possible, you should not criticise and make charges against any person or entity by name in such ways to make him or her identifiable. Members are reminded of long-standing parliamentary practice to the effect that members should not comment on, criticise and make charges against either a person outside the House or an official either by name in such ways to make him or her identifiable. I'll ask Mr Corey now please to make his opening statement, please.
Thank you. Eamon Corley here from the Beef Plan Movement. We're only in existence about 6 months, and the reason we're here is because even though we're in the part of the most profitable industry in this country, the beef industry, and there's many stakeholders in this industry that are making huge amounts of money. You've got the retailers, you've got food service industry, you've got the manufacturing, you've got the factories, you've got Board Bia, you've got ICBF, the list goes on. The reality is that the farmers in this country, the beef farmers in this country, are slaves on their own farms, and the treatment they're getting is nothing short of abuse. And people will look back at this era and say that the beef farmers in this country have been abused. That is why the beef farmers in this country have come together and the Beef Plan Movement has formed. And they have really taken matters into their own hands, and they're saying enough is enough and we have to stop and we have to go out and fight this and fight for their survival. A lot of other people have come before this hearing and they have borrowed our ideas. We have put a plan together for beef, a plan that's been put together for farmers, and a lot of the ideas have been mentioned at the last hearing and today. But the true authors of those ideas are the people that we represent, the farmers that we've met up and down the country. They've come forward with those ideas. What has happened is that the farmers in this country have lost all power. Rural Ireland depends on the beef farmer. The beef farmer is rural Ireland. And if there's nothing else we can do, we take it step by step and give this power back to the beef farmer and to make sure that rural Ireland survives. We've got a decision to make. First of all, we have to realise that there is a problem out there. Then we have to identify the problem. And then thirdly, we have the conviction and the courage to go out and deal with the problem. The first part of this problem is that the current pricing system we have for cattle in this country doesn't work for beef farmers, and we're not going to accept it anymore. What currently happens is that the retailer, the food service industry and the manufacturing side of things, they set the price for the meat factory. The meat factory then takes its margin and it passes back the scraps to us, the beef farmer. And for the last few years, those scraps have meant that we have been taking loss-making prices. They don't meet our cost of production, and that cannot continue, and that's in nobody's interest to continue. The people that represent the meat industry in this country tell us that there's a free market, and they can't do anything about the free market. But it is not a free market. It's a manipulated market, and it's manipulated for many reasons. The first reason is that in this country we've got a cartel. We've got a big tree, and we've got a dominant player, and they dictate the price to everybody else. The meat industry will tell us that it's a free market. We look at the Farmers' Journal, and I have it here. The quoted price to farmers, 370, 370, 370, the whole way down the list is 370. The meat industry will come out and say, but look at the next part of the journal. Look further down. Look at the department listed prices. Right? There's a difference there. Why is there a difference there? There is a difference there because you've got contracted factory feedlots getting more. You've got contracted Hereford schemes, contracted Angus schemes getting more. The ordinary farmer that goes in on his own, he's getting the 370 the whole way down the line. So this is a cartel. This is price fixing. Let's face up to that. The other thing that we have to talk about is, let's talk about a solution to this problem. Let's talk about the retailer. Let's talk about the processor, and let's talk about the factory getting together and sharing out the retail price in a proportionate manner, that the suckler farmer can get his cost of production plus a margin, because that has to happen, or else this industry is gone. We need legislation to make sure that happens, because the meat factories and the retailers and the people in power, the corporates that basically have put us farmers where we are, on the brink of extinction, that has to be factored in. We have to get our share factored in, of the retail price factored in. Now, what else has drove us into this position? We've got these anti-competitive practices. In our view, there's at least 7 anti-competitive things that have left us in this situation. Part of the solution is we must solve them. We've got this 4-movement rule. We've got the 70-day residency rule to collect the QPS bonus. We've got the Category 1 movement rule for waste. We've got the feedlots, we've got the access to our data, and we've got the age limits. On top of the nomad rule. Exports are also a solution to this problem. At the moment, there's not enough lairage space in Cherbourg for our calves. We have to sort that out as a solution. There's a problem with visas in this country. Exporters coming in to buy cattle, their visas are held up for months. Let's segregate those visas and let's give them priority. That doesn't happen again. We need an export subsidy for weanlings in this country. An export subsidy. Let's make it €100 per head. Let's get weanlings out of this country and create some competition. We need a review of the grid. We need branding. We need a proper brand for suckler bred grass-fed beef. We need a proper brand for a grass-fed dairy-bred beef. The one thing that marketeers have told us is that we need consistency in the beef that's coming out of our factories. We haven't got that. We know that carbon emissions have a big play in this thing. The suckler animal is a very carbon efficient animal. The other thing that we need is we need clarity on labelling. Right? We need consumer education, and we need the consumer specs to match up to what the consumer needs. There is things that can help us, like a blockchain, where basically a barcode attaches to the food produce and the full origin of the meat can be traced. We need farmer co-ops, and we need the stakeholders to build into those farmer co-ops that we can sell directly from the farmer to the consumer. We also need this PGI status that Phil Hogan has come out in praise of. Some of the factories are not in favour of it. We think that's very important, because that means that the suckler brand beef can't be diluted, and we can get a premium for that it deserves. We also need producer groups, but we need the legislation that's currently there to change a little so that they can work for farmers. We need markets. We need new markets for our cattle. There's 12 pending CNC licences. We need those approved. China is a huge market. They don't want factory feedlot cattle. They do want grass-fed beef from family farms where there's high air and high water quality. That's what we've got in Ireland. I'm getting there. We need transparency. Transparency around the processor price for beef. There is none at the moment. We need transparency on the factory floor. We need a farmer representative in there that's going to work the same hours as factory workers, that he's on the floor 100% of the time. He's able to see the grading of the cattle, the trimming, and he's also able to see the weights and the TB samples, that everything is done above board. We also need transparency on the levels and the insurance and all those type of things. Just begin to wrap up now. We need stakeholder accountability. There's heaps of boards representing farmers. There's very few beef representatives on those boards. We need that corrected. The farmer view, Hugh Doyle will go through in a few minutes. We have surveyed over 2,000 farmers in our group, and he has got figures that will shock you. There is threats in this industry. There's a lack of profitability, there's dairy expansion, there's Brexit, there's the growth of veganism, and there's reduced caps. Now, what I have mentioned today, I've mentioned problems and solutions. If we were to take a few things, if we were to take the 4 movement rule, if we were to take the 70-day residency rule for QPS payment, if we were to take the 125-kilometre Category 1 waste, and scrap those 3. If we were to build some extra layerage and we were to give an export subsidy for weanlings, they are achievable steps that will improve our situation. Okay. I acknowledge...
We're giving you 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, the first thing we have to do is acknowledge there's a problem. Then we have to identify the problem. And last, we have to solve the problem. The question I have for the people in this room, have you the strength and the courage to solve this problem? And if you haven't, maybe you should consider moving aside and let people in that have.
Well, on that question, I'll answer the question for you straight away. We wouldn't be here having these hearings if we didn't have that. If I did, the answer is very straightforward. We took the initiative by having these meetings in order to try and find a solution. We all know what the problem is. Everybody knows what the problem is. It hasn't been a problem that didn't rise to there yesterday. It's there for a number of years, as I said earlier on. Everybody knows what the problem is. The solutions mightn't be quite as simple and straightforward to find, but we'll do our best to try and find them.
Appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Carroll, I'll ask you to offer your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your invitation for Meat Industry Ireland to attend the committee and to contribute to the current work of the Joint Committee for Agriculture, Food and Marine in relation to the future of the beef sector in Ireland. I'm accompanied this afternoon by Cormac Healy, Senior Director, and Joe Ryan, Executive Director of Meat Industry Ireland. The Joint Committee's initiative to review and take stock of Foodwise 2025 growth targets, particularly as relate to the beef sector, is welcome and appropriate. As signalled to the Joint Committee, the outcome of Brexit, cap reform and climate change policy will be highly relevant to how the sector develops in the coming years. We believe that the review should focus on the measures required to maintain development of the beef sector and policy changes necessary rather than considering any contraction of the sector and its contribution to rural economies. As you know, the beef sector in Ireland, from farm through to processing and export, remains one of the most important industries in the national economy. It supports in excess of 70,000 beef farmers and generates an ex-farm output value of €2.4 billion. Exports in 2018, which account for 90% of the sector's sales, were valued in excess of €2.4 billion, and approximately 110,000 jobs exist across processing, distribution and transport as a direct result of the sector. The beef sector has a huge and unique impact on the regional economy spend and rural economic activity. The average meat plant in rural towns such as Bunclody, Clones and Rathdowney spends over 100 million in the local economy. There are 35 beef processing facilities situated the length and breadth of the country in areas that are critically dependent on these facilities for employment, income, economic activity and the wider societal contribution. The existence of the National Strategy for Growth and Development of the Irish agri-food sector is important. Foodwise 2025 has set out growth ambitions for agri-food, identifying the measures needed for delivering the growth and helping to keep our sector at the centre of overall economic development. Our targets for beef include growing the sector by 20%, generating in turn increased export earnings of €500 million through the production of 80,000 additional tonnes of beef destined for international markets. For the rural economy in which the sector resides, this additional growth will generate another 3,000 jobs. To a considerable extent, this additional output is a derivative of growth from the dairy herd following the elimination of quotas in 2015 and has remained on a continuous upward trajectory. Of course, the key component of the sector is its reliance on the suckler cow herd. MII and its members are fully committed to maintaining and enhancing the suckler cow herd by driving productivity improvements through genomics, utilising the very successful beef data and genomics scheme to assist with calving rates, age at first calving, and by lowering slaughter age and associated weights. these being crucial to increasing productivity and farm-level margins, while correspondingly reducing the carbon intensity associated with the sector. Despite the current challenging market environment, which is largely associated with Brexit-related market turbulence, together with a hangover of surplus production at EU level in 2018, real growth has taken place against the Foodwise 2025 baseline period, which was 2012 to 2014. In 2018, Irish farms sold about 300,000 more finished cattle than in the 3-year baseline period. At a minimum, this represents revenue growth of over 300 million in farm sales. And during this period, taking account of some price volatility, Irish finished cattle price has maintained a strong position relative to prevailing EU beef price. In 2018, the all categories price, that's steers, heifers, cows and young bulls, in Ireland was 107% of the EU average, well above the EU average. While finished cattle price is obviously an important factor in producer margin, it should not be the sole focus. Of equal importance to the margin of a beef enterprise are EU direct payments and on-farm efficiency. In the aftermath of the launch of Foodwise 2025, the Government, at our request, established the Meat Implementation Group to identify the key policy measures needed for the various meat sectors in order to ensure delivery of growth. Amongst the most critical issues is Brexit, where the report highlighted the need for the Government, with EU support, to put in place robust measures to mitigate the worst effects of a no-deal Brexit, while recognising too that any post-Brexit arrangement will leave the Irish beef sector most exposed and facing additional costs. While the risk of a no-deal Brexit has receded somewhat, it would be foolish were we to dismiss a crash-out by the UK entirely, given past experience in securing consensus in the UK Parliament to an agreed way forward, which still remains elusive. Chaos would ensue were the UK to leave without a deal. This would be most acute were exporters faced with a tariff wall on entry to the UK market of such proportions as to effectively close that market off to Irish beef, and by doing so, open it up to cheaper and lesser quality product from elsewhere in the world. Such a course would have devastating implications for the trade, and in turn would cause untold damage to beef production in Ireland. That is why we need a government guarantee that support mechanisms will be immediately available, delivered efficiently, applied at the point of trade to eliminate the suing market loss extracted by the imposition of tariffs, and achieve the objective of keeping Irish beef supplied into the UK market. Anything less would risk relinquishing our share of the UK market to other global suppliers. Throughout the uncertainty as the March and April Brexit deadlines loomed, Irish beef processors continued to process animals while facing the real risk that meat from these animals might not have been able to enter the UK market, or if it did, risk the market return being seriously devalued due to the high levels of tariffs and restrictive import quotas, which had already been indicated by the UK Government. The Meat Implementation Group report, which was presented to the Minister in November 2018, stressed its view that beef from the suckler herd is of critical importance for the international marketability of Irish beef abroad and for the health and viability of the rural economy in large parts of the country, and expressed concerns that very low profitability would lead to a sharp drop in suckler output, thus risking long-term overall growth in respect of the food-wide ambitions. The possibility of introducing some form of targeted support for this sector was recommended by the group. However, it accepted that any such measures, in addition to providing income support, should also be clearly geared towards bringing environmental and animal welfare benefits, and we support this approach. Furthermore, we also agree that the rapid expansion of the national dairy herd must serve to enhance the quality of both meat and milk products. This will involve a breeding programme that will improve the metrics across both herds in relation to ease of calving, gestation length, and improving the marketability and suitability of beef calves coming from the dairy herd. MII welcomes the introduction by ICBF of the Dairy Beef Breeding Index and encourages all stakeholders to promote its uptake. We also endorse the need for continued drive on market diversification, not only because we want to secure access to many target markets across the globe in order to bolster our international presence, but also to broaden the scope for stronger market returns and as a protection against periods of volatility in different markets that occur from time to time. In the post-Brexit period, which could potentially herald the commencement of a changing landscape for exports, diversification will be subject to renewed focus. And we now more than ever need to take every single opportunity to broaden our horizons. And while doing so, there needs to be a full awareness at farm level on the absolute need to deliver animals that meet market specifications, bearing in mind that product from individual animals may serve many international and European markets. Also regarding market access, MII stresses that we can no longer tolerate efforts to chip away at our valuable EU markets for beef, and we need a government to resist any effort to broaden and implement an EU-Mercosur free trade agreement and other agreements that would further weaken our market position within the EU. On climate change and its association with above-average greenhouse gas emissions from the agri-sector, this has attracted a relentless focus in recent years, and it's not likely to dissipate anytime soon. We accept that agriculture accounts for a sizable proportion of Ireland's overall emissions, this being principally due to the strategic importance of agriculture to the national economy. While recognising that we need to continue to work to reduce the environmental impact of agri-food production systems, Irish beef production has strong environmental credentials and is amongst the lowest in greenhouse gas emission intensity per kilogramme of output in Europe and globally. Our sector at farm and factory level is doing its utmost in its efforts at mitigating the effects of climate change. We fully acknowledge that we can and must do more, and we are happy to discuss with the committee the intensifications of actions that we need, which can deliver results. But it is also the case that Ireland's grass-based system gives us a unique advantage in the production of beef. The sector must continue to focus on sustainable intensification, on driving increased efficiency and improving productivity. And we need to play our part too at industry level and maintain a strong focus on delivering a range of sustainability measures. We can approach this challenge knowing that progress on environmental performance of beef enterprises will also benefit economic performance. A renewed focus on the environment as part of CAP 2021, properly resourced, can make a major contribution to achieving these aims. And on the subject of CAP, MII strongly supports producers' calls for the maintenance of funding in the next CAP post-2020 and the delivery of support to active producers. Finally, Chairman, the beef sector is critical to the rural fabric of Ireland. It is a key generator of economic activity in rural areas, and Irish beef has a strong reputation in the marketplace. Our suckler herd and our grass-based production has an important role to play in the future of our agri-food sector and ensuring balanced growth in agriculture. Progress has been made in output, export and prices over the last decade. Farm enterprise margin remains a challenge, but margin is not about price alone. And while we face big challenges, we can do so with the collaboration of stakeholders and government as we jointly work towards the success of Foodwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, for your presentation. Now we'll take questions from members. Deputy McConalogue was first of all to indicate, followed Deputy Kenny, then Senator Lombard, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to join with you in thanking the Beef Pan Movement and the Meat Industry Ireland for coming in and for making their presentations and contributing to this important work in terms of the committee's objective of trying to put together a report which will provide a sustainable and profitable future for the beef sector. And I want at the outset as well to acknowledge the strong work that Beef Plan have done in terms of engaging with farmers, and you've certainly gained a lot of support in that regard over recent months. And something I'll be interested in asking you specifically as well is in terms of your recognition and the thresholds for recognition as a farm body, where you stand and if you've made an application in that regard, and what the feedback is from the department in terms of getting representational access to the various committees that beef organisations, approved beef organisations sit on, and farming organisations. And first of all, as well, to the beef plan movement, obviously at the core of your plan is that there needs to be an increased focus and a new focus, which hasn't been there before, in relation to the role of producer organisations and farmers operating and working together to try and achieve better outcomes and better margins for the primary producer. Now, the meat industry would make, and we've heard them make the case that last year in 2018 there was 107, they were paying 107% of the EU average. So I'd be interested in your perspective and your sense of and response to that. And obviously in relation to being able to achieve increased prices in terms of where you think the meat industry should be looking to achieve those prices, and the markets where that could be, that need to be targeted in that vein. Also, if you could elaborate further in relation, or elaborate on the point in relation to the Category 1 waste and the 125 kilometre limit on that as well, the impact that you feel that is having on the sector. In relation to Meat Industry Ireland, again, taking the point in relation to the 107% value or price paid that you're saying was paid across all categories of beef in 2018 as compared to the European average. Can you outline in terms of 2019 what the percentage is in terms of the price being paid by or processors against the EU average? Because my understanding is that it's under the EU average, or it has been at different times, if not at the moment. And I'm wondering where, if it was 107% last year, then, and if it is under 100% now, then where's that extra percentage going? And is it the case that the meat industry, because of the fact that there is an increased supply of beef, is it the case that the meat industry is therefore using the increased supply of beef to depress prices and to increase your margin as a result? And I think that's something that we need an answer on, and certainly it's something that is very much a concern, because, as you'll be well aware, the very strong held view among the farming community is that when numbers of cattle go up, then we see our processors depress prices and increase their margins as a result. And again, at all times, it's the farmer that's getting squeezed, and they don't get the opportunity to increase their margins. And as has been the case with beef, more often than not, are making a loss, and their cap payments amount to more than what the net income on beef farms is. In relation to information that's available to the meat processing sector, at the moment there's complete visibility to the meat processing sector in terms of the numbers of cattle in the country, the ages of that cattle, and how they're coming through the system. Farmers rightly make the case that why should meat processors have full access to the numbers of cattle that they have, because that then means that you know down to a T what is coming through the system, and you can factor that in, and is it it can affect the prices that are being paid. And I would ask you in terms of why does the sector need to have that level of information? And I'd put the argument that it shouldn't be the case that all of that information should be available to factories to know what numbers were coming down the line. Also, in relation to the meat industry, in relation to that Category 1 waste, 125 kilometres, I'd also ask for your perspective on that. And is that something which is depressing the capacity for competition in the meat processing sector, and why does that have to be there? Also in relation to the 4-movement rule, the 30-month rule and the 70-day retention rule. There seems to be no valid basis for those rules to be in the system anymore. There may have been, going back to BSE, in relation to the 30-month rule in the past, for example. That may have been part of the rationale for it originally, but again, not any longer. But farmers just cannot see why those rules are in place and feel that they are there to depress the capacity for competition in the system as well. And I would ask you today to deal with those rules and address them. And I think we need to look at removing them so that there can be proper competition and capacity for farmers to have options as to how they go about selling their cattle. Again, in relation to the beef grid and proper payment for the quality of beef going through, and also in terms of paying quality assurance for all animals that are quality assured. There are significant, the processors do market meat that is quality assured, but don't always pay for it because of the rules and the criteria that has to be met. On a wider basis, and obviously what we are trying to achieve here in this report is plotting a profitable future and sustainable future for the meat sector. In terms of Meat Industry Ireland, your projections in terms of looking forward, how you see the sector, how you see the future outlook for meat prices, the future demand for meat prices. Because unless they actually increase, then farmers are not going to keep doing what they're doing and producing. So in terms of where you see demand and how you see in the medium term prices, I would be interested in getting your perspective in relation to that. One other point, Chairperson, is the comparison between dairy-bred beef and suckler-bred beef. From the beef industry's point of view, I'm asking what your perspective is in that, and in terms of actually the potential to get increased price for suckler-bred beef, the position in relation to that as well. And I think finally, Chairperson, in terms of the amount of beef that is going out of the country and the current percentages, what percentage of all our exports are leaving the EU, and what is the cuts or the type of that meat that is actually going outside of the EU? Because I think certainly from figures I've seen, over 90% plus is still within the Europe, is exported to other European Union countries, and you know, so the consumption rates there are static. So you know, in terms of the market potential for increasing that. And just very finally, Chairperson, we all know that there's been increasing stock coming into the market over the recent times. The meat sector knows that. So why hasn't it been the case that the meat sector, working with the marketing agencies in the country, have been able to, in advance of that, try and ensure that the additional markets are available so that if there is increasing numbers, you have the market outlet for it, and that farmers aren't unfortunately suffering because of oversupply and lack of market for the increasing number of beef and cattle coming into the system. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Deputy. Deputy Kenny is next, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to thank both the Beef Plan Movement and Meat Industry Ireland for coming in and making the presentations. First of all, the Beef Plan Movement, I know, has got great traction in the last couple of months around the country, and it's in the context of, I suppose, a dip in the crisis that we've become used to has deepened, and we've got it into even a super crisis, if you like. Much of what you've had in your submission, you know, we've seen at the meetings that we've attended around the country in respect to that. But I just want to get to a couple of things in it in regard to the suckler-bred grass-fed beef and what advantage you see in that, and how you see that advantage and why that advantage should be acknowledged and should get special status. That's the first point. Personally, I think it should, to some extent, and I think if we can raise that boat, it will rise the rest. The issue of your four asks at the end, if you like, about the 4-movement rule, you know, the 70-day residency, all of that. if they were achieved, what impact would they have in the short term? Why do you believe they're so vital now? What impact would they have in a month's time, in 2 months' time? Where would they put us? Why do you feel they would make such a big difference in the context of, it's a market system, and the market system is flawed, because markets are always flawed, because there's powers pulling in all directions, and in the context of a market which is clearly oversupplied at present, would they have an immediate impact, or where would they put us? The issues that raised by beef industry, one of the things that concerns me is about the 80,000 additional tonnes of beef destined for international markets. This 20% increase, and while I acknowledge you saying it's coming from mainly from the dairy sector, in the context of the farmers that's out there that are losing money at the moment, it's really saying to them, you need to produce more and lose more money. That's how they see it. And for the vast majority of farmers that are in that position, they're concerned that if we do see production increase even more, it will depress prices even more. And I'd like you to try and deal with that, or come to some way of dealing with that if possible. The other issue, and I suppose it's for both, if you like, in regard to the international marketability of Irish beef abroad, and how that uniqueness that we have, and I've mentioned it here, I'm always going on about the family farm, the grass-fed, that unique selling point that we have for Irish beef, and in my view, we're not getting near the return for it. You're talking about 107% of the EU average is, quite frankly, ridiculous for the product that we supply, in my view. I think we should be talking at 140% of the EU average. That's what we should be targeting. And what I'd like to be able to do, while people in meat industry may say that's not possible right now in the context of international markets that we work with. Maybe it's not. But how do we put ourselves into a position that it is possible? Somewhere, at some stage, somebody decided that Parma ham was going to be the stuff that was going to get the highest price in the world. And some group of people somewhere sat down and worked out how they were going to achieve that. And all of us, public representatives, people from the farming community, people from the meat industry, all of us have a job to do here, in my view, to get beef into that position. To put Irish beef, which is a prime product, as a luxury product, sold at the highest price possible. If it means for a while reducing productivity, and then building it up again when we produce that, if you like, demand for a luxury product, which I believe we can turn Irish beef into. But it will take the cooperation of everybody to do that. And that's the challenge for everyone. And, I understand that particularly, and, people talk about cartels and about all of that. Look, we all know we are where we are in regard to the meat factories. And the meat factories are corporations, and they have boards. And the board's job every quarter is to show a better return for their shareholders. And what we're saying here is that there has to be an argument made that the best way in the future, not the quarter, but in 10 quarters' time, to give those shareholders a better return, is to come up with a strategy which puts Irish beef in the premium on the world market. And that's the challenge, I think, that we have to all work together to try and achieve. You mentioned in regard to that you fully acknowledge that there's more has to be done. I think that, the opportunity of this crisis should not be let go. We should not let this opportunity go. We should use this to put the Irish beef sector into a new place. And it's, first of all, the suckler beef, I understand, is primarily what we're talking about here today. But also, I think we have to acknowledge that there is always going to be beef coming from the dairy herd. And that beef from the dairy herd has a value as well. And I think we need to work out a solution for that also, as part of this. And we all need to collaborate together to do that. Because in your submission, like you say here, that you acknowledge the case that the Irish grass-based system has a unique advantage. And it has a unique advantage. And quite frankly, we're not taking advantage of that uniqueness to the level that we should be, or anywhere near it. Because if we were, we wouldn't have, farmers. I spoke to a farmer there a couple of weeks ago in Leitrim that has suckler cows, and he's saying to me, he says he's cutting back. He's going to have less than half the amount next year, because he says, look, I'm getting me single farm payment, I'm getting me a few bob in that way. There's no point in getting this hardship, he said, with calves and rearing weanlings and bringing them to market and getting a half price for them. That's the way he sees it. So, you know, we need to provide an income for these people. If we're going to provide an income for these people, all of the industry has to work together to do that. In regard to Brexit, and it's a question that I raised it here a couple of times, that there is a sense there that the meat industry, if we see a crash-out Brexit, or if we see a situation where we're looking at restrictions put in place and we're looking at high tariffs put in place for processed beef going into the British market, would we be in a danger where we would see the meat industry, because the meat industry in Ireland also owns processing plants across the water, that rather than bringing the meat across, that you just buy the cattle and bring them across and process them over there, and pay the tariff just on the animal rather than on the finished product? That's just a question that has been put to me by a number of people, that people are worried that is a scenario that could see down the road. And in your submission, you talked about the towns where you have meat processing plants and the impact on the economy they have, and people in those towns are concerned that Brexit could deliver that double problem for them. Finally, I think the issue of the rules that you put in place, this 4-movement rule, the 30 days, all of that, you know, and we're always told it's the supermarkets and it's the people that you are trying to sell the product on to that are putting those conditions on you. I think, you know, we need to work out a way of working with them to make them recognise the absurdity of it, if that is the case, because it is absurd. You know, anyone who knows anything about it realises that most of the calves are born in the springtime. So 30 months later, you know, their best before date is up, and the farmer has little option but to take what they can get for them, because when they go across 30 months, what are they going to get? It's going to go down. So there is a problem there that needs to be acknowledged, and if that's the case, that they're coming back with that to you, then we need to work out how do we work with them to change that, because it has to change, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work for the farmer, it doesn't work for anyone concerned. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks. The Deputy Senator Lombard is next.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'd welcome both sets of witnesses. I think, you know, we're having this debate in relation to where the future of the beef industry is going to be in relation to Foodwise 2025. And I think that's probably the core issue. Where do you actually see the beef industry going? Where do you see the beef industry in 10 years' time? Do you see it killing 20,000 cattle, 30, 40? And where do you see the profitability of that industry then? Because that's what we're struggling with at the moment here. And I think anyone who's involved in rural ag would realise that the beef industry and the feeling of the beef farmers themselves, they're moving away from the suckler herd. So can I ask Beef Industry Ireland, if you did have a scenario that the suckler herd decline continued at this current rate, with large numbers of suckler farmers moving away from moving to dairy, how do you feel your industry would survive on Frisian cull cows and Angus heifers and Angus bull calves? Would that be a profitable market and a profitable industry for Beef Industry Ireland to be in? And do you believe that would be sustainable going forward for the actual entire beef industry itself? And that feeling of where the industry is going and the road it's on seems to be a major issue out there. I would say, talking to farmers on a regular basis, that the larger beef farmers are moving away from beef farming at the moment. How do we change, or how do we actually manage to curb that? I think a very interesting presentation was given by McConalogue regarding they're the only sector that have no contract. They have no time. They're not tied into any actual contract regarding when they actually purchase their animal to when they actually sell their animal. Has Beef Industry Ireland any proposals along those lines of working with the actual agricultural community to give guarantees regarding prices, guarantees regarding quality, so they can actually work towards the market themselves and actually deliver on that market? If you gave young trained farmers, which is basically what we're trying to promote, something to work towards, I'm sure they would. Have Beef Industry Ireland any proposals bring forward to the table? Because the document that you've given us doesn't give me a blueprint going forward or a plan of where this industry is going to be in 10 years' time. We know where it was previously. We've seen large increases in production, large unrest on the beef farming side, many thousands of the decrease in actual suckler herd. So it hasn't kind of worked in many ways. The kills increased, definitely. nearly heading towards 40,000 at one stage. But the actual profitability or the ability for beef farmers to stay in it is the big issue. And I suppose that's my question to Beef Industry Ireland. In 10 years' time, where do you see us? Where do you see this industry? Do you see your slaughterhouses working on cull Frisian cows and Angus cattle, or do you see a suckler herd going to be there? And if there is a suckler herd going to be there, how do you think that's going to be sustainable going forward? Regarding the actual beef movement itself, I think I wish you well in your approach to become recognised as a farming organisation. You have debated and you've worked and you've created a momentum around this issue. Can I ask about your affiliation in particular with exporters, calf exporters in particular? I would have attended a meeting in Bantry. I think certain people in this meeting were here, and you're quoting what calf exporters were saying. Do you think there's a conflict between your organisation and calf exporters if you have such communications? Take into consideration that there's been a reduced in the actual levy for calf exporters from 450 down to 120, and they still fail to provide any layerages themselves on the continent. They took that money, put it into their back pocket and profited off it, and still look for more. Do you think you have a conflict with that kind of association with people who should be doing more to get calves out of off this island, and some would argue would have deflated the price of calves 4 weeks ago to a dramatic point in my part of the world? There was significant anger when we had calves being sold for very small money, significant anger, and we think there was a cartel at some stage there. Do you think that your association with them has damaged your movement? And you might answer that point if you could. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. I'll take Senator Conway-Walsh now as well, please.
And thank you for your presentation. And I do want to acknowledge the really good work done by Beef Plan Movement, because I think you get to the crux of the problems here. And I suppose in one sense should be the interaction between the two groups. So just going along, first, just a few short questions. Who made up the 4 movement rule? And can somebody just explain to me how, if an animal is moved 4 times, how scientifically then we come to the conclusion that it's of lesser worth than one that has moved 2 or 3 times, or 5 times or 6 times, in that sense? I just cannot, just maybe the scientific evidence behind it. When you say there are 35 processing factories, how many owners do we have? Do we have some owners that have multiple facilities, or how many owners are we talking about? Around the transparency, around the price the processor gets for the beef, the weekly reports, can you just give me an idea of what the breakdown is of, how much the processors actually get as opposed to how much the farm enterprise gets? And just in relation to the proposal by the Beef Plan Movement about a farm representative on the factory floor at all times, that would seem to me like a really good idea that would introduce some transparency and fairness into the system. So would you agree with that, or would you see any problems with such a move in that area? I think I'll confine my questions to that, because that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. How we can, and just maybe what data do the factories have from the industry in order to be able to do the prices as such, or I won't say fix the prices, but in order to come to the prices that you come to, what data do you have? And just in terms of us not having data then in the way we do for milk, say, we talked earlier about having a European audit. Do you think the Department of Agriculture should release the data that's available to them so that they can give it to the competition authority, so that once and for all we can just take this idea off the table that things aren't as transparent as we might need them to be in order to have a beef industry that's worth 2.4, 2.6 billion that could be distributed in a fair way. So that's it. Thank you, Cahill.
Thanks, Senator. I think we might take those questions first now. We'll break up then. We'll have 4 more then in 2 minutes. Meat industry, first of all. Yep.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, there's quite a range of questions there, and I'll try and deal with some of them, and maybe my colleagues might add to some of the detail that I don't have. Maybe first of all on the last question that Deputy Conway-Walsh referred to, and it has been referred to by the beef plan movement as well, and that's this question of a cartel, which seems to just pick up from the ground up without any evidence at all being advanced by anybody. And it is a bit of an old chestnut, and it's been around forever, in a sense. But the reality is, and I think people should be aware of it, that the Competition Authority have looked at a number of cases over the last 2 or 3 years which have involved takeovers and mergers. They've looked at every one of them. They have had a lot of contrary views expressed to them as to whether or not those mergers or takeovers should be allowed. They've been analysed not only by the Irish Competition Authority, but also by the European Competition Authority. And I can recall at least 3 cases, and there may well have been more, all of which have been allowed by the Competition Authority. And these have all happened in the last probably 2 or 3 years. So there's nothing new about that coming up. But when those issues have been looked at, the view of the Competition Authority was that the concentration result of those particular mergers and takeovers did not have the effect that people allege it has had. So that's about all I have to say on that one.
Did you put any caveats in there in terms of the limit of the data that was available to them in assessing that?
Not that I'm aware of, no. No. These were all cleared at the first hurdle, from my recollection. So none of them, as I understand it, had any restrictions at all in respect of the ask that came in respect of the applications. So no, that's my understanding.
But, yeah,
okay.
It's not my understanding, but go on, because Bacon referred to it back a number of years ago.
Oh, you're going back a lot further now than I'm referring to. I'm referring to 3 decisions that were taken, I would say within the last 2 years, but it could have been slightly longer than that.
Okay, carry on, Mr. Carrott.
I think maybe if I just go back, Deputy McConalogue mentioned the price, and I had referred to in the opening statement that meat factory were paying 107% of the EU average price over the course of the year, and that was the average for the year. And at various stages during the course of the year, that figure was about 112% in the earlier part of the year. And of course, prices, as everybody knows, softened considerably towards the end of the year. And there were a whole range of different reasons why that happened. And many of those things that were happening at European level, through higher levels of production, through a significant increase in cull cows during the course of the year, a surplus of supply that was on the market, significantly increased imports from Brazil and Argentina. And of course then, towards the latter part of the year, the Brexit impact, and what people talk about as the anxiety around Brexit, the issues that resulted from there being a softening in demand across Europe, and then a particular lack of confidence, lack of investment, and lack of contracts as a consequence of Brexit. Remember, Brexit was to happen on the 29th of March. It was also to happen on the 12th of April, and it might still happen on the 22nd of May, for all we know. So the anxiety around Brexit remains, and that anxiety meant that there were decisions that had to be made by factories during the course of that period, and not only by Irish factories, by the way, by people who were exporting from Denmark and from France and from the Netherlands into the UK across different ranges and categories of products. What will be the market situation if we move that product into the UK ahead of Brexit? What will be the dynamic? If you wanted to move it ahead of Brexit, you met a storage wall because there was nowhere to put product. If you put it in and the circumstances of Brexit changed, there could well be market losses. And not putting it in, of course, meant that you were buying in product and you may never recover the cost of that product because you paid possibly 40% more than you could afford to pay had you faced a tariff going into the UK. So that situation means that the market has softened over that period because of all of those sensitivities and because of what was happening at a broader EU level. I might ask Cormac at a later point to come in and maybe talk about where we see the market going into the course of the latter part of this year. But I would say that a lot of it, remember, Brexit and a decision by the UK Parliament has proved elusive, and we have that uncertainty still hanging over the market. Sorry.
One second. So if the market overall is softening, though, I mean, why are we falling below the European average? Because, I mean, the average the price should be softening everywhere. And just a point I didn't reference in was the differential between ourselves and the UK market as well. If you could maybe address that as part of this as well. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I think there are a few things. And on the differential, for example, we've seen a significant softening of the UK market. The UK price has come back by, I don't know off the top of my head what the figures are, but that differential has narrowed by a very significant amount. I think it's about 80 or thereabouts at the last point at which we looked at it. And that's indicative of what is actually happening in the UK market. The second point is that we, more than anybody else, are exposed to the UK market. And that was the dominating influence on the overall price. And the third point is that we export 90% of what we produce. We don't have, you know, we talk about the domestic market. We think of the domestic market as the UK and Europe. We don't think of international as domestic. We know how important our real domestic market is, but it represents only 10% of our output. So, you know, the real market is where it's overseas, it's where we deliver product to. On some of the other, I think another point was Deputy Kenny made a point about when volume is up, market is down. That's not quite the case. That happens, certainly. It happens, I think, in the context of what is happening in markets generally, and we can have a discussion about where the EU market has been and where it's going over the course of the next period of time. But we actually did an analysis of this for the Beef Roundtable, and in more than 50% of incidences where the volume went up, the price also went up. And that was looked at independently in the context of the Beef Roundtable. So that isn't typically the case. So you can't just simply say when the volume goes up, the price goes down. That has not happened in most cases. You also asked a question about the live trade in the context of Brexit. To my knowledge, there has been no discussion about what one would do. I know you say processors have, and it's true, of course, they have commercial manufacturing outlets in the UK, and that's a good position for them to be in. That is why we are the strong exporter we are, and that is why we have strong companies. But there is no question or suggestion by any processors that I'm aware of that an antidote to a tariff-burdened UK market would be the live trade, for a variety of reasons. The other issue that came across in many of the issues was around the 4 residencies. And, you know, the 70-day rule is another one. The 30-month rule is another one. We've spoken about all of those. If you take them in some kind of order, the 30-month rule is a rule that works against processors and farmers as well. It isn't a rule that we put in place. It is a rule that is demanded by certain buyers of product, but principally the requirement for the 30-day rule came in the aftermath of BSE, and it goes right back to 1996 and subsequent years in terms of how that was dealt with. It is a requirement in international markets in most certs that are now signed off between the Department of Agriculture and the importing country. So they call the shots on that. They set down that requirement. It is an absolute requirement. It doesn't help in many of those markets companies because you have to differentiate product and select product out for that. But it's also an issue in European markets and in the UK market. And it is a requirement by retailers. And similarly with the 70-day residency rule. And, you know, farming organisations were not happy to hear of these rules as they evolved over the last number of years. And the requirement of those was independently assessed by Board BIA for the Beef Roundtable as well. And they checked around to establish that those were absolute requirements that were demanded in the marketplace. And if you go into any supermarket now, you will see why in the packs that are at retail level, not only in beef, but in all sorts of other sectors of the food industry, the demands that are placed on processors in Ireland and in every other European country are established by retailers and are visible in every supermarket that you go into. Its pack size, its price point, its various issues around that suits the retailer-consumer dynamic, if you like. On the 4 residencies, and the 70-day rule are not absolutes for any farmer that supplies. They are a requirement of customers. And so for most customers, the product that meets the criteria of 30 months, 70 days, 4 movements, commands the best price in the market, because that is what the customer demands. And we always say, whether we like it or not, the customer is always right. And the customer is always right even when they're wrong sometimes. But that is the requirement in the marketplace, and that is what we have to meet. And if we don't meet it, somebody else is going to meet it. And they'll shunt us out of that market because they have that capability. But let me just finish on one point. Well, I won't finish on it yet. On the 4 residencies, upwards of 90% of product that is delivered into factories meets the 4 residency requirement. Over 90% of what goes in meets the 4 residency requirements. So farmers have made those decisions, even though they don't absolutely have to do that. Just the final few points. You asked Deputy Conway-Walsh how many owners there were by comparison with the 35 plants. I think 13 is the right figure, and 4 or 5 of those would have more than one site. And I think you asked a question.
13 separate,
sorry?
13 separate owners.
13 separate companies, let's say.
What? Owners.
Yeah. Owners, yeah.
Okay.
And then, sorry, finally, I think you also asked about the beef plan movement suggestion that there should be a representative of farmers on factory floors. I don't know how that would work. I don't know what the Department of Agriculture view would be on that. Our factories, these are export factories, are all licensed by the Department of Agriculture. They are supervised by a permanent team of veterinary staff, a VI, who has overall responsibility for the plant. There could be upwards of 12 to 14 TVIs in a plant every day. These are contracted temporary veterinary inspectors by the department, and they supervise the kill line and the boning hall and the intake and everything else that goes with processing in plants. There are a range of technical agricultural officers. I couldn't say how many there are in plants, but they're ever present in plants. And that has been enhanced in recent times. So the authority, the competent authority in Ireland for all things to do with meat and dairy production and processing is the Department of Agriculture. And personally, I cannot see a role for anybody else in that process, because this is the authority that determines the rules and regulations, and it is mandated to that by the European Union. Cormac, do you want to pick up on a few things?
Mr. Healy, yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I don't want to. The Chairman has gone back on a lot of the points there, so I want to try and, if you like, add value and not repeat. I suppose just one in relation to the point that that Deputy Kenny raised in relation to Brexit, possible alternative in a no-deal Brexit with the imposition of tariffs and quotas. Would people go the live route, for example, as you've said? And as Chairman has said, you know, I've seen or heard of no signals of that. But I mean, I think when you actually look at it, it would actually be counterproductive. I mean, we have often made the point here before the committee, Chairman, that you know the cuts from any one animal that is processed here, for example, in Ireland, go to a range of markets. I mean, by and large, 50% of the beef goes to the UK, but cuts go to a range of different markets, and a lot of those in the EU, as Deputy McConalogue has referred to. If you then, in a no-deal crash-out scenario, process that animal in the UK, for example, well then, okay, you may have some of the product from that carcass that would be going to the UK market, but all of the other cuts that you require to sent to other EU member states are suddenly faced not only with a tariff that, you know, that the UK tariff, but a tariff that's twice the UK tariff. Because where the tariffs have been set at the moment, the EU tariff, if you take it at X, the UK have proposed tariffs somewhere about, on beef, somewhere about 50% of that level. So you'd actually be, you know, it just wouldn't work. It would be counterproductive on that particular issue. But I mean, it's no harm to deal with. It has been raised, and plus too, people have investment and serious investment in plants and facilities the length and breadth of the country, and their investment is there to continue processing here, and it's not the desire to go another direction. But it simply wouldn't work under that no deal scenario. I think, you know, by and large, the Chairman has addressed the moves issue, the under 30 months, the 70-day as being requirements of the marketplace, Chairman, not just of customers or commercial customers, be they in UK retail or some of the continental retailers, but now, you know, increasingly with access to new international markets, we're faced with some of these. I mean, it's the rule for supplying China is under 30 months. The rule for supplying Japan is under 30 months, and various others that are there.
My understanding is that that was actually more an offer that was made, that when beef was being marketed from Ireland, that it was said, look, in Ireland we have these rules and it's going to be under 30 months. It was an offer that was made rather than a requirement, and that it became the norm. And we have all acknowledged that there is a certain absurdity in it. You know, it was finally, it grew out of BSE from the 30-day rule, but surely there is an argument to be made to revisit that and to go back, because I personally believe that our unique selling points are not around the 30-day rule, or not around the the 70 days or any. Our unique selling points are about grass-fed and family farm and those things, which we're not using when we go out marketing our beef. And that's just the point that I think we need to have a conversation about.
Well, let's be clear, and let's. I mean, we as an industry are you know, I mean, when conditions are set between the competent authority here in Ireland. I mean, by and large, if we have access to an international market, it is negotiated between the competent authorities of the two countries. It's government to government, veterinary authority to veterinary authority. We want a cert that is a certificate that is an open cert. Right? Because the reality is, and we've said it before, sometimes with a range of international markets outside of the European Union, you can have different conditions set, and ultimately it's almost like killing a different animal to try and match every market. So it is certainly not an offer to international markets, or that look, we can do this or we can do under 30 months, but it is very much internationally. I mean, they haven't just set it with Ireland, they've set it with other countries as well. So it is what competent authorities in other countries are setting. I think there's a further challenge that we have in relation to climate change and efficiency of our production, and nobody is there pointing out that the older the animal, the more efficient it is. It's kind of counter that particular argument. And there are production systems, not just by Teagasc or demo farms, but with commercial farmers today that are producing and finishing steers at far less than 30 months. But it is a challenge to the whole climate change discussion if you're saying that you're going later in life. I suppose to cover off, Chairman, if I can, on a few other areas. Deputy McConalogue asked about the exports outside of the European Union, and it's somewhere of our overall beef. It's somewhere in the region of 5% at this point in time. That has been growing. It ebbs and flows a bit. I mean, it's down in 2018 versus 2017 because of absence of activity in the market in the Philippines and product not being as competitive compared to the previous year in getting in there. But overall, third country markets account for, at this point in time, about 5%. You also raised, I suppose, that we expect. Well, there was a view that extra stock, extra product was coming through, and why didn't we do something on it? But I would say that the industry has. I mean, it isn't just this year. I mean, slaughterings this year are up 30,000 head or so for the year to date. Over the previous 2 years, slaughterings were up by 10%. They were up by 160,000 head. The industry had and has processed all of those, but we're not, and found homes for them, but we're not immune either, I suppose, to the reality of what was going on in markets, and that is part of the contributor to what is now. I mean, the price at the moment is hovering, as far as Ireland is concerned, is hovering just below the 100% of EU average, and we have, taken a severe hit in terms of our position to return a price because of additional production, particularly in the second half of last year because of the drought situation right across Europe. The European Commission and DG Agriculture has clearly set out a view that said that the substantial increase in product on the European market has had a negative effect. The European Commission would say that last year there was about 200,000 tonnes additional product on the EU market by virtue of increased production, lower exports out of the European Union, and an increase in imports into the European Union. The combination of those three led to additional product on the market that has impacted, and as the Chairman has said, that led into a period of even further uncertainty that we've gone through over the last number of months in the context of Brexit. On dairy beef versus suckler beef, and also, I mean, this might touch on some of the points that Senator Lombard was raising in terms of the future. I mean, well, firstly, I mean, there is work going on in relation to output from the dairy sector, right, and the need for an improvement in the beef element, if you like, that's coming from the dairy sector, and that needs to continue in terms of best best available bulls, and that the decisions by dairy farmers aren't completely based on ease of calving and short gestation, that there's some credence and effort and account taken of the need for an animal that is suitable for the market. In the longer term, I mean, what we had set out as an ambition for the industry was that there would be 20% growth in it, somewhere around 80,000 tonnes, which I think Deputy Kenny mentioned. I mean, a significant amount of that, I mean, it was on the basis that there was going to be additional product coming from the dairy market, but it was also in the view or in the hope to maintain, or at least as close as possible, maintain the suckler herd. And that would be the view of the industry, that it does want to and continue to see the suckler herd as a major part of the beef sector. But equally, we have to work on the programmes that are there and the dairy beef index and the use and uptake of that to improve the output from the beef sector, from the dairy side of the sector. The longer term, you know, well, tell me what's going to happen on Brexit and I can tell you a little bit more if you like. I mean, we're all challenged by that. But we hope and would like to see, obviously, an orderly exit to Brexit that will keep us as major suppliers of the UK market. We have no question about that, that we want to see that as being part of our future. When you look at it and you ask about 10 years out, we are their nearest neighbour, they are a deficit market and they are a high price market. We want to see that continue, and all of the work that has gone into supplying the UK market and developing the UK market to continue. But also, we do recognise that demand growth, consumption growth for beef and for protein is in other parts of the world as well, is in Asia, and we're trying to do everything possible to get more access to those. Chairman, I know you want to cut off.
Yes, sorry. It was a question I asked around what was the aggregate profit of the 13 owners for the last year, and what exactly are you doing to get more money back into to have a sustainable farming enterprises, because it's not sustainable as it is at the moment. So just the profit and what you're doing specifically to get money back into farmers' pockets.
We're a representative organisation.
But as the organisation, you know how much?
We have 13 private companies.
Yeah.
We don't know what their profit margins are.
You're representing them and you don't know.
Then finish. Go ahead, Mr. Carroll.
We don't. That's not our role. Our role is, as every other representative organisation that you have in this room, we represent the cross-cutting issues that impact that sector. But we don't deal with the accounts or the detail of their markets or the contracts that they sign in respective markets. We don't have that level of information. So we've never raised that question. It is never one that has come up.
Could I ask you to raise it and submit it to the committee of exactly what the
Well, I'll bring to your attention the fact that the question was raised.
You know,
Well, could I, Chairman, just also, if I could also just say that, I mean, okay, they are, as the Chairman has said, they're private companies and operate as such. But I mean, every year or every second year, the Census of Industrial Production, the CSO, publish data on the manufacturing sector in this country.
Do they publish accounts?
Publish data on the manufacturing sector in this country, publish data on the meat processing sector. And over the years, and that's publicly available also, Chairman, and over the years, that shows a net margin position in the meat processing sector operating in the region of 0.5 to 1.5%. And those are on the record and available.
Lombard.
Chair, just looking for clarity regarding my response regarding where I thought the future of the beef industry would go. And I read your report, and I still don't see your vision for the future of the beef industry. And I still don't see that vision regarding where the suckler cow ties in with the vast numbers of decline in the last few years. So maybe you can get clarity regarding where do you see it going with the vast number of dairy cows coming into it, suckler cows decreasing. I'm trying to get a handle on what numbers you believe you'll have of suckler cows in a few years' time. It's not Brexit orientated. This is market trend. It's what we've seen in the past. And your comprehensive report doesn't give me that future, doesn't give me a vision, doesn't give me a template of where you see this industry going. We're now trying to review 2025. For that to happen, the meat industry and yourselves, gentlemen, need to come forward with your view of where that's going to be. And I'm not happy with the document you gave me, because I don't think it gave me that vision that you're going forward or where it's going. And I just want to know, where do you think it's going? That's really what my question is.
On a couple of related questions that were asked, as you may have missed, regarding the question on contracts. Is there a possibility of contracts being put in place in the future? And the other two other questions that were mentioned from some members with regard to data from access to data and the numbers and transparency.
Firstly, Chairman, if I come back again to the future, I mean, we have set out in a document on the future of the Irish beef sector. In the context, after Foodwise 2025 was published, the industry itself set out its views on what was achievable, what it felt was growth was possible in the sector, and we put that out and published, and I think we're before this committee on it, Senator. But I've referred to some aspects of it. I mean, we had envisaged that, you know, with the expansion on dairy, but also with a vision and a want and a wish that the suckler herd is maintained in this country, that somewhere in the region of an additional 80,000 tonnes above the production in the baseline would be possible. Sucklers were very much part of that vision. In terms of you know, where product would go, as I said, we are going to remain largely focused on the European market and trying to continue to increase the profile of customers that are available for the European market. But I'm sorry, I mean, Brexit is a big issue in relation to that. It clearly is in terms of the outcome of that. But look, I'm happy to come back and go into more detail on that. On the contracts, Chairman, I mean, there are some level of contracts between processors and farmers, right? There is a level of contracts between processors and farmers, not, you know, a substantial or significant volume, but some level. And it's not, you know, I mean, it's not, you know, something that the industry is against by any manner of means. I mean, even 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago, a form of contract and forward pricing arrangement was announced by one of the companies in cooperation with one of the dairy processing co-ops. And there are other contracts in place, be they around breeds and specific breeds or production systems, or be they on supply at particular times of the year. Some level of contracting going on. Does it need to increase more? Would it be better if it increased more? Yes, probably. But are there back-to-back arrangements everywhere in terms of contracts in the marketplace for processors? No, there are not. So that has to be something that is worked on. You asked about access to data. Well, I mean, in overall terms, and I think Deputy McConalogue asked this question as well and touched on it. I mean, you know, in terms of line of sight forecast numbers that are coming down through it, I mean, where we get our information is via Board BIA, that also works with the Department of Ag in terms of knowing, you know, what kind of numbers are there, calf births, ages at various periods of time, and largely rely on that for forecasts and what's coming down the track. I think it is necessary to have some line of sight. You don't know exactly when those are coming, but some line of sight of the kind of numbers that are coming through the system, because you do have to give indications to customers as well that I want to try and do business with you in the second 6 months of this year at X level of production or at X level of tonnage. You know, on a day-to-day basis, there is interaction with the AIM system to get clearance in terms of various things that have to be cleared for veterinary purposes. So there is access via the Department of Agriculture at the meat plants. There is access, for example, to establish, well, are these animals China eligible or not? Are they eligible for various markets? Those are the kind of access parameters that are there for us. And if we don't, if they're not there, well, we don't service a China market or whatever. That's the mechanism that was put in place and governed by the Department of Agriculture. And I apologise, your last
Transparency?
Transparency, well, I mean, at an EU level, there's an initiative going on at the moment in terms of the broader agri-food sector on price transparency and increased transparency. That's the level. I know there have been calls for particular price indexes here, and some previous contributors and submissions have talked about a price index here in terms of meat cut prices and that. I think, to do it in Ireland alone would be nonsensical, because we're just purely putting information into the marketplace. It is something that's being worked on now actively at an EU level, and that's the best level for it to happen on. It will apply in every member state, but it's best that it's done at an EU level rather than an Irish level. And I would have a question mark over what it will deliver in terms of will it benefit the marketplace, will it benefit customers and competitors more than it will benefit us.
What was the total kill, your total kill for the entire year last year?
Just short of 1.8 million cattle.
And what percentage of that came from farmers as opposed to feedlots?
Well, on the feedlot issue, I mean, the figure that's been put out there is that herds with feedlot status accounted for 18% of cattle slaughterings. Not all of those clearly are feedlots that are owned or feedlot status herds that are owned or controlled by factories. And our best information on it is that that figure is less than 5%.
Factory owned.
While there are, and I know, and we did, and the figures have been well commented on, I know that at the moment, Chairman, there are, or according to the Department of Agriculture, 338 herds, if you like, with this particular feedlot status. I think they've even called it something different recently, but feedlot status. And those accounted for 18%, according to the Department of Ag, of all cattle slaughtered. But we, based on information from our members, factory owned or controlled. I mean, in a scenario where they might take rent a yard and put cattle into it, that those where they own them or rent that yard is less than 5% of the overall. That's.
And would there be another percentage then of that kill that would be contracted? The farmers would have a contract, or a farmer would be contracted directly with the factory.
Yes, I would say there's a further where the farmer is owner of the cattle, cattle in the shed and the feeding, but has contracted with the factory. Yeah, absolutely, which is a contract.
Would that be a big percentage? Would you say?
Well, I don't know. I don't have. I mean, as I said to you, in terms of contracted overall contracts that exist in the industry, I will. There's no point me guessing. I don't know the answer to it, but I mean, it's not a significant level, because clearly, there's a call and there's a need and a want for more contracted activity. So,
And these are, if we could put it as such, ordinary farmers who would have a contract with the factory to do that particular process.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The beef plan group, number of questions, obviously.
So, you should the 125 kilometre.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Deputy McConalogue, I'm not overly familiar with it. It's a regulatory issue. It's not one for us, I think. Happy to look into it a bit more, but it's a regulatory issue. It's not one that is of particular note or interest to the industry.
I think we've got all the questions now for MII, have we, I think? We'll come back with this group anyway in a few minutes. Okay, beef plan.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm just going to answer some of the questions, because
we're directly to you, yeah.
And then we're going to go across through both.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you're.
Okay. So firstly, from a charity perspective, at the very outset, you asked about, we're very much just after setting up over the last 6 months or so, and you've asked how we've been received by the stakeholders. So, quite unfortunately, from our perspective, at our first asking, we have been refused from the TB forum. So there's a forum discussing the future plans to mitigate against the TB risk in the country, and beef plant have been excluded from that forum. We also have asked to be part of the BVD forum. This comes under our Animal Health Committee, and we've been pretty much told to go off and apply through Animal Health Ireland, be affiliated with them so that we can be invited back into that forum. So there's two immediate examples of where we've somewhat come across roadblocks to actually get our voice heard at the table. We talk about us as an organisation and recognition for the amount of farmers that we represent. I think it's very important that we get some transparency in that other organisations will allege they represent beef farmers. It's certainly the members that we have spoken to in MART meetings and town halls over the last good number of months, to the magnitude now of somewhere in the region of 20,000 people, that have said they have not represented us as beef farmers. And we would welcome some more transparency around who is actually representing beef farmers and how is that going to be made more easily recognisable to the general public, or indeed to committees like this, so that they know who they're talking to, and therefore that beef farmers get recognition on some of the boards that are in existence, where we don't have a presence at the moment. So there are challenges as a fledgling organisation. Certainly from a funding perspective, there's a lot of talk about levies at the moment with certain organisations. We would welcome a proper funding structure in place that recognises this is the contribution an organisation is making for the beef sector, and therefore they are appropriately funded to support the work that they're doing. So those that work and truly represent beef farmers and have their best interests at heart, and those farmers recognise that by indication, by whatever means they see fit to say, yeah, I subscribe to that organisation, that be adopted. Just to keep us, we're a voluntary organisation. You know, no one gets paid. This is completely voluntary work that we do. And I think we've done incredible work in the last number of months to highlight these issues. That, as Eamon said earlier, a lot of people have piggybacked on and now make them as their own. When you look at the origins of it, go back to our meetings throughout the back end of last year, these are the topics we've been raising. In relation to the rules, you asked a question about the 70-day, the 30 months and so on. So it's very interesting to see that for some of the markets, Chairman, you called out earlier about the access to those markets. Those represent 5% of the exports that we sell out of this country that go beyond the European Union. So 95% go to the European Union, to allude to those. One other point on the DFM website, Japan are actually looking to have the limit move from 30 months up to 36. That's specifically called out on that markets website that you may have alluded to get that information from. In relation to the other rules, the 70-day and the forum movement, we have to be very careful about the language that's used here about consumer or customer. So if you're a retailer and you're a buyer and you're going to implement requirements that suit your interests to maintain your % retail share, naturally you're going to put in criteria that's going to protect that position. We need to be really, really clear from my perspective that the consumer, the person that consumes the product, that their opinion is sought as to what are the requirements for that market. If I'm a dominant position, as a retailer, I set the rules that preserve my position, and it gets very easily confused with the language between customer, consumer or retailer. We need to be crystal clear on that point. What does the consumer want? Not what a retailer wants that's preserving their position of dominance. Okay. Your question, so Eamon and Hugh will take others. One, if I can go to Deputy Lombard. So your assertion that we should be getting 40% of the EU average. So I want this absolutely on the record about this 107% of the European price. The article came out at the end of December last year alleging that this was the value that Irish beef producers were paid. And we've heard only recently from the previous submissions how important the suckler farmer is. So I'm going to encourage you to go in to the Board BA website and scrutinise that number, because I know from the research that I've done in preparation for the MART meetings that we have done, steers, R3 and U3 steers what farmers have been paid for those that category of cattle for the last 10 years has been less than their counterparts in Europe. And I'm not talking about the UK, where there's a considerable difference. I'm talking about our counterparts in Europe. For 10 years, farmers in Ireland have been paid less than the EU average for the EU 12 and EU 15. That information is available on Board B website. And they will predominantly come from the suckler herd or new 3 steers. They're not your O's or your P's. That would be lesser confirmation coming from dairy cross. You go to heifers, it's only in the last number of years, 2 to 3 years of that 10-year period, where we have marginally been paid the same as the European average for our heifers. Our young bulls, same story, with the exception of when we had the horse meat scandal, and in 15 we were paid slightly above the European average for our bulls. So to support the assertion that we're getting 107%, you need to look at an O3 and a P3 cow, effectively a cull cow from the dairy herd. That's where Irish farmers have been paid more than the EU average to bring us up to that 107% that's been alluded to earlier. So I want it absolutely clear where that 107% is been underwritten by or underlined by when you look at the category of the animal that's been slaughtered for what farmers have been paid. And we hear that the best interests of suckler farmers are being put forward by the meat industry in Ireland. For the U3 or 3 carcass grades, for 10 years, we've been paid less for steers, almost the same duration for heifers, same for young bulls of that U3 or 3 grading, with the exception of 1 or 2 years. Only in that period have we been paid more for a cull cow, which is, I would contest, not the best product that we could market from our aisle. Okay, so that's an important point. I want to make sure that it gets researched for that claim of 107%. When I look at other questions here in terms of forward contracts, so this is very, very interesting in the sense of access to data. So I'm a part-time farmer. So my day job, as I call it, I work in supply chain. So me buying materials and me manufacturing product and me selling materials, I've done it for 25 years at this stage. I've done it for US multinationals. If I know that I'm constrained by a raw material, I can guarantee you my commercial team will not get my permission to market one product more than I can commit to supply, because that will put me under pressure of to what I have to buy and what I have to pay for to buy it. Absolutely. They will not be permitted to market product more than I can supply from a raw material. If we tell the industry how much beef is in the system, effectively the raw material, I can guarantee you they will not commit to a contract that they cannot supply or that would put them under pressure to compete for cattle to fulfil that contract. And we've heard horizons of 6 months, maybe a little bit longer, indicative numbers of what kind of an agreement we will have. So those indicative numbers set the parameters at which we are able to commit to supply. So by sharing information on the available raw material from the beef sector, I can guarantee you that there will not be a position where a company will go out and overextend from a supply perspective or supply commitment that will put them under pressure to buy more cattle and drive the price up, because that's how a market should work. And that's from a supply chain perspective. Some points made earlier about reducing the national herd. If we reduce the national herd, we will be in the same boat. Why? Because if we show this is the available raw material in this industry, at the other end, the sales commitments will match that. If we go from 600,000 tonnes down to 400,000 tonnes, we will be in the same scenario. So I want to make sure that that's quite clear as well in terms of the importance of not sharing that information to allow it to be manipulated in terms of futuring on sales contracts. Okay? From my perspective, if I check my notes, Hugh and Eamon are going to cover a lot of these things here. In terms of Brexit, this has been realised by the Irish beef farmer probably a week after the vote when the price was cut. So Brexit has happened to us already. So I think the meat industry in this country are adept at not wasting a crisis, and Brexit has been a phenomenal success for them in terms of they have had a 2-year crisis. If the weather is dry, it's a drought, price goes down. If it's raining, price goes down because it's raining. If the cat has kittens, price goes down. But they'll never waste a crisis, and Brexit has happened for Irish beef farmers for the last 2 years. And I'd welcome this committee to go and evaluate the dairy commodities that sell within the UK. How have they fared over the last 2 years? They have the exact same parameters in terms of uncertainty for Brexit. And I would question how have the dairy products in that retail space or in that market fared relative to beef. The fundamental difference is you have a co-op style approach where co-ops actually help their suppliers. In the beef industry, you have what I would certainly consider monopolies that will do all they can to take as much out of the 2.6 billion industry that they possibly can, with no foresight as to the consequences of the suppliers that they're going to have in the future. And it is terminal for beef producers at the moment. And we talk of other organisations looking for a suckler cow payment, €200. It would be far more beneficial to write the cheque and give it to the major players and say, don't cut the price of beef anymore, than give it to the farmers. Administratively, it would cost you less. Why? Because they're ultimately going to get it. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take to percolate back out for them to take that share off the farmer. So Eamon and Hugh are going to answer some
Mr.
questions.
Chairman, I'm going to keep it brief because I can appreciate the time.
We have more questions to come as well. So
No, I know that.
The questions that we have here, and we have more questions.
But I will be very factual.
No.
Okay. I just want to respond to Tim Lombard's there regarding the survey. We in Beef Plan on Saturday decided we'd do a quick survey, and we put questions to a little over 10,000 farmers. In a 24-hour period, we had 2,370 farmers responded. And these are facts, these are real farmers. 28, nearly a third of the farmers have said that they fully intend, once the genomics scheme ends. Now, for people who don't know what the genomics scheme is, it was a scheme brought in a couple of years ago. Farmers can't leave this scheme until 2020.
It's a 5-year contract, yeah.
That's okay. Well, I'm trying to
yeah.
be fair. Okay, so they can't leave, and if they do leave, there's a clawback. 28% of farmers said, that's out of the 2,370, 28% said that they were going to decrease their cows by more than 20%. In total, 52% of the farmers said they fully intended to decrease their cows as soon as the genomic scheme was up. Nearly a third are going to increase their cows by more than 20%. And I was actually disappointed we didn't put a column in for more than 30%. Now, they're real figures. So Meat Industry Ireland, they can talk about want and wish. The actual truth of the story is farmers are leaving, they're going to be leaving in their droves. Okay? So forget about the suckler herd being 900,000 in a year's time. I can see the suckler herd, if something is not done regarding contracts and whatever, being completely and utterly decimated and dropping to figures like 300,000, maybe 400,000. Now, I just want to, on Mr. McConalogue, he was talking about rebranding. He's left now. And why would we rebrand? At 3.70 cents a kilo, there is nobody in Ireland making money. That's a fact. Okay? Every one of us, I am spending my kids' inheritance every time I bring cattle to the factory. That's a fact. Okay, let's be clear. So why would we rebrand? The reason we have to rebrand is quite simple. The Origin Green label has been diluted. And the reason it has been diluted is, and we can't get away from this, the dairy industry, they have about 20, maybe 25% cull cows. We can't get away from that. So you do the maths. About 280,000 cull cows are going to come from the dairy industry every year. That's manufacturing beef. What I produce in my suckler herd is retail beef. Manufacturing, retail, all being sold under Origin Green. It's an absolute disgrace. So what we have to do within the beef industry, if we're going to survive as an entity, is we have to rebrand. And not just rebrand as suckler beef or as grass-fed beef. What we intend to do is we intend to, because I normally hit this off my two daughters, and I ask them, what would you pay more for? You have to be environmentally friendly. You have to be health conscious. That's what the householder wants. And Meat Industry Ireland will tell you, and I heard them there recently saying the market is not really too pushed about that. In England, Asda released a brand there recently. They called it Pasture Promise for the milk end of things. And they called it free-range beef. They are commanding a premium for that. So what we need to do within our industry is we have got to raise the bar. We have got to go GM-free. That's what the market wants, and sell it as GM-free. We have got to go grass-fed. You go into your local supermarket and you'll see an 8x4 picture of a continental farmer with his big Charlie bullock or limousine bullock up to his knees in grass. You're not going to see a factory feedlot with 5,000 or 6,000 cattle. And as Meat Industry Ireland would say and have said, these cattle are fed mostly grass. Well, I've certainly never seen it. And I've been through a lot of feedlots. And I'm not trying to denigrate Irish beef in any way, but we have to be factual. What we have to do is we have to look into niche markets where you have antibiotic-free beef. There is a percentage of animals that are produced in this country that never get an antibiotic. That has to be branded. You can feed vegetable oils in the last 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, through the meal, and you can raise the omega-3. That's what the market wants. And we have to be aware of what the market wants and give the market what it wants. But what's happening at the moment is we're allowing our brand to be diluted, and in doing so, it's bringing everything down. Suckler beef has got to get a new brand, and we in the beef plant intend to do that. Now, I'm going to hand you all over to Eamon, who's going to answer some of the other questions, because I am aware of the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Okay, the first question I'm going to address, Pat, is one that I'm not sure was asked yet, but the whole question of what is the role of Meat Industry Ireland? We heard Martin Kenny there talking about price and contracts, and an answer wasn't forthcoming as to price and contracts. And I suppose the question is, if Meat Industry Ireland are not going to answer those questions, are we going to bring the meat factories in here to answer those questions? Because they're relevant to that debate. So is it the plan to bring the meat factories in here and ask them about price and ask them about contracts? And maybe before we go, you can ask Meat Industry Ireland who are here, what is their role in this whole situation? That's the first point. Number two, to go on to Martin Kenny's point of, we mentioned 5 things there that we thought could be done straight away that would improve things. And one of them was to get rid of the 4 movement rule. One of them was to get rid of the 70-day residency rule as regards the QPS bonus, right? Now, the way we see that QPS bonus is the animal has done the 70 days on a quality assured farm. So we either accept that the department accepts that the farmer is doing a good job, or we don't. The animal has spent 70 days on that farm, so he is quality assured for that 70 days. Now, if we can transfer that paperwork to the new buyer, that new buyer should be able to sell that animal directly to a factory. So there's no basis for that. If we get rid of those two rules, it means our finished cattle can go back into the marts, and then we've got open competition for them marts between exporters and between the different factories. So we've got a little bit of competition that isn't there at the moment. So that'll be a big help. The other one about the category 1 waste, only allowed to travel 125 kilometres. If we get rid of that rule, there was a case in Roscommon where a factory was basically told, because they rose the price 5 cents a kilo, that their offal wouldn't be collected. So there was a smell in the town for 2 weeks. Right? We talk about proven anti-competitive practice. There's one proof of it. Right? That rule gives the dominant player an advantage, and it rules against the small independent factories. So if we get rid of that rule, it will encourage the small independent factories who will have an independent means of getting rid of the category 1 waste. So that's number 2. If we increase the lairage space out in France, we're able to get more calves away, which will mean there'll be less cattle when it comes to the farmers selling their fit cattle. So that will increase, it'll increase competition. And finally, if we have an export subsidy for weanlings, the money will go directly to the farmer, rather than paying the suckler cow premium. Let's give the money directly to the farmer. That'll get it'll give a better price to these suckler farmers who are producing these weanlings. It'll be less cattle in the country and more competition for what's left for the people that finish cattle. So I hope that answers your question on that, Martin. The anti-competitive practices, and this was Charlie McConalogue that put that question. I've dealt with the 4 movement rule. There's absolutely no science to say that the meat will be worth less because the animal has been moved 4 times. So that move should be scrapped. I've already dealt with the 70-day residency. If Board B are doing the job and there's a trail of paperwork going with the animal, well then it should be acceptable to the next buyer, and it should be accepted to supermarkets, and it should be acceptable to everybody else. I've dealt with the category 1 waste. Okay, the factory-owned feedlots definitely used to manipulate the marketplace, the free marketplace. They're flooded out at times when cattle are in good supply to collapse the market. And in the US they're outlawed. They should be outlawed here as well. The access to the farmer data, that one was mentioned. The meat factories have known that there was going to be a glut of cattle since last September. Have they gone out and got new markets for their cattle? They claim they need this information to react and to sell farmer supplies. They haven't gone out and got markets. They let the cattle build up and they collapsed the price and they said happy days. So that doesn't work. As regards the 30-month age limit and the 16-month age limit and the 24-month age limit for bulls, the factories have said that they would welcome a wider spec. So they're actually saying to us, they're with us on that one, right? That they look for the widest spec when they go to sell cattle or to go to sign contracts. The biggest problem, we have talked to chefs and we've talked to hotels that buy food, right? The biggest problem, we've talked to marketeers that sell product and try and source for hotels. The biggest problem they have is not whether the animal is 30 months, it's the consistency of the supply from the factory. Now, the factory is mixing all types of cattle and they're selling it into one block to people, and customers don't want that. They want a consistent supply. They want the suckler bred beef in one category and they want the lesser cuts in another. Now, where is... We've heard the meat industry say that there is the consumer wants these specifications. Where is the evidence of that? Can they show us the evidence of that? Can we look at a pack of beef and see that this beef is under 30 months? This beef has got less than 4 movements. If that is a specification of these supermarkets, which we're told it is, why are they not putting that on their pack if that is their unique selling point, that it's been moved less than 4 times, that it's under 30 months? Top chefs in France have said that grass-fed beef older than 30 months has got a better flavour and a better taste. So that doesn't stack up, and I, for one, don't believe it. There's 3 supermarkets in the UK.
Through the chair.
You know, I'm answering the question that Charlie asked.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
We've addressed a number of these questions already.
Yeah.
I want to get other members in.
The point I mentioned wasn't raised, so if I have just a couple more minutes and I'll get through it.
Yeah, there's one question there that I think Deputy, just to remind you as well, Deputy or Senator Lombard asked as well.
I'm coming to it, yeah, I'm coming to it, yeah. Yeah, okay, so the next one is... yes, Charlie McConalogue asked the thing about producer groups, and we were involved in the producer groups, and what were we doing? We hope to set up a producer group in every country, or in every county. We do have a problem with the legislation that's been introduced, and there's no official producer group in this country yet, and we think we know the reason why. A couple of things. There needs to be a definite commitment from meat factories to this process, so we have to get that clarified. The other thing is that there's a delegation in there that there has to be physical meetings. We think with modern technology and how busy farmers are, that's something that can be looked at. The other thing is reports have to be given to the department, right? So we don't see the need for that. This is to improve the farmers' well-being, so we don't see a need for that. Okay, coming on to this man's point here about the calves, right? Don't have a problem answering that question at all. In this movement, we took in people from meat factories, we took in people from other organisations, we took in calf exporters, we took in exporters. We've got an exporters forum where we engage with exporters because we think they all offer part of the solution. We think what should have happened, we think the department made a mistake. The department reduced the levy from 450 to 120. We think what should have happened is that money that they took off should have been set aside to build a lairage in France and this place that we have. I know that, but I'm saying that the department made the mistake doing that. And I think that they can rectify that mistake and say, listen, we made a mistake, we want to put that money towards building the physical structure there.
So you'd be okay with increasing the levy to €5 a calf again?
As long as that money, the extra money is used to build the lairage.
Why would a lairage be built when an offer of a bigger ship was made and not taken
refused?
Well, I'm not here to answer questions for the exporters. My issue, sorry, Chair. I have talked to
Chair, if I could before I go, because I'm go to vote. My issue with this, and I went down to your meeting, and it was a wonderful meeting, and you had a huge crowd there.
I will explain it, yeah.
And I had the view that you were batting for the exporter, right? And I have a real issue, what happened subsequently. 3 weeks later, price of calves in Bandamart hit, and you've no idea how bad they went, right? I sat there with farmers that day, and there was an anger out there that they were controlling the market, and they already got $3.20 a calf thrown off, and they weren't even paying $3.20 a calf. So I do think we have to call it out. The exporters took advantage of the issue, and we've had a real deflation in prices. And we had a huge issue. And I personally was disappointed that you were mentioning an exporter's name to me when I was making my presentation down Bantry.
What I will say is that we did talk to one exporter in particular, and that one exporter was paying probably the highest price of all exporters for calves, and he dealt primarily with individual farmers rather than going through marts. The other thing I'll say is that same exporter had heaps and heaps of contracts cancelled because he couldn't get the calves out to the places that he wanted to get them out to because there wasn't enough lairage space. The other thing about the ship, you would have to physically bring a lorry over and have it sitting there idle waiting for the cattle, so that wasn't a workable option for those exporters. So that's why that big ship didn't work. Okay.
We want to get the other members in. I'll let you back in. The other members want to come in here. There's a number of members here still have. There is in this order Deputy Corcoran Kennedy, Deputy Fitzmaurice and Deputy Healy-Rae.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for coming in this afternoon to help us with this very important report. Can I ask you both, if you could tell me if the Foodwise targets, Foodwise 2025 targets are sustainable. A very ambitious policy based on what we've been hearing and what people are experiencing. The feedlots have been referred to earlier, and I think I've got a clear view on where beef plan are. And I was just wondering if Meat Industry Ireland have a view on feedlots and the impact that they may or may not be having on our image of grass-fed beef. Beef plan, I wonder, would you be expand a small bit on the blockchain proposal that you have there in your report, and also you also reference lairage, and I was just wondering, I know there was a bit of a to and fro there about it, but who actually should be paying for lairage, and maybe Meat Industry Ireland might refer to that as well. And I would just have another question for both. Is the Glanbia Keepack model something that is the direction that you think things might go in the future? Or is that what either the producers want or that industry wants? The other question, I suppose, is for Meat Industry Ireland in relation to what exactly does the market want, and what are the processes looking for in relation to steer beef? I mean, are they looking for smaller carcasses? Like if they're looking for smaller carcasses, well, then does the suckler herd actually produce that? The other one then is, yes, just in relation to CAP, and I suppose it was touched on earlier, if beef plan, if you have any views on the convergence aspect of that.
Thanks, Deputy. Deputy Fitzmaurice.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for your presentations. In the line of the beef plan movement, I think it may be worthwhile for us here in trying to solve the problem, and not having a commission. It's up to the chairman. The 125-kilometre the law on that for the waste transport rule is with the Department of Transport, and it may be worthwhile that this committee or whatever, that's up to yourselves, put in a submission to the Department of Transport on that, because there was one as well, Chairman, you might remember, a moving straw on that before, and I think that's where we need to tackle that. It's just a thing I'm throwing out there. The beef plan movement. What's your position in the line in regarding forward contracts with retailers, and probably maybe the role of developing a new brand of suckler beef or whatever? I'd like to know your views on that. And in the line of, say, climate change, in the line of sustainability and all that everyone is on about, what's your view in the line of the suckler herd on that, where we're going forward on that? To meet MII, right, here are a few facts from what you've told us. 338 farmers, or whatever you want to call them, feedlots, or whatever we want to call them, right? A's, produced 18-19% of the beef in this country. It means that if we keep going down the road, we're going down that about 1,350 farmers would be able to produce all the beef in this country, what ye have required last year. If you do the figures, is it sustainable, guys, that 338,000 farmers will run through 1,000 cattle each? And are ye going to sell a product out abroad stating that it was reared through grass? Because I come from a farm background, and most of us here does. And let's be honest out there. The small family farm produces an animal reared on grass or whatever.
Free roam.
But them cattle, and let's not be codding ourselves, are within in sheds most of the time. And I think it's time now we call a halt to the feedlot system that's going on, that's mostly controlled by factories, and let them not be denying it. There's a backdoor system going on in it. If it's not coming in the front door, it's coming in the back door. And I think that has to be called out once and for all. And are ye afraid of that? Are you worried about that? And explain to me, you talked about, and fair enough, I agree with you, that retailers around wherever you're buying them, be it Aldi, Tesco, Lidl, will say we want 30 months, fair enough. Are ye in favour of working with the department and farming bodies to go to those people and push a proposal forward that if you've a Board B approved farm and you're on your third movement and it goes to there, that there shouldn't be a problem, providing it's a Board B approved farm. It's the same animal welfare no matter where you go. And if you sell to Joe and he's Board B approved and he holds that animal for 30 days that he's entitled, providing that they're Board B approved. And explain one thing to me, and you said you have scientific evidence. Well, I have facts of what happens, farmers. That last May, if you had cattle over 30 months, if they had 8 movements, if there were every piece of the dots that you're looking for that you hadn't, and the heifers, and you'd get the flat rate regardless of what they were, or for cows the same, because there was one simple reason: you had your tongues out for them. And go 3 or 4 or 6 months later, why then, if that was the case that you needed all these things, and I'll show you proof of it, those cattle killed and there wasn't a question, why then for farmers that were under 22 months later on, that they were ringing factories, couldn't get their cattle killed, so they got hit because they went over the 22 months? Why did you bring in a clause halfway through that you got rid of where you brought in a spec under 440 kgs? And the fella that had the big Charlie Bullock was got out the gate, he was cut down. Every excuse was used, guys. And I'll make no apology for saying it straight to you. What's gone on over the last 6 months to the farming communities and the small farmers in this country is outrageous, is scandalous. And what you have done, you have said that there's 34 or 5 factories in this country. Well, and you talked about employment. Well, I can guarantee you, you can keep pulling a dog's tail for as long as you like, but sooner or later they're going to bite, and they're ready to bite now. And they say they're going to go one or 2 ways. Those farmers are going to get out if they're not going to be treated right by the factories, or else we're heading for landlordism, which are 1,300 friends that will produce the cattle of this country. And you mightn't like to hear that, but that's the facts on the ground when you talk to the farmers. And you can use all the scientific and everything you want, and yes, there is a problem in my view, because we have extra cattle, we have to get rid of them, and we need to work with exports. I agree with all that. But it is at a low ebb at the moment. And beef farmers, I come from a suckler neck of the woods, Donegal down to Clare, out to Longford. And they're sick to the teeth of factories, and they're sick to the teeth of losing money. And I'll tell you guys, if you're looking at upping the ante in the factories, and this isn't against factories, this is just pure blunt facts. If you want to go and make sure that the factories are sustainable going into the future and the farmer is sustainable going into the future, the acts need to change fairly quick, or it's over. It's over. Thank you.
Deputy Healy-Rae.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad to get the opportunity. And first of all, welcome Eamon and the gentleman from the meat industry. And when I look across at Eamon, I immediately think of the hundreds and thousands of people that attended the beef plan meetings all around Kerry and indeed West Cork, because I attended each and every one of them as well. And I only wish that a lot of them are looking in here today to see what's going on, because their lives and their enterprises are on the line. I'm not making this up. And Eamon asked the question if he would allow a farmer's representative into the factories. And Mr. Carroll, Philip, you said that you didn't see what benefit that would be. Well, I can tell you, Philip, farmers' trust in the factories is at the lowest ebb that it's ever been. And when they attended the beef plan meetings,
The only wish and hope and expectation they had was that more live exports could be accessed so that there would be competition in the trade, and that the meat factories and the beef processors would have to pay a fair price. And that's all the farmers want, you see. And I have been a farmer since birth, and I bought my own place in 1988, and I put down some of the money and I borrowed the rest of it, and over 10 years I paid it off. And it was the farm paid it. But if I'd done that today, there'd be no hope in the world. I couldn't do it anyway, because or no one could do it, because that's the way the thing has gone. It's gone totally into reverse. And you see, the reasons that you're giving for holding on to these rules are not satisfactory. And the people out there that you're trying to sell that, and I appreciate you're doing a job, you're paid to come in here today on behalf of the meat industry and the meat factories. But I can say to you, time is running out for it, because the farmers are not just going to take it, and they won't take it. I told here earlier this evening, there was an IFA meeting in Sneem the other night. There was 8 farmers attended. They were all over 75 years of age. Much the same in Kilgarvan. I know what's going on around the whole circuit. That's what's happening. The young fellas are not interested, Chairman, and they're not going to continue at it. And like Mr. Hugh Doyle said, when the genomic scheme is over, and when that tie-in, when they can escape from that, a lot of farmers will be getting out, and they're getting out as it is, because they're gone doing other things, and they just can't. And it is sad to see what's happening in our neck of the woods, and because farmers had invested an awful lot in slatted tanks. They paid for, and they got grants, and they were helped and assisted, and in many cases more of them didn't get grants, but they had wives working one thing or another. They took a decision to try to keep the farm enterprise going, and they realised they had to comply with environmental regulations and all that went with it, and they hoped that the thing would turn around, but it's not turning around. It's gone full circle now. It's gone so bad that there's hardly, I don't know how the thing is going to be retrieved. And I mean, to say, you tell me, you're 3 smart men here, hang a carcass up there off the roof, hang it down off the roof. Will any of you tell me how many times that carcass was moved? I'm asking you that question. Could any one of you tell me how many times that carcass had moved? And you see, some farmer asked me the other day to highlight the fact that these calves, young calves that are not even tested, shouldn't be included in that movement rule. When they're not even tested, when they're sold from inside the map to the first man and then maybe to the second man, when they're not even tested, they shouldn't be included in the 4 movement rule at all. That's totally wrong. There's no need for it. I don't know who thought it up, but I can tell you one thing, lads, it's not benefiting the farmer, or it's not benefiting the people that I'm representing, or Eamon is representing, the other fellas. It's not representing them at all. And you see, at the present time, farmers calve their cows now in August and September. And then that means that the 30-month rule comes into play somewhere around February and March, which means that the farmer, and you're talking about climate and carbon footprint, which is a whole lot of nonsense to me when we hear a Taoiseach saying he's doing something for the carbon footprint by reducing his intake of meat. And you've another fellow didn't approve of Untashta in the schools, sending literature to the schools, advising the children. This again is hurting the farmers and the fellas that are producing beef. But you see, when you talk about the 30-month rule, the 30-month rule comes into play then around February and March, which means that the only way the farmer can get that animal ready for sale is to drive it on with meal and ration so that he'll get him out the door and get him, he's trying to grow him and he's trying to fatten him as well at the one time. And that's a serious job. Whereas if the animals was left progress to carry on to 36 months, he could go out in the grass all the summer and would fatten him in grass and around September at 36 months, and he'd be perfect. And you're talking about carbon footprint, a way less carbon footprint, if we were allowed to do that. But you're not making sense to see, and the farmers out there that are trying to keep going, that are up in the morning and up all night pulling calves these times, at this time of the year, and trying to get grass growing and trying to get slurry out and do all the things, and then at the end of the time they're finishing up, they're not paying their way.
Okay, Deputy, with a question.
But the question I'm asking is, how long more do you think that the farmers are going to take this? How long more do you think that you're going to get these cheap cattle in, and that he's using the data that you're getting, so that he knows when the cattle are reaching these certain times, he can bring out your own cattle out of the feedlots. And this is what, I don't know what tongue you need to the factories, but this is what the factories are doing, Chairman. They're bringing out their cattle to drive down the price of beef at certain times, so when they know there's an amount of cattle coming in. And you see, when the price of beef goes down, I want to ask you, does it come down in the supermarket? It doesn't. It comes down for the farmer. I don't know who is benefiting in the middle, but certainly the consumer doesn't benefit. The price is the same for the consumer. So what's going? Who's cutting who? I mean, that's the honest truth of it is. When the price comes down for the beef farmer, it is down very low at the present time. No one is telling me, no consumer is telling me, should we get in the meat for nothing? No, that's not happening. They're paying the same price for it. And you see that? That's the truth of it.
Okay, Deputy.
So,
final question. Question.
Chairman,
yeah, I'm after giving you a good run now, Deputy. You haven't mentioned anybody from Kerry yet.
There is another question. You're talking a lot about the UK and about Brexit. And it's time they made up their mind whether they're coming or going. But I can say to you, the price is already lesser for the animals that and the beef that we're exporting to the UK. Why is that? I've asked it here inside in this forum already.
Okay.
And the other thing is,
this is the final question. Deputy Scanlon is waiting anxiously to get his question.
All right, fine, man. Look, farmers are being told one day, look, they don't want black limousines, they want red limousines. They want white Shirleys, and they don't want brown Shirleys or grey Shirleys. You see, what difference is in the bloody meat when the carcass is taken off them? You see, that's why the farmer is blackguarded and driven down to the ground, but he's not going to stay with you much longer. And I say to you, whoever is paying you, there's 3 vehicles, and I don't know you from the sky over you. And I have no personal gripe with any one of you. But I can tell you, if you think that the farmer, that as a result of the farmer's prices being kept down, that there'll be 3 of you here all the time, he'll be reduced to 2 or he'll be reduced to 1, because it's not going to continue.
Thanks,
and that's
Deputy.
the truth about it.
Thanks, Deputy. Deputy Scanlon, sorry.
Thanks, Chairman, and I'll be brief, but there's a few things I do want to say. And sorry I missed some of the presentations, I want to just say that. But look, in fairness, these people here, these farmers are business people. You represent a business organisations within the country. These people cannot survive if they don't make a profit. And if they don't survive, you won't survive at the end of the day. And this is where it's heading. And it's very, very close to it at the moment, quite honestly. Now, we have 34 meat plants in the country. I think that's what she said. And it's hard to imagine that out of 34 meat plants, if you look at the papers and prices, there isn't 5 cents in the difference between the 34 plants, no matter anywhere in the country. Now, look at if there isn't something going on there in relation to price fixing. Jesus, it's beyond one's imagination to think that there isn't. Quite honestly, I believe there is. There's price fixing going on. There's another issue as well. You know, we're talking about farmers with good breeding stock and good suckler cows and good calves. And I think those good quality cattle, and I agree there should be rebranding, quite honestly, because I think those cattle are treated the very same as some of these calves that's being bred off a dairy herd, which, quite honestly, I have a serious thing about this. They'll never make beef, ever make beef. Some of these breeding dairy herds trying to produce beef. It's just not possible. I was a butcher myself for 35 years. I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I know beef.
In the cost of insurance working group that simply have not been delivered. We on this side of the House are offered our full cooperation in meeting the challenge. We have supported the quick passage of legislation when it has been put before us. At every stage we have sought to get to the bottom of the insurance crisis. I hope today that this bill gets the support from the whole of the House. Last County, this bill is not a revolutionary bill. It's a simple bill that increases the penalties for those making fraudulent claims. However, it is only part of the problem, as I said. We need more focus.
And who's paying that? Who's paying for that? Today the farmer is paying for it. It's the same with a rump steak. It's cheaper today than it was 20 years ago, and cattle twice the price. So there's a serious issue and a serious problem. And, you know, producer groups has been mentioned, and I know the beef plan movement, their plans are producer groups within counties. And I believe it's a good idea. And it's done with sheep. I know in my own counties, close to me and my constituency, those producer groups have improved the price they get for their lambs. And I don't see anything wrong with farmers doing the same thing for their beef. And the quality of the suckler herd, and this genomic thing again, is right, honest to God, I think it's a crazy situation. We have the best of cattle, bred over generations, good suckler cows and good suckler calves, bred over generations. And now they're going to be thrown into the same pot as these genomic, this scheme where there's a dairy herd trying to make beef cattle out of the dairy herd. And I think that's very, very unfair. And I think that's what's happening. And I think that's the plan here is, I know they're talking about lighter cuts and lighter joints and all that kind of thing, but if there's a massive difference between a beef animal from a dairy herd and a beef animal from a suckler, properly bred suckler herd. And that's why maybe the rebranding needs to come in again. But, gentlemen on the far end, if farmers are not treated as business people, treated fairly, given a price that they can survive on the land, because quite honestly today, I know myself, they're not surviving at what they're being paid at the moment, and they won't survive. And we'll talk about a 2025 plan for farming into the future. And I said it earlier, they won't be there in 2022 with the way things are going at the moment if they don't, and if they're not treated fairly. All they want is fair treatment. All they want to do is survive on the land. All they want to do is rear their families on the land. That's all they want to do, and be treated fairly. And at this point in time, they've been treated very, very badly by the meat processors. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Deputy. Just before I go back to the witnesses, just a couple of questions myself. I suppose there's no doubt that there's huge challenges at the moment in the whole beef sector. I personally think there's the short-term issues and there's long-term issues. I think the biggest challenges in the long term are probably three issues, I suppose. There's the Brexit issue, which is a huge problem. You know, in the event that things go badly wrong, as we mentioned here earlier on, the possibility of tariffs being imposed is going to basically wipe out the beef industry overnight if that happens, and that's a fact. The second biggest issue is probably climate change. Whether we like it or not, or whether we agree with climate change or not, it's a huge issue coming down the line that we're going to have to address. And then the other issue, which is a huge issue as well, is CAP reform. We already see with the fact that it is directly linked to Brexit. We're Britain going to be leaving. There's going to be a hole in the pot of funding that's coming to us on an annual basis. That's going to have to be addressed. As a government, the government here is committed to doing their bit to make sure that is addressed. 20 odd or 21 other countries have agreed to row in behind that. But there's a number of other countries who haven't agreed that yet. And there's a body of work to be done there in that regard. And unless that happens, we're going to be in serious challenges. Now, when the MMF has agreed, the budget is agreed, and then it's going to be, I think, the serious issues that have to be addressed within that are where we're going to funnel the funds, direct the funds to where it's going to help the biggest issues. There's been a lot of talk about capping, for example, and I think it's a big issue. I think it needs to be addressed. There are a number of large farmers, large organisations who are getting in excess of 100,000, maybe in excess of a lesser figure as well that some people would argue shouldn't be getting. That needs to be addressed, in my opinion. Then the issue about the vulnerable sectors in the agricultural sector. And also I think it's important, and I made a point earlier on, I think it is a wrong thing if we start pitting farmer against farmer. If we start taking X amount of money off one guy to pay another guy, I think it's a bad road to go down. I think we need to be very careful in that regard. So the questions I would ask, I suppose, from the beef plan movement, I suppose, first of all, where do their priorities in CAP? Where do they think the funds going forward should be addressed, and how it should be addressed in order to tackle the vulnerable sectors? And saying that also, taking on board the fact that climate change is going to be an issue, whether we like it or not, how are we going to marry the CAP reform funding issue with climate change going forward? I think that's a huge issue that needs to be addressed. And on meat industry, there's been a lot of talk about additional markets, and obviously the more markets we have, the better. It's all about competition. In my opinion, the more competition we have, the better price we're going to have in the long term. A lot of talk about additional markets. And what work has been done in the last while, and what work have been in the pipeline as regards opening up new markets or going into markets that are already there that maybe haven't been as fruitful in the last period of time. For example, the Iranian market, a lot of talk has been made about. Maybe it's not as beneficial as some people think, and maybe the Libyan market, other markets. What is I suppose, the possibilities going forward in those markets?
Chairman, just one thing before you finish. Can I just say one thing?
Briefly.
It would be of benefit to you in the stats just after being released, and Brexit has been used for a lot of things. Our exports have, in the last month, have increased by 16%. So some people might be using it.
Okay.
Pardon?
Where would you go, Deputy, with beef that you had processed in the last month?
I said it's the stats that's after coming out this evening of our exports.
Our exports try to get the product into the UK market, though.
It's our exports in general I talked about.
Okay, I'll start with Mr. Carroll.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. And I mean, I think your own comments there summarise some of the big strategic issues, and I can come back and just say something about those in a few minutes. We've already talked in a few interventions around the 4 movements, the 30 months, the 70 days, and that is what the market is looking for. It isn't a case of going back and saying we're not supplying the market to the specification that you require. I mean, somebody said earlier on another subject, we need to follow what the market is looking for and deliver it. And that's what we have to do, because we're part of a cog. We're supplying the markets that others are supplying as well. They are required to do exactly the same in terms of meeting market specifications as we are. And so the answer to the question is that if you do not do that, then your returns are even worse than they are. Can I go back to the point that Deputy Scannell made, and maybe I should have and was remiss of not having made it earlier. We get it, like we understand and we hear the heat that's exploding around the room about returns in the market. We're not immune from that. We hear it. We have engaged with all of the farm organisations directly over the course of the last while on a number of occasions. We met Beef Plan in the last few weeks and we had a discussion around all of the issues that we're discussing here. We completely understand the frustration of farmers. Why wouldn't we? We have people that work in meat factories. We have people around here that have a role at primary level as well as representing the industry view on these things as well. When I mentioned that we were at 112% of the EU market back in March, April of this year, I think that is a reflection of what industry do when the returns in the market are strong. And what we see now, back at around slightly below 100% of the EU market, is we're operating in a different environment, one where the market returns are far poorer than they were in the earlier part of the year. And we've never seen the kind of existential crisis that we've had from Brexit, or at least it's unprecedented up to the point that we had again in the UK the connection between BSE and CJD back in that day, when we got locked out of loads of markets and we returned from that. And all we can do is hope that these returns will come back. But the problem is, I do not accept that processors are treating farmers unfairly. What I'm saying is that I think what they are dealing with is the problems that we discussed earlier. It is the particular problem in the European market and the consequences of Brexit, which, when we got close to the point at which Brexit was to be delivered, the market contracted even further. The level of investment wasn't there, and the commitment to purchase wasn't there either. So these are but that doesn't make anybody here feel comfortable. It's not a comfortable place to be sitting to listen to a situation where market is inclined. But I would say also that we never sit here when the market is at the height. We never have a discussion around the market when the market is performing well. We never meet farm organisations when the market is doing well. And understandably, we meet them when things are bad. And we have to account for that. And we try to do that in as reasonable a way as we possibly can. Can I just take a few of the questions, and I won't labour on any of them. Deputy Corcoran Kennedy asked about the food-wise targets and whether we felt that they were achievable. When you look at food-wise, it's a programme which overlaps with its previous and subsequent programme. But this particular programme looked for an increase to 19 billion in the annual value of exports. I think it was 19.6 billion. And the baseline on that, from my recollection, was in the order of 9 billion or thereabouts. We're now at 13.6 billion as of 2018. And the trajectory looks fairly okay. The one uncertainty we have in the meat sector is whether we can deliver in the context of Brexit and how that goes, and that is critical to it.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
sure.
that target was put in place before Brexit was even talked about.
Before Brexit, yeah. It's not even mentioned, I think, in the SWOT analysis in Brexit. No. There is a reference to the UK market, but not Brexit. And that becomes a key part of the next phase. Now, by the time we have the Food-Wise 2030, which I think it will be done next year, early next year, we at least hopefully will know the outcome of Brexit, and we can plan around that. Deputy Fitzmaurice talked about feedlots, and again, I don't intend going back over the feedlot situation, but when you look at the figures going back over the last number of years, they have grown from 2013 from 223 to 338. The number of feedlots controlled by factories haven't grown. And I think you have to recognise that. You may not accept it, you may not want to hear it, but that is the situation. And we are talking about 5% being the representative value of feedlot-owned sites.
I ask you a question. Would you be concerned if 338 feedlots account for 17, 18, 19%, whatever figures, 300,000 cattle, that's the figures, regardless of whether they're factory or that we'll discuss that again. Would you be concerned if that moved up, that we would have 1,300 people producing, or 1,300 feedlots, regardless of who owns them, producing the beef of this country?
We would.
Would it be a concern of yours?
We would be concerned about that. But I have to emphasise, Deputy, we do not control that designation. That is not a decision that we control or that we make. The designation of feedlots is determined by the department.
When you look at 120,000 farmers or 130,000 farmers producing 80%, and that 20% can be produced by 338 set-ups, isn't that a worry for anybody in any country? And it cannot be. No matter how you dress it up, guys.
They're not all.
Yeah, but hold on. You're selling cattle out of this country produced by grass. Don't go telling me that 1,000 cattle in every farm is produced by grass.
Go ahead, Mr. Corcoran. Just before you start, sorry,
Yeah.
would it be merit in I suppose there is, as you pointed out earlier on, a percentage of those feedlots, if I could use that word in inverted commas, are not factory controlled. If they were titled or given a different title, the factory controlled group, as opposed to, I understand the group as you're talking, but there will be a number of people who, for animal welfare issues, let's say, for example, have a same status as the feedlot, but wouldn't be the same thing. Am I right in saying that?
You're correct, Chairman. Sorry, you're correct. I mean, this status that's given, that is accorded by the Department of Agriculture, or the herd applies to the Department of Agriculture, first and foremost, I mean, what you're talking about is a TB-related issue. I mean,
yes.
if they had an issue, or if they had decided not to, I mean, it affords them an ability to buy in and also sell out.
And there's regulations around that as well.
Well, absolutely, and those are only granted by the department. And I'd also further add that, the reality is they are deemed restricted, and they're not eligible for some markets. So I mean, there is a growth in it, and they are working against eligibility for some markets as well. So there are concerns around that, but I mean, they've been given this feedlot and factory title that they're all factory owned and feedlot, and that's not the situation, Chairman.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Howard. Sorry.
Just to wrap briefly to some of the others. I mean, Deputy Healy-Rae talked about the compliance around climate change and suggested that, I think, and I don't want to misinterpret, but suggested that there's a degree of a fabrication around that issue. And I think that what we have been doing and what the agri-food sector has been doing at farm and factory level is meeting a lot of compliance issues around climate change, and they have costs associated with them. And I think the reality around climate change is very close to hitting home to base from your sister committee, the joint Oireachtas committee on climate change. Recommendations around that suggest that there will have to be a serious effort taken to meet our targets in 2030, and we realise that we have a hell of a lot of work to do that, as we are not going to reach the challenges in 2020. And the question that I pose around climate change is that who ends up paying for the cost of that mitigation? And that will be an enormous bill when it comes for somebody somewhere in this whole chain of supply. And you can see that there are ways in which that will be mitigated in other sectors through subsidies, but nobody is talking about subsidies when it comes to the agri-food sector. And Deputy Scannell talked about, he mentioned what he thought were issues that farmers were being treated extremely unfairly. And I think that farmers are having a tough time in the market, as I've already said, a very, very tough time. I don't think they're being treated unfairly by processors. I think processors are having an extremely tough time in the market. And it was said by Deputy Healy-Rae that farmers took a price reduction back at the beginning of Brexit, and that is true. And the reason why that is true is that there was a 17% devaluation in sterling in the shortest possible period, and at about a 6-week period at that time. And that was a consequence of Brexit, a direct consequence of it. So just coming back to the final issues, Chairman, that you've mentioned, on Brexit again, we do need to know that we have some degree of support from government around climate for Brexit mitigation, because there is a serious problem if we hit those tariff levels. They will devalue our product enormously if we have to go into the UK market and meet a lower market price, a considerably lower market price. And remember that all we can do in those circumstances is move product to other higher paying markets. But those higher paying markets will become lower paying markets as a direct consequence of Brexit as well. So you will devalue the European market and devalue third country markets by virtue of being locked out of the higher priced UK market. And we do need to have the sense, and we've been promised this by Commissioner Hogan, by the Taoiseach, by the Taoiseach, by the Minister, that they will have the industry back. They will have the industries back were we to face a hard Brexit. We've faced it in March, we faced it in April, and we may well have to face it again in May. We're not out of the woods on this thing, and I think that has to be a core message that comes out of this committee. The second core message from my point of view is the point I just made about climate change. If you're looking at retrofitting 1.5 million houses in this country, that ain't going to happen without subsidies. We all know that. It's 50k per house. We know that's not going to happen.
50 billion in total.
50 billion in total. It's 50k per house, apparently. And we know also that if you migrate from your diesel car to your electric car, there currently is a subsidy, and that will continue if you want to do these things. But yet nobody says, where's the subsidy coming for the agri-food sector? And I think that's a critical point. We agree with all of the farm organisations on the direction of travel as far as CAP is concerned. And we're concerned that there are two potential cuts to the CAP budget. One is a 5% linear cut, which seems to be settled on. And the second thing is the loss of the 6 billion that comes from the departure of the UK. And how is that going to be made good? And that has a cascading effect on lots of other things, including the support package that might be available around greening, around GLAS, around BDGP, and all of those schemes. And these are all critical schemes. And the final one, Chairman, you asked a question about market access. I'll perhaps, if I ask my colleague Joe O'Ryan, just to deal with that particular issue.
Thanks, Chairman. I suppose just a few points, as a number of speakers and deputies have raised the issue of market access and why, since the referendum, the Brexit referendum 2.5 years ago, more wasn't done in terms of securing international market access. There's a few points to make. Number one, it's about maintaining access into existing markets in the context of Brexit and meeting the requirements of those markets. But equally, it's about developing new international ones. But international market access, and I think we touched on it earlier on, is painfully slow. It is dealt with by competent authorities here, dealing with the competent authorities over there, namely the Department of Agriculture here, dealing with similar authorities in the international market. There's trade missions, there's veterinary protocols, there's certificates, there's sampling protocols, there's multiple plant inspections, there's reports on those inspections and follow-up actions, etc., etc., etc. All that are done by the competent authority. And we do work very closely with the Department of Agriculture on that. And it also has to be said that securing access to a third country market is also down to the willingness and eagerness on the side of the third country market to facilitate, because many of them are, I suppose, inundated with other similar access requests. But international market access is key. It's important in terms of finding outlets for various cuts from the carcass and maximising the returns out of the carcass. You mentioned a particular market there, and I'll come back on it. But I suppose on the beef side, in terms of priorities, it's there's a lot of talk in terms of China, but ultimately, as of today, we have 7 plants approved for China. The access that we have for beef into China is relatively limited. It's under 30 months. So people raised issues about that earlier on. That's a requirement set down by the Chinese. It's frozen beef, it's boneless beef, and there's a raft of other technical requirements that the product must meet, therefore limiting the amount of animals that are ultimately eligible. And therefore one of the key priorities, firstly, is to secure more plant access to the Chinese market, and there are a number of applications waiting on the Chinese authorities to make a decision on, and let's be clear, the decision is with those. It's for no lack of effort on anyone's side over here. Other markets that are of interest, South Korea, and again, that is a very slow process, and a process that's been running for 8 to 10 years now, probably. And at this stage, we are, I think,
stage 6 of an 8-step process. The next stage being a parliamentary process of debate, where they will debate whether Irish beef should have access. And we all know what parliamentary processes can, how long they can take. But just in terms of other markets, I suppose Vietnam is a key market, huge market with good potential, but again, very, very slow progress. Thailand, Malaysia, and Japan. Someone mentioned earlier in terms of Japan, we do have access to Japan. But indeed, like other markets, there are restrictions there. So there is an under 30-month restriction or limit, I suppose, for Japan at the moment. And that is something that we're working very closely on with the department. And indeed, the Japanese authorities were here, and we hope to make progress in terms of the age limit. So I suppose the other market, Chairman, that you asked about was I think you touched on Iran, and technically we do have access to the Iranian market, but there are some challenges around banking of transactions due to sanctions imposed by other countries, and there are also technical aspects and challenges around the certificates. Again, under 30 months is one of those, and other challenges there. But we are working with the Commission on that one, because that was a Commission-agreed cert, to try and hopefully address some of those to make that market more feasible. So, as well as new international markets, there are a list of markets where we do have access, but the potential for access is limited due to certain restrictions and technical aspects, and that's something that's also a work in progress. But to re-emphasise the point, accessing into these international markets isn't just a case of saying, right, there's one, we'll send product to it tomorrow. It's something that is dealt with at competent authority level, and is dependent on the authorities on the far side as well to engage.
Thanks very much.
Mr.
Hill, you want to...
2 seconds, and I don't hold you up any longer, Chairman. One, retail was mentioned towards the latter part of the conversation here, and retail price and that. I mean, and maybe it's worth the committee having a look to that. I mean, given that it's looking at Foodwise 2025, since 2015 to 2018, the consumer price index for food and beverages in Ireland has fallen by 7.5%. I understand. Right, it's there, it's CSO, etc. is published, but it's worth having a look at that, because it ties in with that. Billy Scanlon said that, you know, there is pressure in the market. The industry isn't the one that sets the price of cuts. It is used. Beef is one of the loss leaders in retail. There is serious competition between discounters and other retailers that is putting pressure on the returns achievable. And certainly in the context of what the Chairman said about the climate change challenge and more costs, more challenges facing us, and then facing into an environment where there's effectively a below cost selling can't be tolerated. Second point, the industry has, and I suppose this ranges to a myriad of the questions and comments that were made by members. The industry has published a market specification, a desired market specification. It was asked for that by the stakeholders and by the department and by Board B, and it has published it a number of years ago, and it holds true, Chairman. And maybe perhaps what we should do properly is to send it into the committee, because it is something that was published that is ultimately aimed as the guidance on what the market requires in the vast majority of customers. Because a point was made that, well, you know, China, well, are international markets, and they look for 30 months, and they only represent 5%. If I want to send 1 ounce or 1 kilogram of that animal to China, then it has to be under 30 months. I mean, that's the reality of it. It isn't, I mean, unfortunately, isn't a case to say, well, that one is under 30 and it can go in its entirety to China, and that one isn't. If you're taking 1 ounce of a particular animal, and that will be what we're faced with. And the final point, just I suppose, in relation to Irish beef and marketing and grass-fed and various things, there are a number of things. There are efforts ongoing, I think, at the moment to explore PGI status for Irish beef. The specific description, designation of that, I mean, at an EU level, has to be worked out, and the department is leading that process. But it has been engaged with farm organisations, with Board B and with ourselves. But that is something that I think probably should be achieved. But the designation of what actually truly makes it stand out, I mean, and whether or not that can be on suckler or not, I don't know. Board BIA is doing research at the moment around what it could do to market something or to build something specifically around marketing of suckler. Because consumer, let's be clear still, consumer doesn't really get suckler, you know, and this isn't anything against suckler, absolutely not, to the contrary. But they don't get that particular aspect of it. They get breed, they get grass-fed, they get origin, you know, those kind of things. So Board BIA is doing work on that at the moment as well, in looking at that and looking at whether, one, how it would be developed, designed and pitched to the market, and two, whether additional kind of EU support funding could go in behind it. But that's just as information to the committee.
Do you accept that the family farm model and all that goes with that is an advantage to marketing, and that at the moment the difficulty is that the price that's been paid means that the family farm model can't survive? That the only ones that can actually make money are the ones that are at big scale, and that's going to be a problem down the road. And if you accept that, and the farmers accept that, and everyone accepts that, then we're saying the change needs to happen. And we all be part of that change.
I accept that the family farm model, and that in terms of you asked a question about the marketing, and you know, its importance in the marketing is important, and I would say yes. But it's also the case, I mean, scale is also a challenge. It is also presents a challenge as well.
But the point I'm making is, let's face it, the factories have the control over a lot of this, And what the point I'm making is, are the factories prepared to say that we are going to stand on the side of the family farm to make sure that we preserve that model so that we can market the beef in that particular way? Or are you prepared to say that, no, we're actually going to go down the road of scale? That's the choice we have.
Yeah, I don't think there's any indication that we want to go down the road of scale. The factory doesn't, despite your comment, doesn't control everything. It might be easy to say for everyone, because it's always good to have someone to blame. The industry is interested in extracting the best market or the best prices out of the market for Irish beef, and having, I mean, you know, there's no point in saying either that, you know, that beef reaches every parish, every corner of Ireland, and not having it like that. I mean, the industry is supportive of that, and its main task is to try and extract the best out of the market. But it doesn't control everything.
Just one quick
brief now.
Just one quick one. Last May, I gave you highlight that. I can show you this. I can get the stuff for you. The age didn't measure, movements didn't measure, nothing measured, because we needed cattle. And there a few months ago, the guys that couldn't get cattle killed were going over cut. The 440, you know what I'm on about, the 440?
I do.
But 440 kgs, there was no problem, and next thing, all of a shot, it was in. And they wanted lighter carcasses.
Okay.
I can't, I mean, I know the point you're making. I can't talk about specifics, but what I did refer to in terms of what the industry has set out as target market specifications, on the basis that these are animals that will meet the requirement of the majority of customers, and that at any given time should be able to extract the best price from the market. And when there is either an increased supply or a reduced demand, it's the animal that is meeting the maximum number of specifications will get it. Now, that can only be as a guidance, and equally we have said in that, if you're intending to produce outside of that, well then do it with a meat, do it in conjunction with a meat plant, and they are open to that, Chairman.
Thanks, Deputy or Mr. Healy. And now the beef plant group will give you 10 minutes to answer the queries. Is that all right?
So, very quickly then. Deputy Kennedy, from targets and sustainability. So, until we get to a situation where there's a reasonable apportioning of the value of the product through the supply chain, from the producer to the processor to the retailer, ultimately to the consumer, until we have some bandwidth there that rewards very productive farmers, they're at the top of their game, they make a variance against that standard and they do well. Those that are not performing have an adverse variance against the standard. Same for the processing plants. They need to, if they perform well, they do well. If they don't do well. But the balance of that retail share across the supply chain needs to be targeted. Because if it is not targeted, the primary producer will continue to get the thin end of the wedge, because the price pressure will continue to be down. Meat Industry Ireland have already alluded to today, beef is being used as a loss leader for the retailers, who ultimately is going to pay for that? The retailer will pass that cost back to the producer. The producer with a dominant position will pass that back to the primary producer. It is inevitable. So that's our opinion on sustainability and the targets in 2025. In relation to feedlots, interesting number here. So feedlots are for designated health status for TB to allow farmers to trade. TB levels in Ireland, 3.7%. So if a designation to support a TB status herd for 3.7% of the herds or the cattle in the country, how can we have 18% of cattle coming from them? That system is being abused. That would be certainly my position. 3.7% TB in the country, 18% cattle coming from those designated feedlots. Are those feedlots just unfortunate that they have to have TB to that magnitude?
Would it be true to say, just for figures, there could be more than 3% of feedlots who are not restricted from a TB point of view that are using that status?
So TB, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Just putting that figure out there.
To be clear, TB status is a designation. It's a TB designated status herd. Therefore, it is called a feedlot. That's the definition. And as
but I don't think, and I'm up in the correction now, this is just an opinion now, I don't think you have to be restricted or have TB to be in that particular, to apply for that status.
But the designation of feedlot is controlled by the department. That's what we've just heard.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily, I'm up in the correction now, they don't necessarily have to have a TB restriction.
Yeah, so the question that went in to
even though you say 3% is right as regards to...
So the PQ that went in to establish the number of cattle that came from TB designated herds, that's where the 18% comes from. So they have TB herd designation. Okay?
We can clarify that.
Yeah, but again, you asked a very specific question on blockchain. So it's easier for me to give you an answer on that if I go back to the pharmaceutical industry. So blockchain is the equivalent of serialization in pharmaceutical industry, where it prevents fraud or prevents counterfeit drugs from being introduced to the market. Blockchain, if you use what Mother Nature has given, which is DNA, you can effectively do DNA tests, which we found for a horse meat scandal. DNA tests were shown to prove that there was horse meat in beef packs. Blockchain, or a serialization for beef, or a DNA profiling of the beef herd, would prevent counterfeit beef being introduced. So, for example, if for want of a better example, the 7,000 cows that came in from the UK last year that were processed in Irish plants, they are supposedly not to have a quality assured Irish origin logo, the Borbia logo. If we were to be absolutely certain that they weren't, we would be DNA testing our trays of meat to say what is the origin of that beef. It gives you the ultimate traceability using DNA to establish counterfeit beef. Switzerland as a country, en masse, have gone for DNA testing of their beef to protect, and the Swiss beef market is considerable. My understanding is primary producers are paid well in excess of €5 or €6 a kilo, and they eliminate counterfeit beef by using DNA testing, equivalent to blockchain. Okay. From a layerage and exports. So I asked a specific question of a member of the DFM at a meeting where I met him about layerage, and I put it to that person, why has the government not taken ownership of the layerage situation in Cherbourg? The 750 million that was handed back to the exporters, in my opinion, and certainly in the opinion of Beefplan, should have been used for a strategic asset for the state to support live exports leaving this country. And they have abdicated their responsibility, in my opinion, by saying, here you go, exporters, here's your money back, ye sort out the problem. So you're an expectation that competing industries or competing people in the same export industry are going to somehow come together and organise themselves to put a layerage in Cherbourg. It's fundamentally flawed from a mindset, in my opinion, from the outset. 750 million would have addressed that issue. And not only for the calf exports in the springtime, but also for heavier cattle exports throughout the remainder of the year, if the layerage were needed. This isn't just a short 6-week window. this could be used to facilitate live exports throughout the year through that land border out into France. Questions I'll answer then on that. Into Brexit yourself, and Deputy Deering. So, no matter what the outcome of Brexit is, I'm quite certain that the primary producer is going to suffer the most. Because in the absence of a Brexit scenario, if this were to go away in its entirety, we've already seen over the last 2 years how difficult our trading position has been, where we have been pushed down, whether it's driven by currency, and we can do the currency analysis to find out explicitly how much is the FX or is currency driving your variance from an FX perspective, and how much of it is driven by purchase price. They're simple maths to do. If Brexit goes really wrong and a no deal, albeit now more unlikely to happen, hopefully, your primary producer is the most vulnerable person in your supply chain. So no matter how bad things go for Brexit, your primary producer is going to come out the worst. Because everybody else will preserve their margin as best they can. Your primary producer is going to take the biggest hit. Okay, Hugh, you have some answers there on climate change and so on that you want to go through.
Okay, just to
couple of minutes, I will try and wrap up. Couple of minutes.
I'll be quick. I was quick the last time.
Yeah.
Now, just a quick comment on somebody was asking for a comment on the KeyPack 2020. It is our opinion, and this is backed up by Teagasc, the dairy cross animal, even though the KeyPack 2020 as a contract is a good idea, because it's talking about the retailer, back to the processor, back to the primary producer. But according to Teagasc figures, the dairy cross animal, and it was mentioned earlier at 30%, the actual figure that was released there 2 weeks ago is it's 50% less efficient than its continental counterpart. And if we're talking about the environment and carbon footprint and sustainability, that has to be taken into consideration.
Figure now, is it?
50%. 50% is the figure that came from Teagasc.
Dairy sector, as somebody who sat on the climate, spent 9 months of my life at the Climate Action Committee, which was a challenge now, I'd have to say. The dairy sector would have been seen as the most efficient dairy sector in Europe. And the beef sector would have been the fifth.
No, you don't understand what I'm talking about, Chairman. What I'm talking about is the actual animal when it's been put through the finishing system. When you take the amount of feed that the animal eats, it eats 10% more on average to put on the same kilo of weight gain. Okay? When you take his kill-out percentage, it's far, far less.
Of the dairy beef animal.
Of the dairy beef animal. So when you add all that together, Teagasc can come up with a figure to say that that animal going through its fattening stage is 50% less efficient. And when you extrapolate that,
that's what I presume we're talking about, the present dairy beef type animal, as opposed to the one that may be developed.
Well, we can't talk about what's coming down the road.
No, but
we don't know what it is.
the Glanbia KeyPack initiative, if I could put it that way, will be talking about developing a better type dairy beef animal.
Into the future.
Yeah.
But we can only talk about what we have. And I can only talk about what Teagasc have released.
Yeah. But my understanding as well, I know I visited a place recently, there is some work already ongoing with some factories and some of the organisations about developing that type of structure as well in the last couple of years. I didn't say that, I think.
I do see it as a positive.
Yeah. But I suppose the point I'm really making, sorry for putting it across, I know.
I'm just saying we need to be aware of the dairy industry as far as they're concerned. And I think a lot of the dairy industry, the most important animal on their farm is the cow. The male offspring is a waste product as far as they are concerned. I don't mean that in a negative sense. I don't mean that in a negative sense, but it is an animal that they have to move on, because they are not going to keep male animals in lieu of another dairy cow.
That goes back to my point that I made initially. I don't mean to be argumentative here now at all. In my opinion, dairy farmers have to work together in all this.
Correct.
Because, we have the dairy beef animal, they have the calf, it has to go somewhere.
Correct.
Some will go export, and it won't all go export.
Yeah, but
so there has to be an outlet.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. But you're not, you can't say to me that the dairy farmer is going to displace a cow in lieu of a male offspring to fatten. What he will want to do is he will want to let that out into the market in order to maximise the amount of cows he has on his farm, because they're the ones that are making money. Okay? Now, what we are being asked in the beef industry is to take this dairy cross animal and fatten him. Okay? And in doing so, we have to take into consideration that according to Chagas, he's 50% less efficient. Okay? So for us to take that on board and for KEPAC to release this scheme, you have to take that into consideration. The KEPAC feedlot at the moment, I know I was talking to 3 people today, 98% of the animals that are in the feedlot today are continental cross calves. 98%. Okay? Now, I'm not going to dwell because I'm conscious of the...
Now, we were talking about... delaying you anyway, sorry, I'll give you a couple more minutes because I delayed you.
Yeah. We were talking about contracts, okay? I was asked a question on contracts. What's our opinion in beef plan regarding contracts? Yeah, forward contracts. I think if the industry is to survive, the present beef industry, there has got to be forward contracts. Because at the moment, there's a poker game being played, and every stakeholder in that game, with the exception of the beef farmer, because his cards are being shown to the other stakeholders, they can see what he has coming down the line. So his ability to bet forward is zero. I think that the meat industry, if they genuinely want to hold on to the beef herd, they will have to be prepared to go back to the retailer. In the last 10 years, our percentage of the retail price has halved. In the last 10 years, the percentage that the retailer is receiving has doubled. Now, if you take our inputs in the last 10 years, you can just imagine exactly where our margin has gone. Now, just on the final thing, Michael asked me, and so did yourself, Mr. Chairman, about sustainability and the environment.
I asked you one just before that on developing a new brand. Is there anything we can do to help
Michael, I didn't actually mention it because I actually discussed branding there earlier in a question that I had. But to go on about the environment and sustainability, we in the beef plan, as far as we're concerned, in the next year to 18 months, every farm in Ireland is going to have a carbon quota. As far as we're concerned, it's coming from Brussels. The environmentalists in Brussels, it is a huge thing. Every farm will have a quota. You can take that as a given. And in cognizant of that, in lieu of that, we have to be aware as beef farmers that the environment is going to be a huge thing.
Just give us that carbon quota.
In Holland at the moment, there's potassium quotas, potassium and phosphorus quotas. And if by talking to a lot of the MEPs, it is becoming a huge thing. It is the only way that they can put a control on. It's the only way they can put a control on the number of animals within Europe.
So
now, it has not carbon quotas.
But we have our own targets to be here in Ireland by 2030. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't think you might be going a little step too far in that regard. No, you know.
Well, I'm just saying it is our opinion that.
Yeah, it's an opinion.
Just watch the space.
You said inside a year.
No.
No, it'll be each
we have targets to meet by 2030.
We'll be given a quota.
We have targets to meet by 2030.
Yeah. Anyhow,
that's only an opinion, though. It's only
an opinion.
Yeah, that's just to put that on the record.
No, absolutely. But in lieu of that,
we all have opinions.
In lieu of that, in the beef plan, for us to survive going forward, because of the fact if we do not get ironclad contracts, we have got to think of alternative income. And in Ireland at the moment, we produce millions and millions and millions of tonnes of grass and millions and millions and millions of tonnes of slurry. And when you take grass and you take slurry and you join the two together and you withdraw oxygen, what you have is a beautiful thing called biomethane. And biomethane, the government can talk about the agricultural industry and what they're doing to the environment. And we in the beef plan want to set up co-ops in every county in Ireland in order to be able to get grass and slurry and biomethane. And we want the motoring industry to be run by this. We want in every forecourt in Ireland. There is no reason. In Ireland at the moment, there's about somewhere short of 120 anaerobic digesters. In Germany, there's over 9,000. They have jumped on this 2 years ago. We're playing catch-up. And if the government want to save the environment, we, as the agricultural industry, can help them do that.
And that's for the record, that's one of the recommendations in the Climate Action Report that was produced, or actually published today.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, as a cognizant of that, we can bring in an income stream for farmers, for beef farmers, where they can allot maybe 30 or 40% of their farm to produce grass. And by producing grass, it's absorbing CO2. I'm not going to labour on this, but what I am saying is that for beef farming to survive, if the factories are prepared to let us swing in the wind, we have got to say to ourselves, what other income streams can we bring in? Now, I'm going to put it there because I'm very conscious of the time.
Okay, one minute.
Okay, yeah.
1 minute, 1 minute only.
First question, Jackie Healy-Ray there.
Danny, actually.
Danny Healy-Ray, sorry. We're looking for a farmer rep on the factory floor. If the factories have got nothing got to hide, why will they not give us that?
We've had, that question's already been asked, though. I'll try to...
Number two, okay. We sell beef in the UK market at 17% less than British beef. We take a lot of imports from the UK. We don't pay 17% less. In Holland, to sell Irish beef and British beef side by side, the Irish beef is selling at 10% less. There has to be an explanation for that. The next thing, we talk about customer requirements, and we've talked about 30 months, and we've talked about 4 movement rule. On beef, you can look on the pack, and it says 21 days aged. The consumer's been fooled. It doesn't say 21 days dry aged. It says 21 days aged, which means it's sitting in a vacuum pack for 21 days. Can we educate the consumer as to the consistency of beef as well is important? So the things that should be consumer specifications are not actually being promoted by the meat factories and by meat industry Ireland. The things that are important, like dry aged, like the consistency of the beef, it's not how old the beef is or the things that we're being told that are important. It's other things that are conveniently forgotten about because it doesn't suit the meat factories. So we have to be real about this, and we have to educate the consumer as to what they're actually buying. The PGI status, Phil Hogan is in favour of it. The key pack came out against it, and this man earlier on came out against it, basically saying that the consumer wouldn't want it. It's very important for suckler bred beef, this PGI status. The reason it's important
Sorry,
is...
I missed the point there. No, I didn't. No, look, I'll ask it. Look.
No, the reason it's important is because it'll do the same for suckler bred beef as gold done for bull.
We're rehashing a bit of stuff here now, with the greatest respect. Now,
No,
you know,
I'm coming on then.
I asked a specific question, and
yes,
you didn't answer it.
I'm going to come to it. I'm going to come to it. Just the Glanbia thing before I come to it. We see the Glanbia KK20 thing between Glanbia and Keypack as a factory-controlled feedlot. The farmer doesn't have the input into it. This has been made basically, it's complete opposite to what Beef Plan have advocated in that.
Glanbia will be a co-op,
Glanbia PLC, it's a company, right? It's a company that dictates the price the farmers pay for their inputs. So it's not a purchasing group that's going to negotiate a discount. It's farmers that are going to have to pay individually for inputs. They are also stipulating that they get extra money for the months of May, June and July, which just happen to be the 3 months that cattle are in short supply. So they're going to try and control those important months of the year that the farmer has some chance of getting the price up. Okay, I'm coming back to your last point on Beef Plan's position on CAP. Okay. The first thing we think about CAP is that there has to be more up-to-date reference years. 20 years ago is completely out of sync. We agree with full convergence. Okay. We agree with supporting the family farm and a cap of about 50,000 on the amount that should be paid. We don't agree with people's wages being taken into account. It's the family farm that we want to support. So the definition of an active farmer as regards CAP, we think it should be the farmer that actually farms the land or employs someone on his behalf to farmers, not somebody that has given up and retired and set out to somebody else. As regards food-wise 2020 or 2025, unless that this whole protected status for the suckler herd and a suckler brand is developed, it's basically dead in the water, because there's no way that farmers are going to keep producing food. We are gone, we're out of here. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much to the two groups, from Meat Industry Ireland and from the Beef Plan. As I said, this is day 2 of our hearings, and there's nobody can say that this committee is going to be found wanting as regards trying to come to a consensus regards what can be done. In my opinion, there is absolutely no silver bullet in trying to get from A, where we are today, maybe to 10 years down the line, a sustainable beef industry for the future, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. I think there's a number of things that can be done maybe over the next period of time. We will do our best to put a very balanced report together over the next number of weeks. We also will be talking to Board Bia when we're due back after Easter, and we will also intend talking to Glanbia /KEPAC on their initiative. I think it's worthwhile talking to them. We decided to pull together all the stakeholders to talk to them all, listen to the views, the farm organisations, Meat Industry Ireland, the department, the exporters and so on and so forth. In our opinion, in our view, it was the only way of trying to get a consensus way forward. We also will be of the opinion that the best way of dealing with it is everybody talking together and moving together in a fairly common sense way going forward. That may not be always possible or always straightforward, but I do think it's the best way forward. So we will do our best. We won't be found wanting, I can guarantee you that. There is a lot of commitment around the table here, and most people are gone here now at the moment, but you know, during the day there was a lot of people here who had very passionate views as regards the whole sector, and I think everybody's on the same page in that regard. So I'd just like to thank you very much for staying with us on the night here today, and do you want to make it?
Well, just, Chairman, just to say one thing. You know, and I hear what you say about Glanbia and KEPAC. You mentioned it yourself. I mean, others have been involved on the dairy, that element, trying to improve it. I think it's worthwhile. I'm not disputing the figures that have been mentioned, but it's worthwhile checking some of those efficiency figures with August. I mean, they are quoted, so let's all work off those. I mean, I think it would be useful. Yeah. But, you know, the likes of ABP have been engaged on calf to beef, dairy calf to beef, trying to find basically that there are good bulls and bad bulls. There are ones that can do better in terms of the quality animal, and I know Dawn is involved in further efforts on that dairy beef side.
You know, I visited a farm not too far away from my own home at home, where Tagus were involved as well, and the figures are fairly impressive in that regard. You know, and that was, I think, last year or the year before, I forget which was, and I'm sure that can be improved going forward as well. You know, if we the old saying is, if you keep doing the same thing as you always did, you're always going to get the same result. I think we have to look at the bigger picture and develop things differently over the next period of time. You know, it may not always be easy, but I think the challenge is there for us all to try and meet. So thanks very much once again. The meeting is adjourned until Tuesday, the 14th of May. Thank you very much.